Haven't bought it because the box is 40 pounds. My girlfriend surprised me with this. She saw I was enjoying Gloomhaven and found out she could get me Frosthaven. And then she carried the box 3 blocks back to her car in like 90-degree summer heat. And then she even brought it inside out of the car. Like she could have just left it in the car, you know? And I could have gotten it, but no. I had to have my board game. Absolute superhero, agree. I have played about 30 hours of this game since, which means I've played 3 missions. There was a lot of setup, a lot of reading the rules. I think I am fairly competent with it now to a point where I can show it off. I did record myself learning the rules and unboxing it and everything, but that stuff's like, maybe I'll upload that to the playlist at the end on YouTube or something for the true fans to see my beginner experience, like my actual first-time beginner experience. I figured for Twitch we would just start with me actually knowing what was going on. All right. Thank you for the subs, by the way. I've already missed a couple. And on my upstairs setup, unfortunately, I don't have like the notifications tab open. But I saw that they were there, and I appreciate you. Hello, everyone. So a couple of tonal shifts for this stream compared to a lot of my other streams. I am not in any sort of hurry here. I have the next 12 hours or so. It's summer and my upstairs doesn't have AC, so it gets kind of hot up here around like 11 a.m. But I have like at least a good 12 hours that I can hang out in this room and play a board game. I don't really have any agenda in terms of like how much I'd like to get done or anything like that. I just want to have a good time. And this game's really good. And so, let's hang out. You have to sleep at some point? Cool. Can I explain how Frosthaven is different from Gloomhaven at all? So I've only played like 20 hours of Gloomhaven, so I kind of can't. But I think it's just like the next game made by the same people, and so it's another level of refinement and another level of better. And this game really feels like their design philosophy is in line with my desires as a player. So there isn't the thing where like XCOM 2 comes out and it's like, oh, like they made XCOM better, but also they did a lot of weird shit I don't like. Instead, there's very much just like, oh shit, that's awesome. Oh shit, that's awesome. Oh, they spent even more time making this stuff cool. That's kind of the vibe instead. So, welcome to the Northern Coast. I have played the first 3 missions already on my own, but chose to reset, so I'm going to be replaying them with you. And as such, I already know like the beginning of the narrative and can walk you through it. But first I want to introduce you to the party a little bit. So this one should zoom in a lot. And I can introduce you to the banner spear right here. I am not a competent painter of miniatures. However, for you to have any idea what's going on the screen, I have put a little bit of paint on them. I will continue to put little bits of paint on them throughout the campaign. I don't know if I'll ever actually have these fully painted, but like, I'm going to use the paint kind of as a narrative device. So like, if our banner spear has a mission where they totally pop off with their spear, I'll paint their spear. That kind of thing. Yeah, it's not intended to look like a professional miniature. That is outside the range of my skills. But, still really fun. Hey, always on the run. Okay, so, the banner spear. Human banner spear. The 4 starting characters I'm using are all different species, so that's kind of cool. But the banner spear is a human. Northern human settlements existed long before emissaries from White Oak traveled to Frosthaven, looking for new ways to expand their merchants' guild. When these endeavors only led to angering the Algok's population, the Southerners fled, leaving the ill-prepared fishing village to face the blowback. But humans are a resilient people. Even on the brink of despair, there is hope for survival. The only thing left behind by the Merchants Guild were the banner spears, tireless warriors forever in search of respect and glory. Frosthaven has no need of pride, though. Cut off from the rest of the world and faced with the harsh realities of the North, banner spears are forced to reevaluate what truly matters. They were abandoned like everything else, and they must forge new, stronger bonds to stay alive. The banner spear is it's meant to be low complexity. It's given 2 out of 5 stars here. It's strongest on defense, and then melee and support are its other things. And the banner spear, I guess some of you have not seen any of the rules whatsoever. But basically the banner spear in combat, it's hex-based combat, and the banner spear is trying to stand in certain positions relative to allies and enemies to get off stronger than usual attacks. So like can form a shield wall with people, or can form a pincer attack with people and stuff like that, and deal extra damage. That is the idea of the banner spear. Hey, Pokemon nerd, welcome. There will be a VOD in the morning for you, Galen. Next up, we have the Drifter. This is the model for the Drifter. We got a club, got a cape and a bow and stuff. Oh no. There's meant to be one more of those tokens, and I don't know where it is. Well, it will show up. Can't really have gone anywhere. Okay. The Inox clans of the Great Grove value their strength and self-reliance, but they could not bury internal quarrels in time to repel the human empire's expansion into their lands. They paid dearly. Some Minox have retreated deeper into the most defensible areas of the forest. Others venture into other civilizations, employing their great size, woodcraft, and performative traditions in a variety of occupations. In fact, it is common practice among many clans to send their young warriors off into the larger world for a year, so they can find themselves and discover their passion. Some of them never return, lured away by city life or, in rarer cases, discovering that their passion is the wilderness itself. These Inox revel in surviving off the land without allegiance or responsibility. They are the Drifters, and there is no better place to test their skills than the North. This is a really interesting character. It has a lot of cards and can be moderately good at a lot of different things. It's kind of hard for me to keep up with exactly what I'm meant to be doing to maximize my Drifter's turns. But you will see more of that soon. Make work. Thanks for 43 months. Did I say that already? It's like, have I seen the other starter characters? I haven't opened the boxes of the other starter characters, no. So when I retire my first of these characters, I will play the next of the starter characters and then the next. I'm just going to go through the characters in order, basically, probably. Your wife just retired her Drifter. Nice. Next is the Bone Shaper, with some wild hair and also a very, very bulbous, muscular arm. I don't know what's up with that exactly. Anyway, this is an Ether Bone Shaper. Ethers were once human, but a tragedy long ago caused them to lose their physical form, scattering it across the infinite planes. Those who willed their psyche back together found a world they no longer recognized, and so they left, traveling the planes in search of knowledge and hidden insights. Occasionally they returned, driven by varied purposes and employing bewildering methods. Ethers draw energy from the planes, and the planes are full of useful and terrible things. Bone Shapers are able to tap into the wells of life found in other planes and infuse them into living things on this one, or at least things that were once living. Invariably, some of the Bone Shaper's own life force is transferred with it, and many go mad through the constant push and pull of life and death. Very few are capable of taming the wild energy and shaping it to their will. This character just summons a bunch of skeletons. is basically what this character does. It seems really strong. It seems really strong at low level. Because the skeletons, or maybe it's because I'm bad at the game. I don't know. The skeletons are like basically AI controlled and have mediocre base values, but they just kind of do as well as my other characters sometimes because I'm maybe not maximizing the other characters very well. Anyway, the Bone Shaper is a lot of fun. Zapper Toad, hey, thanks for the 39 months. There are 17 total characters, only 6 of which are unlocked at the start of the game. So if you're just tuning in and don't know what Long War is like a very long to play mod for XCOM, like in the order of 150 hours or something to extend a game that usually takes 20 hours to play. And so when I say that Frosthaven is like Long War, I mean it's like a campaign of that sort of length. I actually think 150 hours is a massive lowball for Frosthaven. I think, especially at the pace I'm going to be playing, like more like 600 to even 1,000 hours. But when I'm playing 4 characters at the same time, that means it takes longer than if like 4 people were playing 1 character each, or even if you were just playing 2 characters, you know, which would also be allowed. Anyway, this is the Deathwalker. Deathwalker has some sort of staff. I figured I would paint the Deathwalker's shoes because it's in the name. Valrath Deathwalker. So we have a human, an Inox, an Ether, and a Valrath. I don't believe there's any like intro lore that is given to you anywhere. Like this is kind of our introduction to the lore, is that we find out that there are Valrath because we pick a Valrath Deathwalker, and now we know that Valrath exist. There wasn't like a 20-page introduction to the world that you've missed out on. I do think, is it the same world as Gloomhaven? So like if you've played Gloomhaven, maybe you already know a bunch of this stuff. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is intended to be the exact same world as Gloomhaven or not. You take it Frosthaven won't be at board game night? Yeah, this is mine. This is the northern area from the Gloomhaven world. Okay, so if you've played Gloomhaven, you'll already know a lot of this stuff. No group is quite so ill-suited for the icy northern climates as the Valrath, who make their homes far to the south around the Red Desert. There was once a great war in that region between the Valraths and the humans, both equally interested in conquering the Stormbrew plains for themselves. The two nations have since made peace, and the Valrath government in particular has made concerted efforts to forsake its aggressive past. In more recent times, they have focused on economic strength over the physical. There is a saying among the Valrath, in order to survive the ice, one must have an icy soul. This is apt for a Deathwalker, a nomad bent on atoning for the Valrath nation's past sins by ensuring the souls of the dead find rest. Wherever great tragedy falls, a Deathwalker is usually not far behind, and Frosthaven has seen plenty of tragedy. Hey Carados, it's going well. I'm actually just on the setup that I had for Slay the Spire. Trying to set it up in other ways made me realize that the way I was doing it for Slay the Spire was actually just completely fine. So hopefully the camera doesn't fall down or something, because it is not safely secured. That's my only issue. Okay, first fun thing to do. There are so many fun things to do in this game. The first one is going to be, I mean, honestly, just reading characters was fun. But the first fun thing to do is each of the characters is going to have a character quest. And if the character completes the quest, they can retire. They're just like, okay, I adventured. I did the thing that was important to me. I'm going to retire now. I also... Okay, I'm not sure. I would have to recheck the rules. But I think that when you retire characters, you get new buildings in town. So the idea like is the character who retired is manning a building in town for you now. So your party can go like do a new thing at town that they couldn't do before, which I think is really cool. I like the idea of like one of your soldiers from XCOM has an incredibly impressive combat resume, but then kind of gets old because the campaign takes a long time and is like, okay, well, I'm going to go train in the armory now and I'll train your soldiers for you. I think that's awesome. Zephyr just made his presence known. I think that was actually Little Cat. But yes, the cats will yell at me a bit. Very excited to see all board games. The Slay the Spire setup lets us... Yes. Yes, thank you for the sub. Okay, so this is for my banner spear. In general, when I'm doing stuff for all 4 characters, it's going to go in the order of introducing the characters. So first I'll do something for the banner spear, then the drifter, then the bone shaper, then the deathwalker. The banner spear's possible quests. If I do it like this, is it readable? It's tough. It's tough. In a video game, you just like capture the screen and it's easy. In a physical setup, there's actual like physics involved. I don't know if I can get it better than that. Unfortunately, it's like, I'll read it out loud. You are a people person, sure. You've got a job to do, but would it hurt to make a few friends? Of course not. Nothing make you happier than sitting around the hearth while drinking with some fast friends, drinking, talking, and playing games. You think I would need another camera? Yeah. I would need another camera up there that was zoomed more. It's fine. Some better lighting might actually help quite a bit. I don't know, we can play around with it a little bit. I might add another light to the setup at some point. We have 2 possible goals to do. The other is greed is good. There are many high and lofty goals in life, sick grandmas and epic love. Ridiculous. The only thing that matters is money. Getting the most of it and keeping it safe. The weight of gold in your purse is a greater feeling than anything else imaginable. Grandmas be damned. These also have instructions of what I'm meant to do. So for team building, I meant to, during 8 different outpost phases, read a person's name in an event or section. And in greed is good, I am meant to have 80 plus 20 times prosperity level gold in my possession. For a banner spear, this is a character about like coordinating as a team. I think team building seems like the obvious one to pick. So our banner spear is going to be a team builder. Does anyone have recommendations for a name for a banner spear? Because I don't have one. Hey, Carol. Verna. Vernash says Verna. I like that. Let's go with Verna. You know what I don't have is a pencil. Let's go look for a pencil. All right, chat. We are writing in pen. Human banner spear. Name Verna. Ooh. Ever used this pen before? Notes. Team building. I am going to build a spreadsheet to track missions and like character inventories and stuff so that people can easily pop in and out of that to see what they've missed. So this little like game provided character sheet is not actually going to be that important. I think it's all going to be redundant information with stuff that I put in the spreadsheet, but still, we'll write that down. Okay, so Verna now has the team building card, which means nobody else can draw it because it's not on the deck. But next up, our drifter. Drifter. The spreadsheet's for my enjoyment? I mean, yes. Build, not destroy. Sure, you've made a name for yourself as a seasoned fighter. When push comes to shove, you know how to kill a man. Still, it doesn't feel good. You long to find a new way of life, one that doesn't involve tearing something down, but rather building something up. To use your hands for a positive purpose, that would be ideal. Experience the construction of 12 different buildings or building upgrades. Sure, that seems thematic with a drifter. Or searching for the oak. Most people believe that the great oak in the capital is the true face of the divine. But you have heard rumors of a great prophet who brought a sacred acorn from the north to plant the great oak. The true oak is somewhere in this frozen waste, and you wish to gaze upon it in awe. Personally loot 8 total lumber cards through loot tokens to unlock Sacred Soil, mission 69. Nice. And then follow it to a conclusion. I don't know. Both of these are thematic for a drifter, I feel like. Do people have strong opinions between deciding to settle down and build some stuff or looking for a sacred tree? I feel like looking for a sacred tree is a lot cooler. That is a much cooler adventure thing. Yeah, okay. We will search for the oak. What is the name of our Inox drifter who is searching for the oak? Anyone have recommendations or requests? Darius the Drifter. Sounds like a Steve. I'm a Steve. Evil Phoenix. I've played a little bit of Gloomhaven. Not all of it, for sure. I've played like 20 hours. Gary Oak. Gary the Drifter. Is that Professor Oak's first name? Wait, what is Professor Oak's first name? What is Professor Oak's first name? I'm like, if I was at a keyboard, I'd Google it right now. Samuel the Drifter. I'll go Samuel. I liked all of these recommendations. Searching for the oak. So I will want to keep a tally of how many lumber cards I have looted. And we need to get up to 8 in order to unlock that quest to retire this character. All right, next is our Bone Shaper, the Necromancer. I don't really have a great sense for what like the Necromancer's personality or motivations are, other than like, let's do shit. That seems kind of like the introduction of the character. Let's just do shit. Holy shit, I can make skeletons and it hurts me. I'll keep going. The study of plants. Plants are infinitely more interesting than people. There are so many varieties. Okay, this one seems fitting, actually. There are so many varieties, and each one has unique properties. If you could do nothing but look at new plants all day, you absolutely would. But you're running out of new plants to look at. Luckily, there's an entirely new ecosystem in the northern part of the continent. I meant to personally collect 5 different types of herbs through loot tokens. Or Ether Outpost. Wait, it's an Ether Bone Shaper. You're an Ether, right? Yeah. Okay, maybe this one. Frosthaven is not such an obscure place as it once was. It seems stories of the strange occurrences and fantastic creatures have reached far and wide, and there are certain parties interested in founding research outposts in the region, reasoning there is knowledge to be found. Now it's just up to you to do the legwork. Immediately unlock a strong foundation, number 65, and follow it to a conclusion. That's interesting. Immediately unlock a mission. I don't want to immediately unlock a mission. That's too committal. Also, I feel like it would be like too hard for me at the moment. I don't know. Missions start at number 1 and then go from there. So I'm kind of like conceptually thinking like I'll do mission 1 through 10 and then like start doing 10 through 20 and stuff. I don't know if that's actually how the game is balanced. In fact, I don't think it is how the game is balanced. I think the game is balanced such that every mission is meant to be balanced for your party level, but I don't know. We're going to go study of plants for our Bone Shaper, and our Bone Shaper needs a name. Plants sound like a combo with oak. I think actually a non-bow, because in order to complete it, they both want to be taking the loot tokens and missions. Because it has to be them specifically who gets the loot. It can't be like the party gets the loot. Penelope, Gideon, Nelly, Deckard, Balinkus. Clea, Pamela, Sasha, Nagash, I like Harper. Harper the Bone Shaper. All right. And finally, we have our Deathwalker, whose options are explore the reaches. Who are all these people? They come all the way to this glorious wilderness and then huddle together in their drab little buildings. It's madness. You will climb the tallest peak and go farther out into the snow plains and frozen seas than anyone else has done before. You will see the glorious sights yet unseen. We're going to complete 5 different scenarios that require a... I've never seen these icons before. I think that's a boat, don't know, or a sled. Rope? Maybe? I don't know what the second one is. Or life lessons. Life is all about the experience. It is fleeting and really only meaningful on a very small scale to you and those in your immediate surroundings. The best thing you can do with your life is to just go out and experience as much as possible. Have fun, find adventure, and maybe get a little blood on your face. Gain 150 experience from ability cards. Okay. I'm down for that. Life lessons, Deathwalker that just wants to have fun. I feel like that's pretty sweet. What should our Deathwalker be called? I can put these away now. Donut the Deathwalker. I like Lyle. Lyle's a cool name. Is that how Lisle is meant to be pronounced? I assume so. Name Lyle. Lizla. I think that's Lyle. Yeah, that's like Scottish or something. Lyle. I feel like that's Scottish. Anyway. Cool. The next thing our characters are meant to do, they start with 30 gold, and we can spend that gold on some items. What is this zoom like? That's a pretty good zoom for doing this. So there are, I'm pretty sure I got this right. I'm pretty sure there are 9 items which are unlocked at the start for purchasing. The game actually doesn't let you purchase items in town at the start. So you can purchase them in character creation, but in order to actually purchase them in town, we will have to create a building, and I don't actually know how to do it. So who knows when that will happen. But as a party, we have to decide how we are purchasing these items. We all have 30 gold. There's only 2 copies of each one, so we can't have like 4 poison daggers. That is not possible. So, immediate, confident thought. I think the Bone Mancer wants Warden's Robes. When one of your summons suffers damage from an attack, that summon gains 2 shield against the attack. And we can use this once per long rest, which means potentially like 2 or 3 times in a mission is not unreasonable. That costs exactly 30 gold. That is our Bone Shaper's purchasing done. The number in the circle is the cost, yeah. With a party of 4 and summons, something that I have discovered in playing the first 3 missions on my own is like corridors get very cramped and it can be hard to maneuver and stuff like that. And so I think the winged shoes are very, very, very high value here. These cost 15 gold, and once per long rest, they add jump to one of our movement abilities. Oh, actually to all of our movement abilities. So that means we can go over enemies or obstacles, as long as we don't end up on top of them. So I'm going to be buying both of these. And I think the Banner Spear wants to be able to maneuver to use the fancy attacks, and the Drifter is probably our tankiest character. So I think we want to put them on those two. Those two are the ones who want to be in the front of the team, probably. So they both have 15 gold left. I also think I'm playing at +2 difficulty, which means... So you can take less damage by being really clever in a game like this. Like lots of games like this, you can take less damage by kind of like manipulating how the enemy can move in order to attack you. But in terms of... Oh, can I read what the Boots of Speed do? Yeah, during ordering of initiative after all ability cards have been revealed, increase or decrease your initiative by 10. I think the Boots of Speed, the game is meant to be played without you knowing the initiative of all of the people you're playing with. Like, you're meant to hide it. You can say, like, I'm going to go pretty quickly in the turn, but you can't say I have initiative 32. So I think Boots of Speed are more of a, like, multiplayer item than a solo item, where a solo game, I can just exactly order the initiative exactly how I want anyway. So, winged shoes, 15 gold, 15 gold. I was talking about enemy damage, how you can kind of avoid it cleverly, versus their health. There is kind of no way to kill enemies except for dealing their health worth of damage. You can be a little bit clever about how you do that, but for the most part, you have to deal the enemy's health worth of damage. And so I think I want to buy both poison daggers. These say, during your melee attack ability, add poison to one attack. Once an enemy is poisoned, it takes 1 more damage from all future attacks, until either it's dead or the poison is somehow removed. So I'm going to put a poison dagger on my banner spear, I think, unless I need a shield there. No, I think Poison Dagger on Banner Spear and Poison Dagger on Deathwalker. And then I do need a little bit of tanky. Also, like, that's it for damage items. There actually aren't any other damage items available at campaign start. So if I wanted to buy more damage items, I actually just can't. So tank items, I think the Heater Shield just gives me 1 more health, basically, and I'll put that on my Drifter. It says when you suffer damage from an attack, gain a shield for the attack, and I can use it once every long rest. It's fine. And then we get 30 gold in each character at the start. And then the Amulet of Life. During your turn, perform 1 heal on self. I'm going to put on my... Wait a second. No, let's put that on my Drifter. So Drifter has a card which makes heals heal for 2 more. So that seems like an obvious combo. Okay, what do I actually want on my Deathwalker then? I could put a shield on my Deathwalker. My Deathwalker starts with 6 health and has a decent number of melee attacks. So having a shield kind of feels sensible. Maybe we'll do that. 6 health is very low. So my Banner Spear and Drifter have 10 health, and then my Bone Shaper and Deathwalker have 6 health. 6 health is like one-shottable. The way that this game handles getting one shot is good, though. You won't actually die in one shot because you can always burn your cards to not take damage. But of course, if you burn your cards, then you don't have cards anymore. And if you run out of cards, then you die. So, like, this is not a desirable thing to be doing by any stretch of the imagination. It's just better than getting one shot like you might in XCOM. Money cannot be shared. Starting money is lost if not spent. You can't keep it for later. I actually didn't know that, but I will trust that you Know the rules. Maybe we go like, maybe we put items here, and then we mark that they are used with tokens when they get used. A fun thing about playing a board game is you get to develop the interface on your own to some extent. So you have winged shoes and an amulet of life, and I'll just like put a marker on them when they're used and remove the marker when I refresh them. And I think I can remember what they do. I get to find out if I know how to ban some. It's kind of sad because I'm kind of down for casual nudity. Just consensually. All right. Just in case the cards get mixed up, I'm going to write down on the character sheets what the quests are. Life lessons for the Deathwalker. And study of plants for the Bone Shaper. Harper, Lyle, Samuel, and Verna. Okay. That is all done for now. Our party is ready for... Well, actually, we haven't named our party. Does anyone have a good party name? We don't, like... We can think about this for a long time. It's not urgent in any way. But we have not named our party. The Ghost Lions. I don't hate the idea of the Ghost Lions. Blue Collar Jorbs. It's a cute one. Quick reference. Beginning a scenario. Select a scenario. All right. Well, there are actually 2 scenarios unlocked right now. There's the tutorial, which is scenario 0. And there is the first scenario, which is scenario 1. Did you miss the introductory roleplay where the characters get to know each other? Do you want some introductory roleplay? I mean, y'all can roleplay. No. No, I've thought about what I said. Exclamation mark dig for a name. I'm not opposed to the party being into the search for riches or something like that. A town In flames. Oh, actually, before we even get to that, with your head down, you march, one foot then the other. You try to block out the pain, the throbbing in your toes, the numbness in your face. Just keep the rhythm, you think. 1, 2. But the wind isn't so easily ignored. It claws at you, whipping up ice and snow like tiny hooks, making every breath difficult. Your skin is thick, you always prided yourself on that. But nothing is thick enough for this. You are walking through the frozen wastes, a place far to the north, where only the hard and the lost dare to travel. Of course, that's probably why they hired you. It's been 10 days of plowing through snowdrifts as high as your waist, and there's still no sign of the town. Your mercenaries hired as part of a support team, the first group of the season sent to check on humankind's most distant outpost, Frosthaven. It's a place forgotten by most of the world, a tiny settlement carved out of the frozen wilderness that, for half the year, is wholly cut off from the Empire, isolated by towering, unbreachable drifts. But as of last week, just enough snow has melted off the Imperial Pass for a team to get through. They were hiring, and your coin purses were empty. So then, here you are. No one really knows what awaits you in Frosthaven. Your snow-muddled mind struggles to imagine what sort of people could survive through the winter in a place like this. But whoever's there, you hope at the very least they've left a fire going. Crown, thanks for the 68 months. A town in flames. The scenario is complete when all enemies in it are dead. At the end of that round, we will read section 9.1. Introduction. The sounds greet you first, muffled metallic pangs, a voice howling. It's difficult to make anything out with the wind rushing past your ears, but you'd know the tune anywhere. There's a fight up ahead. But a fight means people, and if there are people, then the town must be close. You hear more, a scream, the crash of steel against stone, a deep, earthy growl. You're running now. Your legs are wasted from the hike, your shoulders ache from your gear, but the sounds are close now, and up ahead you see gauzy orange light blooming in the air. With one last push, you round the final bend in the trail and you see it, Frosthaven, engulfed in flame. Great petals of fire burst from windows and crawl over roofs. People stream from the town's ruined gate, their faces bent in panic. A moment later, you see the object of their terror, a massive creature with 2 legs and 2 hulking arms covered entirely in thick white fur, 3 gnarled horns crowning its head. "Algok's raiders! We're doomed!" cries an elderly porter beside you. "They're stronger than anything else alive. We've come all this way for nothing." As if to prove the point, the Algox you've been watching catches a fleeing outposter with one hand and hurls him backward as if he weighed nothing. 10 days you've been hiking, 10 days, and this is what you find. You breathe out a thick plume of foggy air and hoist your weapon high. Time to get to work. All right. So, our campaign map goes away for a bit. It will, of course, return. For this scenario, I will need board 9A, 13A, and 13C. The first thing I did, well, not the first thing I did. The first thing I did was spend 3 hours organizing the box and reading the rulebook. The second thing I did was go get a filing cabinet to improve the organization. Because basically it teaches you how to put the game away, but it doesn't teach you how to have the game set up in a way that's like reasonable to find things in under 2 hours every time you're setting something up. All right. You think you will see the world again in 2 hours? I think that is a massive underestimation. All right. We will need to create a loot deck. We are going to need Algok's archers, guards, priests, and city guards. I have the city guards here. Algok's archers, guards, and priests. I did alphabetize these, making it much easier to find them. And also, I've played this mission before in my learning of the game, so I happened to like know that these were what I would need. Anyway, okay, good. We will need one snow door, which goes here. We will need 4 large snow corridors, 3 snow corridors. You know, this stuff isn't until the next room. So we need a log, which is difficult terrain, and debris, which is impassable terrain. A log, which is difficult terrain, and debris, which is impassable terrain. And then we have a few friends to set up. But Holtzkern link claims 15% off. It's only 10% off. I should change that. So, anyway, we have an Algox guard standing right in front of us. Okay, here's the deal with Gloomhaven. So that's an Algox guard. Can you tell it's an Algox guard? Not really, because you're looking top down, right? I have a solution for this, I think. We'll see. The Algox guards, so all the enemies basically have 8 things that they can do. These are the ones that the Algox guards have, sorted-ish by their initiative value. Lower initiative goes earlier in the turn order. Algox guards. Can you read those things? Probably not. This says Venom Shiv. It's an attack which applies poison, and they shield for 1. It has no move attached to it, so they wouldn't move. That's an example of a card. This one says nothing special. It is a move plus 0, so they move at their regular speed, which is 3, and an attack plus 0, so after they've moved, they would attack at their regular attack, which is 4. That is kind of the anatomy of one of these cards. So that's the Algox guard. There are 2 Algox archers in the corner. Please play on magnetic table and rotate the entire table 90 degrees. I think one way I could do it is get a different camera. Another way I can do it is work out a way to make the pieces readable from above, which is what I'm going to do. I think I can do that without too much difficulty. Yeah. We got 2 Algox archers. The Algox archers are rough. They shoot you, and they hit for 4, and they're ranged. What the hell? Like, what are you even meant to do? They just keep shooting you. How do you not die? I don't know. All right. Boom, boom. And then we have an Algox priest. Did I just put the piece on its side? Kind of large. It does work for the archers. but it's a bit too big to work for a lot of the pieces in the game. The Algox priests are pretty fun. They do some healing, they do some hexing. They move very fast sometimes, like they have 8 or 9 initiative on some of these cards. And the priest is an elite, which means it gets a yellow base. And then also in the room is a city guard. The city guard is allied with me. It's standing right here. There's loot on the ground over here. Okay. Let me go look to see if I have different color post-it notes. I might. Unfortunately, this is not colorblind friendly, I don't think. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not colorblind. I have yellow, I have teal. Those are recognizably different colors. I know I have white post-its somewhere because I was just using them. Here, they're already on the table. And I have white. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tag the pieces with post-its. This was my big idea. Will it look good? I don't know. We'll find out together. So that's an Algox Archer. That's an Algox Archer. This is an Algox Guard. And this is an Algox Priest. And then I can also, on the board, I can like use these. So blue, white, and yellow. Does that work? I mean, you can't read these anyway, right? So I don't know how readable these are. Um, I see a very small preview from my perspective, but I imagine that the resolution isn't really good enough to make out the words. All right. I think that's fine. The base, the like tag kind of leaves the hex that it's actually in. So these two are archers. This is a priest, and that's a guard. An Algox guard. This is a city guard. All the allies in this scenario are going to be city guards. Special rules. All city guards are allies to you and enemies to all other monster types. City guards do not perform turns, but instead gain an additional innate shield for a total of 2 shield at level 1, and 2 retaliate, and have an initiative of 50 for the purpose of focusing. So yeah. They are level 3, but also at level 3, they get a total of 2 shield at level 3. I'm playing the scenarios up 2 levels. So my character is level 1, the enemies are level 3. When we open door 1, we are meant to read section 5.3. Until then, though, worth noting that these are our setup tiles. And we're on our own. So in order to recognize the characters from above, I will put more paint on them at some point. You'll also get more familiar with them probably. Also, it'll just kind of be obvious from what they're doing as you get more familiar with them. This is the Banner Spear, who does a lot of maneuvering and like melee combat. This is the Drifter, who is the like most versatile kind of brawler character. Probably going to do a lot of tanking for us. This is the Deathwalker, who does some fancy shit with shadows. We'll find out. And this is the Bone Shaper, who summons minions. Their names are Lyle, Verna, Samuel, and what's the Bone Shaper called? I don't remember. Harper. Thank you. All right. Harper, Lyle, Samuel, and Verna. Okay. I've been going for an hour. I have gotten the first scenario set up. This is a really good point to take a little stretch, and then we will get into the combat stuff. So I will, this is only gonna be like 3 minutes. I'm gonna fill up a glass of water and chug it, and maybe like have a little energy bar. I'll be right back. Twitch chat. Hello. You think this may be a good use of a spreadsheet overlay, but that's effort. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do that. But if somebody else wanted to, if you want to make a spreadsheet that tries to track what's going on and share it, that would be okay with me. Color unit name. I'll just say it out loud a lot. I think that's fine. So it's now time to actually play Gloomhaven. I mean, we've been playing Gloomhaven the entire time. Frosthaven. But now it's time to like actually play a turn of the tactical layer. Oh my god, one of my nails is long, and all the other nails aren't long. That's weird. I guess the other nails are getting close to long, but there's only one that's like, wait, that needs to be cut. Okay. I'm gonna kind of go through my character's cards one at a time here. So my banner spear, okay, I guess we should talk about the anatomy of a card first up. Cards have a top half, a bottom half, and an initiative value in the middle here. Worth noting that you can always use the top half of a card to attack for 2. That's what that tiny little text there says. And you can always use the bottom half of a card to move for 2. That's what that tiny little text there says. This card is Rallying Cry. It says that it makes an attack for 3 damage and disarm. That little token says disarm. Token, symbol. And it's a Banner Spear card, so Banner Spear's big thing is Banner Spear has conditional attacks, which can only be launched if enemies and allies are arranged in a certain way. So the gray tile would be the Banner Spear, the red tile is the enemy, and the blue tile is any ally. That can be a summon, it can be the city guard who's on this map right now, it can be another member of the party. The bottom half of Rallying Cry summons a Banner of Strength. The Banner of Strength has 4 health. It has no movement, no attack, and no range, and it says all allies within 2 range add +1 to one of their attacks each turn. We have Javelin. This is a 3 damage ranged attack with 21 initiative. This one creates a wind element. So there's an entire thing with elements. We'll get into that later. Bottom half can move, and it can also then push an enemy 3 tiles. Regroup heals for 2 and puts regeneration on someone within 2 range. Regeneration heals you for 1 at the start of every turn. Bottom half grants 2 allies within 3 range, 3 move. I'm not intending for you to understand all of these cards and everything that they do and like remember them all or anything like that. I'm just kind of showing you what sorts of things we're working with here. Just giving you an overview. Combined Effort deals 3 damage and applies a wound. Wound makes it so an enemy takes 1 damage at the start of its turn every turn. And again, it has a setup that you need to be in order for it to happen. This little symbol down here, this 1 star, means that when I use the top half of this card, I get 1 experience, by the way. You get experience for playing cards and for completing scenarios. You don't get experience for getting last hits on things. Bottom half of this moves us 2 and then grants 2 allies within 2 range a move of 2. So Banner Spear has lots of stuff around positioning. Tip of the Spear, this one can hit 2 tiles, but only if we are behind an ally and there are 2 enemies in front of that ally, and deals 3 damage and has 3 piercings, so if there's an enemy with shield, they'll get through shield. Bottom half of it moves 4. At all costs, heals all allies for 3, but we take 1 damage for each ally whose hit point value increased with the heal ability. Worth noting, like the city guard on this map is an ally, so it isn't just members of our party, it's also other allies on the map. And then bottom half of this is Summon Reinforcement, which summons a summon with 1 health and 2 movement, and we control the movements of this summon. Usually summons move based on AI, but this summon, we actually move it before our turn every time, so we can use it to set up the right types of shapes for us to use our fancy attacks. Hey, Mr. King. Unbreakable Wall. I wanted to stream under the Frosthaven category, by the way, so that people would be like, what game is this? Oh, it's in the Frosthaven category. It must be Frosthaven. But there isn't a Frosthaven category. So I just went in board games. I don't really know where I should go. I don't know. Anyway, Unbreakable Wall. This one deals 3 damage and pushes 1. It can target 3 enemies if there happen to be 3 enemies in a row somewhere. Bottom half of this gives 1 shield and makes all of my ranged attacks have -1 range, and there's a persist token on the bottom half of this, which means that isn't just for 1 turn, that is forever. Like until the end of the mission. We would get 1 shield and all of our ranged attacks would have -1 range. It would give us 2 experience to activate that part of the card. So if we need to be tanky, we can be a little bit tankier. Deflecting Maneuver. Shield reduces incoming damage by 1. In case that was like that, I feel like that's usually what shield does, but worth mentioning. Deflecting Maneuver deals 2 damage. It consumes wind, so if we use Javelin to create wind, then we can use Deflecting Maneuver the next turn to consume the wind we created. Wind is such a weird element name. I'm going to create wind and then consume the wind I created. Yeah, I don't know. If we consume wind as we play Deflecting Maneuver, though, it gets 1 more damage, so it would hit for 3, and it has advantage, so we'd draw 2 modifier cards when making the attack, and it would give us an experience. And also it says all attacks targeting you this round gain disadvantage, so enemies attacking us will draw 2 cards and take the worst one. Bottom half of this gives us 2 shield, only against ranged attacks, only until the end of the turn. Pincer Movement, deals 5 damage and confuses an enemy, which gives them disadvantage until the end of their next round. We have to be on either side of the enemy to do this one. It is like the most damage we can deal with an attack to a single target. Bottom half of this has 1 move and loots, which picks up loot in a 1 hex radius around us, like all of the loot in a 1 hex radius around us. That's what loot 1 does. Set for the charge, whenever an enemy moves or teleports from a hex not adjacent to you to a hex adjacent to you this round, that enemy suffers 2 damage. And the bottom half of it is a move 4, and then we're back to Rallying Cry. So, yes, I can put it in the title. That's fine. So, I have to decide which of these I'm playing. So we played 2 cards. We decide one of them to use the initiative value for. That'll decide when we go in the turn. And then when we're actually playing our turn, we decide which of the cards to use the top half of and which of the cards to use the bottom half of. So we can get creative in like, well, if this happens, I want to be able to do that. But if that happens, I want to be able to do that. These 2 cards both let me achieve that in either scenario. So there's a thing in the background to consider, which is that the different characters have masteries they can pursue in combats. And if you complete a mastery, I believe you get a perk, which is really nice. Perks make you stronger. Verna has a mastery, perform a banner summon ability on your first turn. Keep the banner alive and within 3 range of you for the entire scenario. And a lot of the mastery abilities for characters are like, wow, that would be basically impossible to do at level 1. But this mastery ability actually feels like it's easier to do at level 1 than it might be in some other situations. Like, this is a fairly straightforward, not that difficult mission, and so maybe I can do that. Kind of the idea. So I think I might try. I think I might try to do that. So I only have 1 banner in my deck, so I'm going to want to play Rallying Cry, bottom half, so summon a Banner of Strength, which means I also get a top half of a card of some sort. And my immediate thought is that should probably just be Javelin, because I'm not in melee range with anything right now, and we have no way of guaranteeing that anything walks toward me. So Javelin seems like the way to make sure we actually get an attack off, yeah? Alright. So Javelin is the ranged attack. Rallying Cry will summon a banner for us. Hey Slurgy, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Look at some Drifter cards now. Again, like, not expecting you to remember every card and everything that it does. I'm just kind of showing you what the characters have to work with. So the Drifter's special mechanic is the Drifter has these persistent cards. Crushing weight on your next 6 melee attacks, add 2 damage. It also gives you experience when you play it, experience the second time you play a melee attack, experience the 4th time you play a melee attack. The 6th time you play a melee attack, you'll add 2 damage to the melee attack and discard the card. And that's kind of like the Drifter's thing, is that a lot of the cards will interact with these persistent cards and the character tokens on them. Like the bottom half of this heals 2 within 2 range, so I can target myself or an ally within 2 range, and says move the character token on one of your persistent abilities backward 1 slot. So if I'm about to run out of +2 damage melee attacks, I can move the token back a slot and get another one. I can also like gain an experience from my second melee attack and then move the token back 1 and then gain another experience. So this is a way to get experience during fights as well. Precision aim, all your ranged attacks have 1 range extra, and on your next 6 range attacks, add +1 damage. Bottom half, move the character token on one of your persistent abilities backward 1 slot and move 2. Same kind of idea. Vile Assault. I don't think I talked about losing cards yet. So Vile Assault's top half is deal 2 damage and apply poison, then deal 2 damage and apply wound, melee attacks. So like that's like quite a lot of attacks and stuff. But you lose the card. This is made by the people who made Gloomhaven. Yeah, it's like the second iteration. It is Gloomhaven 2. It is better, bigger. Everything about it is cooler. So, yeah. The XP on persistent abilities trigger when the token moves off the space, so no experience for playing it, but on first attack, you get experience. Huh? That is not what the character says, Valdra. I can show you. We can get into this. I can throw down. This pretty clearly, though, shows when you move forward into a space with 1 experience on it, you gain an experience. What the rulebook explains is you can't gain experience by moving backwards onto a circle. So if you're in the space in front of a circle, you can't move backwards into that circle and gain an experience. You can only gain an experience by moving forward into the circle. Exactly, Ivy. Exactly, you seem to understand perfectly. So Vile Assault, you can lose this card to play the top half of it. If you lose the card, it isn't in your discard pile, it's in your lost card pile, which means you can't get it back again for the rest of the mission. Eventually, you'll run out of cards entirely, and so putting cards in your lost card pile is like a large committal move, basically. Bottom half of Vile Assault moves you 2 and heals yourself for 2. We have Deadly Shot. This deals 1 damage at 4 range and applies poison to something, or bottom half move for 4. Prudent Preparation. We get 1 defense, 1 retaliation. Bottom half of this heals for 2 within 3 range. Unbreakable. Move the character token on 2 of your persistent abilities backward 1 slot for top half. And bottom half, on your next 6 sources of damage from attacks targeting you, gain a shield. So this is a way to be a little bit tankier. Sustain Momentum. Attacks for 2, move the character token on 1 of your persistent abilities backward 1 slot. So this is just like repeatedly, these are what the Drifter's abilities do. On your next 6 move abilities, add +2 move is the bottom half. So if we want to move faster, we can do that. Continuous Health. Attack for 2 at 2 range. Move the character token on one of your persistent abilities backward 1 slot. Bottom half of this, on your next 6 heals, add 2 heal. Hisana. Violent Inheritance. Deals 1 damage and loots 1. Bottom half of it, move 4, attack 3 at 3 range, and lose the card. So that's like a really big move turn where you're seldom can you deal damage with the bottom half of a card. So if you wanted to deal a lot of damage in this turn, you could use this card as the bottom half, use an attack as the top half. You would have to lose the card though. And then I have Fortitude in my Drifter deck, I guess. So you get 12 level 1 cards on Drifter because 12 is the character's hand size, but you can remove a level 1 card for one of 3 X cards. All of the characters also have X cards, and those are kind of available to trade into your deck whenever you would like, but you have to take another card out. Fortitude deals 3 melee damage with 2 pierce, and it says before applying any other bonuses, move the character token on one of your persistent abilities forward 1 slot. If you pay that, it'll have 2 range instead of being melee. And bottom half of it, whenever you kill an enemy, move the character token on one of your persistent abilities backward 1 slot. I have Fortitude in here for the top half of it, though. Bloodletting, 3 damage. If you kill an enemy with the attack ability, move the character token on one of your persistent abilities back 1 slot. Bottom half of this is 1 melee damage and apply a wound. So this is another one where the bottom half does some damage. And then Draining Arrows deals 1 damage with 3 targets at 2 range and confuses them, giving them disadvantage. And the bottom half of it is 3 move. If you're adjacent to exactly 1 enemy, move the character token on one of your persistent abilities backward 1 slot. That is all of the Drifter's cards. The bottom of page 30 explains it using a Bone Shaper ability. The Bone Shaper performs the bottom action of Wrath of the Turned Earth, adding a token to the first slot. After the first use, they gain 1 experience. After the third use, they gain 3 experience. You have abilities which allow you to add effects by moving a character token on one of your persistent bonuses forward. You only gain experience when you move the token forward, not back. That's kind of... okay. I think we're getting contradictory rules from those two things, but we can play it that way, that's fine. That works for me. It's not a big deal either way. Have we had an encounter yet? We are playing turn 1 of the first encounter. So for turn 1, I think I would like my Drifter to be tanking on turn 1. So enemies decide who to attack based first on how far away they are from you, but then secondly, based on your initiative. So the tiebreaker here for this Algox Guard between attacking my Banner Spear and my Drifter is going to be the initiative of my Banner Spear and Drifter. If my Banner Spear has lower initiative, it'll want to attack my Banner Spear. If my Drifter has lower initiative, it'll want to attack my Drifter. I don't actually have a strong opinion about which one I want it to attack. I think it's like whatever. I think I would like to play Continuous Health, which says the bottom half of this. On your next 6 heals, add 2 extra health. I think that'll be pretty good. This is a map where it's unlikely I'll take 10 damage in 1 turn, and this just kind of gives me more benefit than having 1 shield on incoming attacks, because it gives me 2 health every time it procs instead of 1 health. Also, I have an Amulet of Life in my inventory, which can heal me for 1. It'll instead heal me for 2. So I think getting that in play as soon as possible is pretty good. And then I would also quite like to be able to deal more damage. So I think I'd also like to play Crushing Weight. So I'm going to play the top half of Crushing Weight, so that melee attacks deal 2 more damage, and the bottom half of Continuous Health, so that heals heal more. I am burning 2 cards on turn 1 to do this. I am not sure that that is right. It sure feels like it might not be right. But, I mean, this is the character's mechanic. Let's use the character's mechanic. I don't know. Let's go for it. It's very commonly misunderstood because it's not explained well. Well, yeah, I think it's explained in a contradictory way. It's explained exactly wrong on the Drifter character card. Anyway, that's fine. That's fine. They're doing their best. Okay. Our Bone Shaper. I feel like Verna is a better name for a Bone Shaper. Anyway, our Bone Shaper, Harper, has a lot of summoning going on. Our Bone Shaper has a basic hand size of 12, which is like a lot of cards. In Gloomhaven, which uses the same rule system, all the starting characters that I was playing as had hand sizes of 9 or 10. So in terms of like how long you can stay in a fight with a hand size of 12 instead of a hand size of 10, how it works is you play 2 cards per turn. And then in order to get your cards back, you have to lose one of them. So with a hand size of 12, you can play for 6 turns before you have to reclaim. Then you have a hand size of 11, you can play for 5 turns. Then you have a hand size of 10, you can play for 5 turns again. Well, basically, once you have the hand size of 10, you're equivalent to where the starting point was for someone with a starting hand size of 10. So someone with a starting hand size of 10 can play 11 fewer rounds than someone with a hand size of 12, in theory. Missions are like 16 rounds long. So the difference between a hand size of 12 and a hand size of 10 is pretty gargantuan, I would say. So this is Returned Servant. We summon a Shambling Skeleton, which is a summon with 3 health, 2 move, 2 attack, and melee range. Summons just kind of operate on AI rules, so they will do their normal action every turn right before the turn of the character who summoned them. When I play Returned Servant, I also deal 2 damage to myself. And Harper only has 6 health, so, you know, it runs out pretty quick if we're doing this. I get 1 experience when I play this card, and this card is a persistent card. However, when the skeleton dies, it will then go in my discard. So there's some interesting stuff here with, like, say you have 8 cards left, and 2 of them are in play as skeletons, so you're only having 6 live cards to actually play turns with. You might want to have a skeleton die, or you can even choose to unsummon a skeleton and put the card in your discard pile whenever you want. You may want to do that so that you can play turns for longer, instead of keeping the skeleton in play. Bottom half of this is move 4. Angry Spirits is the next card. This one summons a Wraith. The Wraith has 1 health, 2 move. It attacks for 1 at 3 range, and it flies and has 2 shield. So a bit more of a complicated summon than the skeleton. Range is pretty notable, with 4 members of the party, one of whom summons a lot of things. It can be pretty hard to like get people into positions they can actually attack something from. So the Wraith is pretty sweet. Bottom half, on the next death of one of your summons due to damage from an attack, the attacker suffers 2 damage. Interesting, that's persistent. It doesn't burn. What a weird half of a card. I've never played that half of the card, I don't think. Bone Shaper is all about reusable summons. It's really cool. Yeah, very fun character. Decaying Will. Deals 1 damage at 5 range and applies poison. Add 1 damage if the target is adjacent to at least one of your summons. This one also will create a green. What is that? Nature essence? Life essence? Life element? What do I call that? A life element? Bottom half. All of your summons attacks are unaffected by retaliation. And that's a persistent card. So you play that and it stays in play forever. Earth. Why isn't it brown then? Transfer Essence. This is kind of a complicated card. So the first thing it says in the top half is you can strengthen one ally within 3 range. Strengthen gives them advantage on their attacks until the end of their next turn. That part's simple enough. If you consume a darkness essence or a darkness element or something, you can add another target. So you go 2 allies within 3 range instead of 1. Then also you poison something at 3 range, and if you consume a life essence or an earth essence, element, whatever, you can poison another thing at 3 range and you gain an experience if you do that. I have a rules question for you. If you only poison one target but you consume an earth essence, do you still get an experience? I would want to look that up if I were playing and it came up, I guess. Bottom half of this heals an ally for 5 within 3 range, but you take 2 damage and you channel a dark essence element, whatever. Okay, Damned Horde, exactly the same top half as the other summon skeleton card we saw. Bottom half on this, though, is curse 2 targets within 2 range. Curse is kind of cool. So there are modifier decks. I've been referring to them when talking about advantage or something like that. But basically, when an enemy takes an attack, it's going to draw a card from the monster modifier deck, and that says +1, so it will deal +1 damage in its attack. Cursing an enemy puts a curse modifier into this deck, which starts as 20 cards. And so when they draw it, they deal no damage with the attack. So it's like a future crowd control, kind of. At some point, which you cannot actually predict, the enemy is going to fail to attack you on a turn. So that's curse. Or maybe the curse will just stay in the deck and they'll never draw it for the entire mission. That's also possible. Eternal Torment. Top half, curse something within 5 range. Grant one of your summons adjacent to the target of the curse ability a regular attack. It also channels a dark element. Bottom half of this, grant one of your summons loot 1, with you gaining all looted tokens and tiles. So if you have a summon over by some loot and you want it, you can grab it. There are a max of 10 curses you can apply to enemies, yeah. And that's like obvious in the physical board game because there's only 10 of them in the pile. So there's no way you're ever going to try to add 11. Well, you might try to add 11, but there won't be a card to do it with. Command the Wretched. Grant one of your summons a regular move and a regular attack, and if you consume a dark element on this, it will also pierce for 2. Pierce means it ignores shield. Bottom half of this card, grant an ally an attack for 5. Melee attack for 5. The bottom half of the card loses it if you play it. So if you need to, like, that's come up for me in, like, choke points before. Like, if I need to get through a door and there's stuff in the way, I can get a big attack out of my Bone Shaper, who might be in the back lines, like, not able to do much offensively. Usually, but can command an ally to make a big attack to open the doorway up. Life in Death. This is another skeleton, so there are 3 cards which basically summon the same skeleton. And the bottom half of this, on the next 3 sources of damage to you, negate the damage. Foul Remedy. This heals an ally within 3 range for 2 health. When it says heal an ally, that doesn't include ourself. So one of the interesting things about the Bone Shaper is that we take a lot of damage and we can heal allies, but where does our health come from? We do have some ways to heal ourselves, but yeah, that's like kind of one of the tricky questions the class is trying to answer. We can also consume an earth element to add 2 more heal, consume a dark element to add 2 more heal and gain an experience. So we can heal an ally for 6 if we had the elements aligned right. Bottom half of this heals ourself for 1, and if an enemy has died this round, we heal ourselves for 1 again. Have I played a lot of Frosthaven already? Probably somewhere in the vicinity of like 25 hours since I opened the box. So I got to the end of mission 3, and then I was like, okay, I'm competent enough at this that it would be fun to stream it now. And then I was like, so do I start streaming it at the beginning of mission 4 and nobody has met the characters yet? Or seen the introduction of the campaign. That seems kind of weird, so I decided to start again. Which does mean that, like, I've seen this mission before, but it's not that big a deal, I don't think. Okay, Wrath of the Turned Earth. Grant one of your summons an attack for one more than they would usually attack for, so an attack +1. And if we consume an earth element on this, the attack also poisons, and we get an experience. This is a card that I added to the deck. I forget what I took out, but I wanted to be able to deal more damage, I guess. Bottom half of this, on the next 3 sources of damage to one of your summons, negate the damage. Actually, I do remember what I took out. There was a card which the top of it made 3 of your summons make attacks, but then the card was lost, and the summons put curses in the enemy deck, and it was just like, it is so optimistic in a party of 4 characters to think I'm ever going to successfully get that to work. Like, there just aren't enough tiles for the summons to be on for them to be able to make those attacks, was my experience. So I just went for the one that I didn't have to lose it to play it, and it just made one of the summons make a bigger attack than usual. And finally, we have Flow of the Black River, which heals us for X +1, where X is the number of our summons, so this is one of the ways we can get our health back. Bottom half of this makes us move for 2, and also makes one of our summons move for 2. We don't get to control where the summon moves, though, I don't believe. Summons have very exact rules for how they move. Malicious Conversion, top half, deal 4 damage. If this attack kills the target, immediately play a card from your discard pile to perform a summon action of the card, reducing any damage you suffer by 2. So this is a way I can, like, kill an enemy and immediately it becomes a skeleton. Pretty kind of cool. Bottom half of it, it does, we do lose the card if we do that, though. Bottom half of it lets us move for 3. If we consume an earth element, we move for 5 instead. And those are our cards. So I have really been enjoying the Wraith on the Bone Shaper. So the first thing I'm going to do is summon the Wraith. The Wraith has a ranged attack. That is largely why I like the Wraith so much. So I'm going to go Angry Spirits to summon a Wraith, and then I have the bottom half of the card as well. To think of the bottom half of a card, I will go... I mean, that one's a lot harder to decide, honestly. I feel like I don't have that many great bottom halves of cards on this character. I could just go Fell Remedy to heal myself for 1 after doing that. That's honestly probably fine. Yeah. Being at 5 instead of 4 means I can summon 2 skeletons. Okay, so I'm going to go Angry Spirits. I'm going to act with 76 initiative. I'm actually kind of deliberately thinking that I'll act with slow initiative on turn 1. I'm going to go for 71 initiative Rallying Cry instead of 26 initiative Javelin as the initiative choosing card for my Banner Spear. There's an Algox Guard right in front of us. If it wants to move into us and attack us, that's fine. It's not going to kill anyone. But I don't want to, like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to, like, try to play my turn before it goes, and then I'm, like, running up and there are archers over there, and maybe the archers start shooting at me. That just seems, like, not that great to me. So... have I played a lot of Frosthaven already? I already answered that. When you grant actions to summoned allies, you get to decide what they do with them. This is a change from Gloomhaven. Really? Whereabouts is that rule? I didn't see that rule. Cool. All right, so that makes the character a little bit better. Awesome. Now we have the Deathwalker. I'm still working out how to use the Deathwalker. Character's kind of tricky. You're 90% confident, but don't have the rulebook in front of you. Okay. So top half of Forceful Spirits, it's... this is an X card, which I put in the deck. I replaced a card that was very similar to it, but could only have 1 target with Forceful Spirits, which deals 2 damage to 2 targets at 2 range. The card I replaced with it dealt 2 damage to 1 target at 4 range. And I was like, I can position well enough that it's worth having the extra attack, I think. We can consume a darkness to deal an extra damage and create an experience here. The Deathwalker and the Bone Shaper have overlap with their elements. which is really nice. So often, like, the Bone Shaper could create darkness, and then the Deathwalker could consume the darkness to do something immediately. If you grant one ally or summon can perform move 2, attack 2, you can choose where they move and what they attack. Page 33. All right, awesome. Thank you. Bottom half of this, teleport to a hex with a shadow or adjacent to a shadow. I didn't really talk about the shadows yet. We have 5 shadows that we can put on the map, and they do things. We're going to find out what they do as we read the cards, mostly. Shadow Step. For example, Shadow Step. We move 3. This movement must end in a hex with a shadow. There you go. Shadow Step also attacks for 3. This is a card where the top half of it lets you move, which is unusual. Often the bottom half of the card is the only one that lets you move. Bottom half of Shadow Step, move 6 and place a shadow in the hex you are occupying after that move, but you lose the card. We start with 11 cards as Deathwalker. Then we have Wave of Anguish. This is another X card. For each shadow on the map at the start of this action, perform an attack for 3. Perform each attack as if you were occupying the hex with the shadow. So if you have 5 shadows out on the map, and let's say the 5 shadows are all next to an enemy, you can play this card and the Deathwalker makes all 5 of the shadows attack an enemy adjacent to them for 3, which is really cool, but also very hard to set up. So that's been my struggle with this character, is like, okay, you do really cool things, but how? Bottom half of this, move 2 and move all shadows up to 1 hex. Then there's Eclipse. Place 3 shadows and hexes within 3 range. So this is one way to set your shadows up, but the card is lost when played for that mode. So is it worth it to do that right at the start of the mission? I don't know. If you do it right at the start of the mission, how do you get the shadows from the first room to the second room in order for them to do stuff in the second room as well? I don't know either. I've largely been finding that Deathwalker does a lot of damage in one room. In the room where we play Eclipse, we kind of carry the fight. But then in the other rooms, we don't have as many shadows and we're a lot less useful. I might try using Eclipse on turn 1 here, though, and like kind of see what happens. I could see that being pretty sweet. Question. If you are standing in this hex, that hex is a wall. For movement range, you'd have to go 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to that hex. But for Eclipse, place 3 shadows and hexes within 3 range. Can you go through the wall? 1, 2, 3. And place the shadows over here. I'm just thinking I could like move forward and then place shadows on everything on turn 1. All right, bottom half of this card just moves 4. You don't get to aim through walls like that. Very upsetting. Strength of the Abyss. Strength of the Abyss is a melee attack for X plus 1 damage, where X is the number of shadows on the map. So even if your shadows aren't where you want them to be, you can still use this to attack for like 5 or something if you've got quite a few of them set up. So that's pretty good. Bottom half of the card, once during each of your move or attack abilities, you may remove 1 shadow within 3 range to gain an experience and add +2 to your move ability or +2 to one of your attacks. That's a lot of words. That's a persistent ability, which we can play it as. Probably that's good at some point. And more McGill. Lingering Rot. Deals 3 damage to all adjacent enemies, and you perform this attack as if you were occupying a hex with a shadow. Then you remove the shadow. So this is a way to make a really big AoE attack, but it requires having a shadow in place ahead of time. It doesn't require us to be there, though. It just requires a shadow to be there. Bottom half of the card moves 3 and applies poison to an enemy within 1 range, which is that's just really solid. You move, you apply poison. Poison's regularly worth like 4 damage, 5 damage against some of these enemies, so that's cool. Call of Doom. The thing about poison is you can only apply it once to each enemy, but like at difficulty 3 with level 1 characters, I am kind of wanting to apply it once to every single enemy. Call of Doom. 1 damage to all adjacent enemies. If we consume a darkness, it also confuses them, giving them disadvantage until the end of their next turn. And you perform the attacks as if you were occupying a hex with a shadow. So we like choose a hex with a shadow and make all of the enemies around it confused. Bottom half of the card moves 3 and infuses a dark element. I think those are the words. There's a fun edge rule where 2 adjacent tiles are at range 2 from each other if they both border the same door but are separated by a thin wall between tiles. I don't know if I know what that means. Anger of the Dead. 2 damage, 2 range. You can remove any number of shadows within 3 range of yourself. For each shadow removed, you deal 1 more damage, get 1 more range, get 1 pierce, and get 1 experience. So you can like turn a collection of 4 shadows around you into this attack, hitting for 6 with 4 pierce on the other side of the room. It does consume all of your shadows though. Bottom half targets all enemies occupying a hex with a shadow and wounds them all. And then whenever an enemy enters a hex with a shadow this round, that enemy gets a wound. So this is a way to apply a lot of wounds to things. Wounds deal enemies 1 damage at the start of each of their turns. I think wound is a much less powerful status than poison. So I haven't like whatever. Then we have Dark Fog. Deals 3 damage at 3 range and applies curse, and it's an AoE attack. It hits 3 enemies in a triangle. Or 2 enemies who fit into the triangle in some way, or 1 enemy. Like you can use it for 1 enemy too, it's allowed. It also infuses a dark element, it gives us an experience, and is lost. So this is a big nuke. The fact that you lose the card and it applies curses is kind of interesting because you want to apply curses toward the beginning of the mission to give as much of a chance as possible of them being drawn by the end of the mission. Otherwise, they don't do anything. If they're still in the monster deck at the end of the mission, you just take them out. You don't like get to keep them for next time. So yeah, but lost cards which lose when you play them, you don't want to use toward the start of the mission because you'll run out of cards too quickly. So like, I guess the way to explain it is you could use this card in a different mode, like 2 times, and then use the top half of it. And that way you would have gotten whatever you did with it the other 2 times, as well as the final effect. Whereas if you just use it for the final effect straight away, you don't get the 2 smaller effects first. So your overall total output for the mission is lower. Bottom half of the card, move a shadow up to 5 hexes. Cool. Fluid Knight deals 5 damage. Perform the attack as if you were occupying a hex with a shadow, then remove the shadow. It channels Dark Element, gives you an experience. This is like one of the, I think, most straightforward ways to use a shadow. You just like make the shadow and then you hit something really hard. Sure. Bottom half, whenever you would suffer damage, you may instead teleport to a hex with a shadow, remove the shadow, negate the damage, and discard this card. And then Call of the Abyss, Call to the Abyss. During your and your shaman's attacks, before drawing an attack modifier card, you may place 1 character token on the target of the attack. When that enemy dies, place a shadow in or adjacent to the hex it occupied. Whenever you place a character token with this ability, remove any other character token placed with this ability. So, I mean, that does something. The bottom half of this card just says place a shadow in a hex within 2, which seems a lot easier to use. Top half of the card is a persistent buff for the rest of the mission. So yeah, I don't know. Sure. I already talked about Forceful Spirits, so those are my Deathwalker's cards. Deathwalker on turn 1. So here's the deal. We're going to summon a banner. We're going to summon a wraith. Our drifter is going to just buff itself. What does the Deathwalker want to do? Everyone else is just kind of standing around. Maybe Lingering Rot to move forward and poison that guard over there. So bottom half of Lingering Rot lets me move up and poison the guard, and then, I don't know, something else. It would be nice to have just some sort of, like, you hit the thing you're standing next to, but I feel like this character doesn't really have that. That's not really a thing the character has. Maybe I can't move up and hit it. Maybe what I have to do instead is like... Okay, so this way I don't poison it, but I get a shadow on the map, which might be good. I could go Call to the Abyss, which places a shadow and a hex within 2. And then I could use the top half of Shadow Step, which moves me 3, movement must end in a hex with a shadow, and then attacks for 3. And I'm going to do that at slow initiative because I don't actually want to do it at fast initiative. I want to let everybody else move before I go. So, I have successfully played my cards for turn 1. Somebody said we'd be back to the campaign map in 2 hours. It has been 15 minutes so far, and I haven't started moving on turn 1 yet. For initiative order, Drifter and Banner Spear both have 71s, so we tiebreak on the second card. That's a 61, and it's a 23. So it goes Banner Spear first, then Drifter, then Bone Shaper, and then Deathwalker. That's my initiative order. Now that I have decided which cards I'm using, we need to decide what cards the enemies are using. So I have a D8 here. What the game wants you to do is shuffle these decks and then draw from them, but you don't replace the cards. And so like the deck will have 6 cards left in it, and unless you remember which 2 you took out, you won't know which 6 cards those are. I have found it a lot easier to just put the cards face up and then roll a dice. And also, I have sleeves arriving for this game by the end of the week, but I don't have them yet. So I don't really want to shuffle the cards a ton when they're unsleeved anyway. Andreas. This is my first Frosthaven playthrough. I have played the first 3 missions off stream to like learn the game and get to a stage where I'm competent enough and my organization is good enough and stuff that I feel okay about streaming it. But then I like restarted. So this is... Yeah, I don't know the grander story or anything. I've just played the first, like, very mini quest line. Yeah. So the Algox Guard, we're going to roll a d8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 decides what it does. It's going to do number 8, which is a calculated strike. It moves at 70 initiative, which is 1 faster than any of us. And it will move toward us and then hit us. I've just realized that my turn doesn't work. My turn doesn't work if it moves towards me and hits me. Well, shit. That's what it's doing. Oh, well. That's fine. I guess I should have made a better turn. So Algox Guard, which is the yellow tagged enemy on the map, is going to move and hit us. Is dice rolling the mechanism for enemy actions? No, like I was saying, like this is a deck of cards. You would shuffle the deck and draw from it. I just would rather roll a dice when they're unsleeved, and this way I don't have to shuffle them as much. I think it actually just takes less time as well. The archers are doing nothing special. They'll do a regular move, and then they will shoot at 4 range. I think that does hit me, right? I think one of them will hit me. Well, actually... Oh, they're going to shoot the city guard. 1, 2... Yeah, okay, cool. City guard's going to do some tanking for us. And then the Algox Priest in the room. Action 6 is nothing special. It will do a regular move, and then it will attack an enemy at 3 range. That's also going to attack the city guard. So... the archers are moving at 31. The priest is moving at 62, and then the guard is moving. So this is the order of actions for the turn. Algox Archer, Algox Priest, Algox Guard, Banner Spear, Drifter, Bone Shaper, Deathwalker. I guess I could tag these with a post-it as well. Why not? I don't know. It's fun. Then you just re-rolled if you get a card that's been used before a shuffle. Yeah. Or I can like roll a d6 or a d4 instead of the d8. So this one's the Algox Guard. I'm very much not in a hurry with this campaign. I just really like doing this. So if you want to hang out and enjoy it with me, that is fucking rad. But I'm just gonna like try to be thoughtful and gosh, it's like I can just play this game forever. I get to a point where it's like time to go to sleep and I'm upset that I have to go to sleep because I want to play the game more, and then I'm like, but if I go to sleep, I'll be able to play the game when I wake up. So that's cool. But then I can't go to sleep because I'm thinking about playing the game more. I get very into stuff like this. It's like how I was when I first started playing Long War. All right, so now the initiative order tokens have the colors of the enemies as well, so you can see how that works. The yellow base, by the way, means something is an elite. The blue base means it's an ally. The white base means it's a regular enemy. Okay, so the first move is the Algox Archers. They are doing nothing special, which means they move their regular movement speed. Oh, this one's number 1, this one's number 3. So there are 6 of them and they're numbered. We're meant to randomly pick them as we set up. But number 1 is going to go first because they go from number ascending. And it has a range 4 attack for 4 damage. So it needs to get in range. It can't shoot through a wall. And the way it decides its targeting priority is that it looks at all the enemies. Okay, it tries to move the fewest tiles that it can in order to make this attack, and then it tie breaks by initiative order. So in this scenario, the city guards are my allies, and they have 50 initiative for consideration for initiative order. So with range 4, it cannot shoot anything from the tile it's in. It can't shoot anything from this tile. This tile is the first tile it can shoot anything from. That is a move of 2, which is the amount of move it has. This is going to move to here. And then it's going to try to decide who to shoot, and it's going to realize that the city guard, like there are four enemies to it within range. The drifter, the banner spear, and the city guard. But the city guard has the lowest initiative, so it's going to do the one it decides to shoot. So it's going to take a shot at the city guard. We have the monster deck here. That's the ally deck, actually. This is the monster deck. You completely agree about utilizing an app just for enemy tracking and loot deck. We keep everything else manual. The vibes are immaculate in the board game streams. Hell yeah. Gotta break out a D7 for next turn? Maybe true. So I like rolling dice. And I think this game was kind of like, I don't know if this was like a stated design intent or if it's just how it worked out, but this game does not have any dice rolling in it. And I've kind of like worked out how to add dice rolling as much as possible to it. So I like just rolling a dice for drawing from the ability modifier decks. This has 20 cards in it, so I can just roll a d20 and take card 19 out of it instead of drawing from the top. Which, like, you might think that's so stupid. Why not just draw the card from the top? The thing is, like, you add curses to the deck, you add blesses to the deck, stuff like this, and every time you add one, you have to shuffle. And so it actually ends up being faster, I think, to just roll a dice for that. The designer is on the record for being really against dice rolls, wrote long blog posts on it and everything. Yep. Very funny that he then designed a game with RNG that is equivalent to dice rolling. I mean, it isn't though. Like, I agree for what it's worth. The nice thing about a deck of cards for randomization is that it smooths RNG a lot. Like, there's only 1 +2 card in this deck, so you can only get a +2 once every time you go through the deck, right? So smooths the randomization a lot, kind of like evens things out, normalizes RNG a bit better. On the other hand, though, I do kind of feel like it's easier to roll the dice than it is to shuffle a deck, and so I'm kind of doing both at once. Anyway, the archer was attacking for 4 base damage as a regular Algox archer against a city guard with 8 health and 2 shield. It got +1 on its die roll, so it's hitting for 3. This is kind of weird, but when things are wounded, I like to put how much health they have left, not how much damage they've taken. To me, that makes it a lot simpler to tell how much longer it is before they die. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and mark on the enemy cards how much health they have right now, even though they haven't taken any damage yet. And it just kind of like, I don't know, it just kind of gives you an idea about how far things are away from dying. Well, these only have 7 health, not 8. There's an Algox Priest that is an elite that starts with 12 health. And there's an Algox Guard, which is not an elite, which also starts with 12 health. Your playgroup has spinny stands for enemies where you spin down from max health to 0 per standee. Oh, that's cool. All right, sweet. So that shows you just like immediately, well, this one's an ally. So the ally has 5 health left. And that one has 12 health. This one has 7, 7, 10, 1, 1 is 12. So you can kind of see how much health of enemies is on the map. I just think this is a better way to do it than count up. You just put physical dice on the sections to show the current HP. Yeah, I don't have that many dice, unfortunately. All right, the other archer goes now. It also needs to seek a target, and the best way it can shoot something is to move here and also shoot the city guard. Sucks to be the city guard. There are 19 cards left in the modifier deck. I rolled 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. So this is critical miss. When they roll a critical miss or a critical hit, the critical hit deals 2 times damage. The critical miss deals 0 damage. You reshuffle the deck. So I have saved myself 1 reshuffle of the deck already. Hell yeah. Way to go me. There's a dog barking outside. There are not dogs barking outside very often in my neighborhood. Huh. Hopefully it is okay. Alright. So the archers are done. Next is the Algox Priest. The Algox Priest is doing nothing special. It moves its base movement in order to attack at range 3. Its target is going to be the enemy closest to it, which is just the city guard, so it doesn't have to move, and so it just makes its basic attack at range 3. This is an elite Algox Priest. Elite Algox Priests have 3 damage and also 2 pierce. So the shield on the city guard is not going to be doing the city guard any favors here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Deck is shuffled end of round when criticals are pulled. Oh. Okay. Well, I rolled a ×2. So the city guard's already dead. Hey, question. Do city guards drop loot? I don't know if they do or not. Either way, our ally is gone. It did its best, I guess. Okay, and finally we have the Algox Guard. The Algox Guard is... Wait, I'm turned over the wrong thing. The Algox Guard is doing a calculated strike. This is a regular Algox Guard, so its base attack is for 4, but it's getting +1 damage on the attack. Its base movement is 3. It can move 1 less than that, but it only needs to move 1 tile, so that's not a problem for it. It's going to prioritize hitting my banner spear, which means it can choose. It can choose to go here or here. And my understanding is that for almost everything in the game where there is a situation where there are 2 options, I get to choose what something does. Enemy summons do drop loot in Frosthaven. Yeah. I might turn that rule off. I don't know. We'll see how obnoxious it gets. If there's like no actual summon farming, maybe it's not that big a deal. So I think I've already given up on summoning a Banner of Strength, by the way. I'm going to, I think, move this here. But the Banner of Strength seems so sweet. Man. This turn didn't quite go how I was planning. The City Guard already being dead is kind of rough. Oh, the crit is not meant to be in the deck. Okay, so if I roll the crit miss or the crit hit, I'm going to not count them. It's making an attack for 5. My character has 10 health, minus 5. So I can choose, if I would like, to burn a card to not take 5 damage here. Typically, that's not something that you want to be doing. I need a piece of paper to keep my health. The fact that there's a loot deck and therefore the loot is finite. Well, yeah, but I don't want to have to sit there until I've gotten the entire loot deck. Alright, so this is Verna. Verna has taken 5 damage and is now at 5 health. That is unreadable. I might just keep that for myself. I don't know. I guess I could keep them on the characters. What do I keep them up here? This is how much health my characters have going in order. So character 1 is the Banner Spear. Character 2 is the Drifter. Character 3 is the Bone Shaper. And character 4 is the Deathwalker. That seems fine. And I haven't, like, tagged which one's which, but it's in the same order as here. Boom, 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 boom. I guess I could put it like on their cards, but it's harder for me to reach over there for whatever reason. Okay, so they took a turn. Cool. It is now my turn. I have to decide what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna summon a Banner of Strength. Fuck it, YOLO. So we have a Banner of Strength standee. For my summons, I think we're just going to maybe put them lying on the board so you can just see from above. Because my summons, I think, for the most part, are pretty small. Having done that, I also have a Javelin. Oh, when I summon this, it is now a persistent card. So we need somewhere for persistent cards. Maybe we put them here for now. Well, the City Guard is dead. Maybe we can have a little area for persistent cards over here. The Banner of Strength has 4 health. And its rules are all allies within 2 range add +1 to one of their attacks each turn. And then having done that, I'm going to use a Javelin. I can add +1 to the damage of it. So it deals a base of 4 damage from my modifier deck, which says 6, this dice roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 damage minus 1 is still 3. So the Algox Guard is down to 9 health. I might actually run out of health tokens sometimes doing it this way in some bigger rooms. Interesting to consider. All right, that is my Banner Spear's turn. Next up is Drifter. Drifter is using Crushing Weight and Continuous Health. These are persistent cards. So now on my next 6 melee attacks, I add 2 more damage, and on my next 6 heals, I heal for 2 more. My drifter has these little tokens which go on these to track how far along they are. And I don't get experience until the token moves forward. We have established. All right, my Bone Shaper is also going to summon. We're going to summon a Wraith. When I played Javelin, I channeled Wind. When I summon a Wraith, I channel Darkness. The Wraith has 1 health, but it does have 2 shield. It has 2 moves. It attacks for 1 at range 3, and it flies. So there's the Wraith. When we summon things, they have to be next to our characters. Simply kill enemies faster so you don't run out of health tokens. Good idea. And then, I was playing Fell Remedy in order to heal myself, even though I was summoning a Wraith which doesn't deal me damage. Well, that's awkward. Anyway, I can use the bottom half of Fell Remedy to move to. Yeah, okay. I am not above changing the order of resolution here. Let's put the Wraith in the back line instead of in the front line. It is a ranged unit, so that kind of makes more sense. So I need room for my discard decks. Stuff's gonna get cramped over there. Every mission, the board is a different shape, so every mission I have to kind of like decide where on the table things go. It was kind of fun. Okay. Not a lot of cards going in discard piles so far, because they're all kind of going in play. Finally, I have my Deathwalker, whose turn I horribly fucked up. I will admit I didn't do this very well. You know, I just realized I should have used Poison Dagger on the Banner Spear and just used the regular attack from Javelin. Also, the attack from Javelin was meant to be at disadvantage because I'm targeting something in melee range. I'm going to extend myself some grace here. I'm going to say... if we have to rewind because it is at disadvantage anyway, let's just say I used the melee attack. So I'll deal 1 less damage to the guard, but I will poison it. And I've used my Poison Dagger. Am I meant to have all the monster actions laid out? No. Not really, but it's inconsequential. Alright, so I'm going to place a shadow within 2 range, and then the top half of this card doesn't do anything. Whoops. Let's put a shadow token, I think, underneath our friend, the Algox Guard. Oh, shit! Y'all. I don't have battle goals. Oh, somebody did mention that. Okay. So battle goals are important. At the start of each mission, each of our character draws from this deck 3 cards and picks 1 of them. And if we successfully do whatever the card says in the mission, we get 1 or 2 perk points. I kind of have them laid out for you all, to be honest. I feel like over time, you'll actually get to a point where you know what these cards are if you're watching. Okay, so first the Banner Spear. Our options are Prepper, perform no attack abilities in the first 3 rounds. Well, I already failed that one, so let's not take that one. Ritualist, kill an enemy while 3 or more elements are strong or waning. I don't know if I can really do that here. Bastion, occupy a door hex adjacent to 2 or more enemies at the end of a round. All of these seem very hard. I'm going to try to go for Ritualist. which wants me to kill an enemy while 3 or more elements are strong or waning. If I succeed at that, I get 1 check mark toward having a perk. I think I meant to reshuffle the deck every time I draw battle goals, like, so I could get the ones I just saw for the other characters. I'm not going to shuffle the deck. I'm just not going to do that. So for Drifter, Shirker, kill an enemy not adjacent to you while you are adjacent to another enemy. Layabout, gain 7 or fewer experience before any bonus scenario experience. Or Perfectionist, end the scenario with your hit point value equal to your maximum hit point value. Shirker is pretty doable for Drifter because I do have quite a lot of range attacks and I'm a tank. So I'm expecting to be next to enemies and I can shoot other stuff with ranged attacks. I did play a card that makes my melee attacks deal more damage though, so I'd rather be hitting with melee attacks. I think I'm going to go Perfectionist. End the scenario with your hit point value equal to the maximum hit point value. Or do I go Layabout? Gain 7 or fewer experience before any bonus scenario experience? Maybe we do that. It's going to be kind of hard to do that, but it should be doable. I just have to not gain any experience from anything ever again. Basically. You wouldn't reshuffle. Each character is meant to be dealt the goals at the same time. Okay, good. Recluse for our Bone Shaper. Never end your turn adjacent to any other character. Absolutely not. Dawdler. Never use your lowest initiative played card as your initiative card. So I can't go early in turns, basically. Don't really love that. Duelist. Never exit a hex adjacent to an enemy except through forced movement. I think I can do Duelist because I think I can just never be next to an enemy. Probably. I have so many characters, and, like, you are a ranged summoner. So that seems like a really good one. That's probably going to be 2 perk check marks. And finally, we have the Deathwalker. Closer. Kill the last enemy to die in the scenario. Doable? Slayer. Kill 2 or more enemies in the same round. Also doable. Insomniac. Suffer damage from an attack in the same round you long rest. That one's, like, doable, but a little bit more awkward. Kill 2 or more enemies in the same round. I think Slayer is possible for Deathwalker, like very possible, but requires so much setup and so many things to go right in terms of like not drawing crit fails and things from the deck that I'll just take Closer instead to kill the last enemy to die in the scenario. That one feels simpler to set up. Okay, now we have battle goals. We've played turn 1. It really wasn't too bad. Some things happen at the end of the round. Now all of these cards turn over. Now we were meant to shuffle the monster deck. So I'll put this back in it. Sorry, I didn't realize that you kept going until the end of the round on decks when you drew stuff like that. The elements go from strong to waning. So we have 1 turn to use those before they are gone. And I mean, I think that's it for this scenario. Nothing else to do end of turn that I can see. There could be persistent cards, which stopped working at the end of turn, but I don't have any of those at the moment. I sure summoned a lot of things. So, this turn, we have let them go before us on turn 1. Now we want to go before them on turn 2. And effectively what we get that way is 2 turns in a row. And hopefully we can set up some way to like punish them in crushing fashion. Will that work? Probably not. I don't know. Like, we'll see. I want my Drifter to go very early in the turn. Archers have 7 health. We want to get over to those archers and kill them. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's my, like, confuse everything card, actually? Draining Arrows has 3 targets within 2 range. It confuses all of them. It has 23 initiative. And then I need a bottom half card that moves me 4. 23 initiative is not necessarily fast enough to go before the archers, unfortunately, and quite likely not to go before the priest. Alright, so I'm going to use Draining Arrows as my initiative card. This one is an attack targeting 3 targets at range 2 that confuses them all. Wait, question. Does that, if I take +1 damage on one of my attacks each turn, does that apply to all 3 of these or only one of them? Because the banner can give me +1 damage on one attack. You wouldn't reshuffle for each character, as all characters should be dealt same goals at the same time. Shuffle only if a crit hit or miss is pulled. Yeah. You didn't understand the question. I would like to play Draining Arrows, which deals 1 damage. It has 3 targets within 2 range, and it confuses all of them. I also have a Banner of Strength. All allies within 2 range add 1 attack to one of their attacks each turn. It's only one of the 3 attacks. Okay, cool. So I want my Drifter to be going fastest out of my entire team because my Drifter is the one with health. So I would like the enemies to be attacking my Drifter. But I do also like generally want the rest of my gang to move pretty quick here. I just want to move slower than 23, yeah. Another question. If I have a summon, it has like basically 0.01 less initiative than me, right? So if an enemy is next to me in one of my summons, it will target my summon, not me. And if I have 2 summons, I can choose which of my summons it targets. All right, cool. So I'm going to play Regroup as my initiative card. Top half of this heals me for 2 and gives me regeneration. It is at 2 range, but I'll target myself since I'm the one missing health. And I'm going to summon a Reinforcement with my bottom half of a card, which just has 1 health and 2 moves. And basically its job is just to tank a hit. That seems fine. At some point, I guess in theory, I should kill them, right? Like, shouldn't I at some point kill them? I don't know. All right, Harper. I think with Harper, I am going to move forward and summon a skeleton. 3 move, 1, 2, 2 moves fine. I don't have green right now. I do want to go like semi early in the turn order. All right, so we'll use Malicious Conversion. Bottom half is 3 move. And then I'm going to use the top half of Returned Servant to summon a skeleton. But I'm going to go... Malicious Conversion is going to be my initiative, which gives me 26 initiative. And with the Deathwalker, I do have a shadow on the board. Yay! 1, 2, 3, 4. And hit for 3? One, two, three, poison something, and we're in heavy traffic. Ooh, I could use Forceful Spirits to target 2 things at once. Okay, cool. So we will go Forceful Spirits as our initiative, 34. That's going to hit 2 things for 2 damage each, but we're going to consume Darkness to make it 3 damage each. And we're going to move up with Lingering Rot to get closer to stuff in order to do that. So this turn feels maybe okay. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. That's going to be my turn, though. We go Drifter, then Banner Spear, then Bone Shaper, then Deathwalker. And they will roll their choices. Hey, old Beardy, how are you? For having multiple summons, you have to track the order you summon them. Yeah, I got that. Okay, so the Algox Guard is doing a Hasty Assault, initiative 30, which fortunately I move before for the most part. It's attacking with -1 damage. The Algox Archers, there are 2 of them. I've rolled 5. They're going to close in. They move at 32, which is after I confuse them. They do get to move before attacking, which is kind of awkward. 1, 2, 3. Shoot, shoot, shoot. 1, 2, summon. 1, 2. Aww. 3. Oh, there aren't enough tiles. Shit. Okay, sure, whatever. And then the Priest is going to tend to the clan at 23 speed. It will heal something for 3. Do I get to choose? Do I get to choose whether an enemy with 23 goes before or after me? If I also have 23? Is that how that works? Hey, Crumpet Lord! Player goes first. Alright. Hero goes before villain. So the Algox Priest goes after my Drifter, but before everybody else. The Algox Guard goes before my Deathwalker, but after everyone else. And the Algox Archer goes also before my Deathwalker and after the Guard. Okay, so first up I have the Drifter's turn. With my Drifter, I would like to move 4, and I am going to activate my Winged Shoes to be able to fly. Actually, I've just realized they don't actually let me move further if I do that. At least not in a meaningful way. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna move. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the enemies have 3 attacks this turn, and I'm using Draining Arrows. Draining Arrows hits 3 targets within 2 range of me, so I'm going to hit every enemy that is attacking and confuses all of them to give them all disadvantage on their attacks. So let's do that. First we'll go against the Guard. It's a 15. Oh, I have to decide which one of these attacks I give +1 damage to, I guess. I think I will go against the Guard? Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's a +1, or a +0, but I decided to give it +1. This does not have disadvantage because I'm not next to the Guard. So we started with 1 damage. The Guard is poisoned, so that's 2 damage. Then it's 1 more damage from the Banner of Strength, so that's 3 damage. And the Guard is down to 7 health. The Guard's also confused until the end of its next turn. I'll just grab 3 of these, because the confusion always works. Like, you can crit miss and still confuse something. So all of these enemies are going to be confused. Okay. Next against the Archer next to me, so this one will be at disadvantage. I'm going to do 5 and 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with disadvantage. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a crit miss. But crit miss, my understanding is that it still applies to status. It just doesn't deal any damage. I'm pretty sure that that's true. And then 17 cards left in the deck. I'm attacking the archer further away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. +1 on this attack. So that's 2 damage to that one. And it is also confused. So archer number 3 is down to 5 health. All right, next up is my banner spear. My banner spear is going to play the bottom half of At All Costs, which summons a reinforcement, whose name I've decided is Charles, based on nothing. This gives me an experience when I do it. Oh, also, I got 2 experience on Harper. When I summoned that Wraith. Also, I probably got experience from the Banner of Hope. Yes, 2 experience from the Banner of Strength, sorry. I'm very bad at marking down experience, so if you see me missing marking experience and want to let me know that I did it, I would appreciate that. So we have a new ally in play. This has 1 health and is standing next to an Algox guard and is about to die. It's not long for this world. It's going to get attacked very shortly. And then I'll use the top half of... Where'd my other card go? Regroup. To heal myself for 2 and give myself regeneration. Regeneration means that at the start of each of my turns, I will heal another 1. So I am back up to 7. And I have regeneration on me. Regeneration falls off the next time I take damage. So I'll try not to take damage for a little bit. Okay, Drifter went... Oh, the Algox Priest is actually meant to go before my Banner Spear. Okay. When the Algox Priest goes, it doesn't have to move. Well, actually, I'm wrong. It's going to tend to the clan, which doesn't have an attack on it. But when it does that, it moves as though it was seeking out a melee target. So its melee target is going to be my Drifter, and it just wants to move into melee range of my Drifter. If it doesn't have an attack on its action, it moves as though it has a melee attack, basically. Did the monster attack modifier deck get shuffled? I mean, it got... Yes, basically. Okay. And then it's going to heal something at 3 range. So it's healing the Algox Guard. It heals the enemy, which has the most difference between its max HP and its current HP, which is the Algox Guard. The Algox Guard is missing 5. However, the Algox Guard was poisoned. So the heal doesn't heal it, it just removes the poison. That's how poison interacts with healing. Most other statuses, healing will just remove the status and heal, but poison specifically prevents the heal too. Poison is a good status. So that's the Drifter, the Algox Priest. I did Banner Spear out of order, but it doesn't really matter. Bone Shaper is next. So before the Bone Shaper goes, its Wraith goes. And its Wraith has 2 movement and 3 range. All it wants to do is make a ranged attack, basically, and there is an enemy right in front of it for it to attack, so it's going to attack it. It's going to take +1 damage from... Wait, is it allowed to do that? Hold on. All allies within 2 range add +1 to one of their attacks each turn. It's allowed to do that, right? It's allowed to take 1 damage from the Banner of Strength. I assume so. All right. Card number 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. +0, so it started at 2. Well, it started at 1, then it got 1 from the Banner of Strength, and +0 deals 2 damage to the Algox Guard, which is now down to 5. And then I'm going to actually take my Summoner's turn now. And I'm going to... Just trying to work out where exactly you want to stand. You're removing 3 and applying poison. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 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 Okay, so I'm gonna use the bottom half of malicious conversion to move to here. And then I'm going to use the top half of returned servant to summon a skeleton. And skeleton has 3 health, and its name is Huey. You thought heals were different, so they focus on the healing target and only move far enough to target it? You can check. You're probably right. Page 43. I'm right. It always targets the monsters within range that has the greatest hit difference between its current and maximum hit points. Yes, but movement identifies a focus. A monster only moves on its turn if move is listed on an ability card. Uses the fewest movement points required to maximize its attacks for the current turn. If it cannot attack its focus on its current turn, it only moves if it can shorten the path to its focus. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Its focus is my character, even though it's healing. So it moves toward my character. Okay. Sorry, who was I up to? I was making a skeleton. Skeleton number 1, Huey. And I'm gonna put Huey there. And that's my Bone Shaper's turn. Oh, I got 1 experience for summoning a skeleton. And take 2 damage. Also important, I suppose. I forgot that I am keeping track of damage up here. I guess I could also put statuses on the characters up here. That kind of works. Okay. Next up is the Algox Guard. The Algox Guard is doing a hasty assault, so it's attacking for -1 damage, which means it's only attacking, in parenthesis, only attacking for 3. So I can choose what it attacks between my 2 summons, because my 2 summons share initiative. Wait, can I choose, or does it go based on summon order, actually? It might go based on summon order. I think I'm allowed to choose to tiebreak for that one. It does go in summon order? You play in a group with 2 of us literally in the rulebook for playtesting, and we still have to look up rules. It goes on summon order? What a disaster. Summon order because they have the different initiatives. It was meant to be summon order, but I can house rule it. No, that's fine. It'll go on summon order. All right, so it's attacking my Banner of Hope. I am trying to have this summoned and then keep it alive for the entire scenario. Whole +0. Okay, it's on 1 health. Doing fine. Well, okay. Bit of a mess, to be honest. Bit of a mess. Let's see, Algox Guard gone. There are 2 Algox Archers. So they are doing Close In, which is misnamed here. This one wants to attack the Drifter, but the Archers have a rule where they want to use the fewest moves possible to attack the most targets possible, including their focus, with as few disadvantaged attacks as possible. So it is going to move back. I can choose whether it moves back to here or here. I decided to put it there, so it was like, I don't know, mashed in with all the others, and also on top of a tile that already had loot on it, so I could pick up 2 loot at once later. Now it's going to shoot, and its attack is for Oh, it's a +1 attack. It has default 5 damage. It's just gonna kill me. Like, I only have 10 health and 2 of them are shooting me. Wait! The guard is disadvantaged. Okay, I have to roll the guard's disadvantage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. +2. Alright, well, that's fine. Okay, the archer is also disadvantaged, though, so it probably won't kill me. 8. Banner Spear Summon has just below Banner Spear Initiative, Bone Shaper Summon. No, I'm not talking about 2 different characters. It's a +1 with the first, but it is confused, so it also draws a second, which is a -1. So that's 4 damage to my Drifter, who is now at 6. And then the other one doesn't have to move. First attack is a 2. That is a crit miss. If I roll a crit miss, do I roll again when I have disadvantage? I guess so. A crit miss or a +1? Well, I guess it will crit miss me then. We can see what's come out of the monster deck. I feel like that's a lot of pretty good cards. They did just roll the crit miss, though, so they will reshuffle. All right. I only took 4 damage. That's pretty good. Now my Deathwalker goes. I'm going to play Lingering Rot to move 3. And poison a thing I'm adjacent to. So that's poison back on the Algok's Guard again. Guess we can remove confusion from all these enemies. And Forceful Spirits has 2 targets and 2 range, so I don't really get to choose who I'm targeting. I'm going to target the guard that's next to me and the priest. I do get to choose which of those attacks deals +1 damage, though. Also, that summon survived, which is very awkward. I have so many summons. I have so many summons. So it's kind of weird. I guess I'll put +1 damage on the Algok's Guard, even though it has disadvantage. I guess so. The priest has 2 shields, so I'm unlikely to deal much damage to it anyway. How much health does the Algok's Guard has? 5. Next turn it can go as fast as 15. Kind of feels like my Banner Spear could kill it, though. Such a mess. I have so many summons. So many summons. Okay. I think I'll take the +1 on the guard. Let's roll the guard first. It's with disadvantage. This deck. 3. So that's a +0 or 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. +1. So I'll take a +0. I was starting at 3 damage. Oh, it's dead, right? I was starting at 3 damage, then +1 from the banner is 4, and it's poisoned, and it has 5 health. It's actually dead. Not expecting that to kill it. Was your quest to... Your quest is to kill the last enemy. Alright, well, we killed the first enemy. When an enemy dies, we take it off the board. Yay! Board gets a little bit more readable. And we add a loot token where it died. And then we are also shooting at the priest. This one's just for 3 damage. 1, 2, 3. -1. It has 2 shield. It takes 0. Feels bad. All right. That's the end of turn 2. We need to reshuffle, in quotation marks, the monster deck. We need to... Okay, Tend to the Clan refreshes the Priest's deck. There are no guards on the board anymore, so we're going to stop drawing from the guards deck. The reason Tend to the Clan refreshes the Priest deck is there is a little thing here. It says refresh in the lower right corner. Hey, those are actually quite readable. That's not bad at all. Perfectly legible. All right. I guess I could hold it closer to the camera while I was reading it to you. That's a wild idea. It'd probably be out of focus. I feel like somebody got an experience, right? Yeah. So Lyle got one experience when consuming that darkness. All right, great. Next turn. I would like my Drifter, who is currently getting attacked by everyone in the world, to go before they do, so he doesn't die. I have Prudent Preparation, which moves me at 14. That seems like a good card to play. Prudent Preparation. Bottom half heals me for 2. Well, heals someone for 2 at range 3. Top half gives me a shield and a retaliate for the turn. I think I can just kill stuff, though. Like, one of the archers is on 5. What if I just moved at it and hit it with an attack for 5? That seems kind of reasonable. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to use Prudent Preparation for our initiative. Initiative is 14. We're going to move forward and hit an archer in the face with Fortitude, which deals 3 base, but it's a melee attack, so it deals an additional 2 because of our continuous card. Unfortunately, you're outside of the range of Banner of Strength at that point. Does Banner of Strength fly? No. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's gonna be so hard to get everyone through the door. Holy shit. It's gonna take like 3 years to get through the door. 1, 2, 3, 4. Think about running up and putting my banner spear actually in tanking position, but with regen it kind of feels wrong. The other option is we use Tip of the Spear, which lets us attack from behind people. I think that's probably gonna be it. So Tip of the Spear. I get to choose where allies move. You know, that's useful. I'm going to use Combined Effort as my move card. It gives me 2 move, and then I grant 2 allies within 2 range a move of 2 as well. So that moves at 32, and then Tip of the Spear is my the card I'm planning to use as a top half, and that deals some damage to people. Hopefully a lot of damage to a lot of people. Might. All right. Next up, our summoner. What if I summoned another skeleton? Would that be so bad? I think that's generally a good idea. I'm wondering if I have to go slow, though. I'm just like, I'm trying to understand how this all works in terms of like traffic management. This first mission is very much a traffic management kind of mission, it feels like. Maybe that's just the party, though. Maybe it's just like the party is traffic management. Each turn, they can add 1 damage to one of their attacks. So I think I'm going to use the bottom half of... heal myself with Flow of the Black River, maybe? 2, move you 2, move you 2. Okay, I can use the bottom half of... Fuck. This game's so hard. I think I'm going to use the bottom half of Damned Horde to put 2 curses in the enemy deck, and I'm going to use the top half of Life and Death to summon another skeleton. And I'm going to trust that we work out a way to have room to do that by initiative 71. I think it is only a little bit hard. I don't know how to make more shadows without using Eclipse as the Deathwalker, which makes the Deathwalker's turn kind of weird. 1, 2, 3, hit you. I could just move over to the archers and hit them. I could do a Dark Fog. Shit, I don't know. I think I will use Call of Doom to move, and then I will use Strength of the Abyss to probably deal 2 damage. It's fine. Figuring out Shadow Generation is a big part of learning Deathwalker. You had a tough start with it. Well, I also kind of wonder if, like, I'll get some cards that make it easier. Kind of feels like I will. I don't know. We'll work it out. So that's going to be my turn. I have 14 initiative on Drifter, 32 and 67 on Banner Spear versus 32 and 50 on Deathwalker. So Banner Spear next, then Deathwalker. Bone Shaper last. The Algox Guard is removed from turn order at the moment. Let's see what the AI does. It's round 3. There's no air anymore. So the archers have rolled 7, so that's twin bolts. At 56 initiative, they are going to not move, and they're going to fire twice. Kind of rude. Kind of rude for them to attack twice instead of once. I feel like that's unfair. What does the priest do? 5, it's going to tend to the clan. 23 initiative, it will heal something in 3 range. That's also pretty rude, to be honest. I don't know about that shit. That goes before I kill anything. What the fuck? Oh, maybe it doesn't go before I kill anything. Okay, so priest goes here. Archers go here. But I've just remembered that actually my drifter probably kills stuff. So at 14 speed, I'm going to move with my drifter. I am going to move my drifter here. That's just the bottom half of Prudent Preparation being used for a basic move. And I have Fortitude, 3 damage with 2 Pierce. It's a melee attack, so I get +2 damage in it from Crushing Weight. I'm going to move this token to the right and gain 1 experience from that. For Sam. Is there a way to... Are there like different tokens I can use for experience? This is by default dealing 5 right now. And the archer I'm attacking has 5 health. And it would be really good if the archer I'm attacking died before it got to move. So let's roll a +0 or better, please. 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. +0! Whew! There are moments in this game where card draws are really big deals. Okay, so that's Archer 3 dead. Another nice thing about that is now there actually isn't damage on any of the enemies. So that's kind of cool. In Mayashi, feels like taking a 65% chance in XCOM sometimes. Yes, it does. Definitely does. I'm also going to use my Amulet of Life in the Drifter's turn to heal myself for 1, except of course I have continuous health. On your next 6 heals, add 2 more health. So actually I heal myself for 3. Back to 9. Alright, next the Algox Priest goes. It's already in melee combat with a focus, so it doesn't have to move, and it tries to heal someone, but nobody's missing health, so it just completely wastes its turn. Nice move, Algox Priest. LOL. Alright, my Banner Spear. My Banner Spear is going to start with Combined Effort, which moves me 2, and then gives 2 allies within 2 hexes moves of 2 as well. So I'm going to move this banner into the middle of everything. And I'm going to move a skeleton to here. Is that right? It's okay. Yeah, and I'm going to use Tip of the Spear. Tip of the Spear is an attack that attacks like that for 3 with 3 pierce. So the Algox Priests have 2 shield, but that shield will not protect this one. It's default 3 damage, but I have a Banner of Strength. So the Banner of Strength makes it so it is instead more than that damage. My Banner of Strength is going to die with how I've done this, because the Archer attacks twice. Hold on. Wasn't the entire thing that I was trying to keep the Banner of Strength alive? I feel like it was. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down, everyone. Okay, we gotta run this backwards a little bit. I control this summon's movement, so I can move it here. And then, when it's my turn, I move 2 of my allies to. Let's move this summon here. Actually, don't I just want the Deathwalker to be there? Whatever. What is my Deathwalker doing? It's attacking for 2. An enemy. Okay, that's fine. The skeleton still goes over there. Okay, we can use Tip of the Spear now and my banner isn't dying. Perfect. What's my modifier? 20 isn't in the deck anymore. 11. And an experience. We got a -2. So it deals 2 damage to the priest. But we do get the experience. The priest is now at 10 health. I don't have a poison dagger anymore, so I can't apply poison with this. That's too bad. All right, I think the Banner Spear's turn ended up being passable, at least. I don't know. I mean, honestly, better than my Deathwalker's turn. My Deathwalker is going to move 3, 1, 2, because this is difficult terrain, and then 3. Or do I want to go kill the Archer? I'm changing my turn again. I'm sorry. Like that. Okay, that's fine. Then we're going to use Strength of the Abyss. We are within 2 range of the banner now, so we're attacking for 3. I'm not going to use my Poison Dagger, I don't think. It's kind of weird. Like, I could long rest and get it back, but it feels like the archer is just going to die anyway. I think I will not use it. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No Blink Blade? Well, after these characters retire, then there will be Blink Blade. So we started with an attack for 3, plus 1 is 4. The archer is on 3 health. That wasn't actually that bad. I feel like that was alright. My move was with Call of Doom, so I also channel a strong Dark Essence, which I could use to do something sometime soon, probably. Now the archer goes. The archer is attacking for 2. It is attacking for -1 damage, so default damage is 3. It shoots at my drifter first. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 13. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is with disadvantage. So it only hits for 2. No problem. And then it attacks my Deathwalker. Deathwalker only starts with 6 health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That is the crit, but 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Shouldn't the 16th card be... No, it would be penultimate. Instead, it deals +0. That's better. That hits for 3. That's okay. Not ideal, but okay. Now, my skeletons and shit go. So first the Wraith moves forward 2 and then makes a 3-range attack on the Algox Priest. The Algox Priest, of course, has 2 shield, and the Wraith is attacking for a base of 1 plus 1 from the banner. So base of 2, it got -2 on that attack. It will not be dealing damage. Next, the Skeleton also attacks the Priest. The Skeleton has a base attack of 2 plus 1 from the banner. 3, 4, 5. And then plus another one from the modifier card. So that's 4 total, so that actually will deal 2 damage to the Priest, which is now down to 8 health. And then the Bone Shaper actually gets a turn. So I had been thinking I'd put curses in the deck, but I could also just move instead. Is that better? I have to at some point get through a door. Yeah, maybe I'll, I don't know. How big a deal is 1 curse in their deck? Just like whatever. I'm just gonna move. We are moving instead of putting a curse in their deck. Later in the mission, when I take 5 damage because of that, we can all make fun of me. And I am summoning a skeleton. This deals me another 2 damage. So I now have 2 health. And we have yet another skeleton. I actually am going to run out of tokens if I do this. Look at all my summons. This one is called Dewey. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. I feel like that is such a pretty party setup. I have a banner of strength in the middle, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters around the banner of strength. Kind of wild. Are we allowed to make fun of me now? Did I get an experience for summoning Dewey? I didn't. Thank you. Yeah, I miss so much experience if people don't, like... The video game can tell me that I'm getting experience, or people in chat can tell me I'm getting experience. I am not going to remember that I'm getting experience very often at all. I have Duelist with Harper, so I need to remember not to exit the hex adjacent to this enemy except through forced movement. I have Layabout with Sam, so I have to remember not to get more than 6 more experience. I have Ritualist with Verna. So I have to kill an enemy with 3 or more elements, being strong or waning. That's gonna... So I can only make 3 elements. I need to make Dark, Earth, and Wind. And only Verna can make Wind. Is there a different air? Should we call it air? I'll call it air instead of wind. That's probably what its name is. You'll seriously ship a big bag of damage tokens to my PO box if I need them. Hit you up in Discord. Could you send me a message on Discord so I can just respond to it? I would appreciate that. That would be cool. It's funny, I actually know several people who work on Gloomhaven, like friends of friends in Seattle. So it is Machine Tinkerer. It is. It's really good. So I was reading the credits and I was like, oh, I hang out with that guy at parties sometimes. I didn't really see. Cool. I guess I could have just asked him for this. Anyway, yeah. I appreciate the offer. It is possible that if I need things, I can just get them from the people I know here, as I do actually know some people here. But I don't know. I'll have to talk to them about it if I get into this. So far, I'm having fun. It is now turn 4. The Dark Essence is waning. The Twin Bolts... Wait, I never shot with the Archer. Okay, it's definitely not turn 4. Wait, I did shoot with the Archer. It just didn't, do anything. It was so unimpressive that I forgot that it had happened. There's an Archer with 3 health left. There's an Algox Priest with 8 health left. My party has summoned a banner, and the dead are rising to fight around it. Kinda hot. Kinda cool stuff going on here. I think I'm gonna use the bottom half of pincer movement on my banner spear because it lets me move one and loot, and that seems like the easy way for me to loot the loot that's behind me. Otherwise I have to move backwards. I don't really have a useful turn on the banner spear. All of my attacks are melee, and I don't have a card that lets me move. Oh, I do. I can move 4. Change of plans. Oh, shoot. Okay. I was not prepared for that. The Archer has how much health? 3? Okay, I have set for the charge, which moves me at 6 initiative speed. And then I will use an attack, which will kill the Archer. Unbreakable Wall. Should do it, and also will give me an experience. With the Drifter. So the Archer is very likely dead. You know, you can't read this anyway, so what if I just used the colored labels instead of the things? I don't know. What I really need is what I really need is just a little hexagonal picture of an enemy. That's what I really need. These stand-up things are not visible to viewers, so I need an entire different way of representing enemies and stuff. I could just use colored hexagons. Make it a full-on Euro game. Colored hexagons. One of my favorite tweets of all time. Did I make that tweet? Wait. I think I made that tweet. Oh, I'm a funny guy. Um, there were unflavored hexagons for sale at a grocery store I was at. I'm pretty sure that I did this. Way to go, past me. I feel like this was long enough in the past that I can like commend myself on it without coming off as like pretentious. Because it's not really me anymore. It's like me 5 years ago. I think it was at a grocery store in California or something. There was a bag of flavorless hexagons and like they were for use in cooking basically. I think it was tofu. Like the idea is that it takes on the flavor of what you cook it in, right? And it has some protein or whatever. And I tweeted a picture of it and said they're selling Euro games in grocery stores now. Very funny. Very funny. That was a good joke. Uh Ooh, Violent Inheritance deals 1 damage and loots. The archer has 3 health. I think probably someone else has got the loot worked out. I'm going to go Sustained Momentum, which deals 2 damage in melee, and Vile Assault is going to be my initiative card that lets me move 2 and heal 2. Oh shit. It's actually heal for 4, isn't it? Because of the extra healing card. That card's good. There are pretty good web apps for tracking a lot of the card stuff. Could also be a way to present an overview for viewers. Does it require that I'm using a computer? Because like I have a keyboard here, but one of the things that is appealing to me about this is that I am not using a computer. Like I know I'm using a computer, but I'm also kind of not using a computer. I think my Necromancer does not matter very much this turn. Oh, I have Dark Essence. The top half of Command the Wretched, grant one of your summons a regular move and attack, and if you consume Dark Essence, it has 2 piercing. That's kind of perfect. All right. So I'm going to go bottom half of Eternal Torment, which lets one of my summons loot for me. Kind of funny. Isn't my quest is actually to personally collect 5 different types of herbs through loot tokens. All right, cool. So perfect. Yeah, we want you getting the loot. Absolutely. Get that quest going. Nice. And then like my shadow person, unless I decide to consume shadows or consume cards, doesn't really do that much. And I don't feel inclined to consume shadows or cards, so I'm just kind of like gonna do a very vanilla attack. And maybe the bottom half of Wave of Anguish lets me move 2 and move all shadows up to 1 hex, so I can bring the shadow with me. Let's use Anger of the Dead for my initiative, so I'm moving at 14 initiative, which might be relevant for getting the archer dead. So my initiative this turn is Banner Spear, Deathwalker, Drifter, Bone Shaper. And for them, I'm not actually going to use. These are just, I don't know if they're helping you, but they're in the way for me. Phone is enough. Oh, I absolutely don't want my phone. Chat could use the computer. Can you like connect to it and then hyperlink to it? I mean, you could just do that, right? Would I need to do anything? I'm okay with you linking to a web app if you want to be keeping track of stuff as we go. That'd be fun. I don't know. If you're into it, that's the sort of thing I would enjoy doing while watching a stream. I used to really like scoring cricket matches while I watched them when I was like 7 years old. I'm a nerd. This has been with me my entire life. Okay, anyway. We have to find out what they're doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's roll a d6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. The archer is using a power shot at initiative 16. It'll be dead by then. And then the priest, oh, I need a d8 for the priest. The priest has 8 cards. Is doing an angry hex. Is going to curse 2 targets. And also attack. Well, that's kind of rude. That feels very rude. Is it going to attack my banner? I feel like it's going to attack my banner too. Because of how I've done this. Oh no! My quest to keep the banner alive. For the entire mission. What a disaster. Well, I think it's fucked. Attacking for 3, unless it like rolls a crit fail, I think it kills my banner. Because I chose to have 6 initiative. I didn't have to choose that. I chose that. What is the bottom half of this card? Nope. Huh. Is my banner its focus? I think it is. Well, that's kind of fucked. Oh well. Yeah, could have probably seen this coming when I was choosing to have the banner spear go at lowest possible initiative in retrospect. So the priest goes after banner spear. The archer goes significantly after it dies, probably, but before Bone Shaper. And banner spear is going to move 4 to here. It has a loot token at the end of turn. And then I'm going to... The Frosthaven Companion app is $10. Oh god. I'm going to Unbreakable Wall. If I used it on an iPad, would it be large enough for people to read it? Where would I put an iPad? There's like nowhere to put an iPad. The original Frosthaven app is not very good, in your opinion. Unlucky. Okay, we're going to Unbreakable Wall the Archer. The Archer has 3 health. Unbreakable Wall hits for 3 plus 4 for the banner. The 16th card in my deck is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a +2. The Archer is very dead. And now there are 2 loot tokens. There are 2 loot tokens on that tile. I said it again. There are 2 loot tokens on the tile. I get 1 experience. There were not 3 elements strong or waning, unfortunately. And I open a loot token. For the first time in the game. I didn't even make the loot deck. Whoops. Where's the scenario? So the scenario has gold, wood, metal, hide, something and something else. 2 herbs. I think 1 of these and 2 of these. Is that right? No thistle and arrowroot. Yes. So the loot deck has these 2. And then it has 6 coins, 5 metal, wood, hides. I could see this being something that was kind of nice to use a companion app for. But honestly, like, I don't know. I'm just kind of fine with it taking a long time to do shit. It's like, okay, I'm enjoying myself. What's the rush? I need 6 coins from the coins deck, which has 20 cards in it. Coin number 1 we're not going to like see what these are ever. Coin number 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Coin number 4. Coin number 2. Coin number 18 is not in bounds anymore. Coin number 15 will be the second to last, I believe. And one more. Coin number 10. All right. We put some coins in the deck. I don't know what they are, though. And then we are doing metal. 3 metal. The metal deck starts with 8 cards. 6. 1. 6. 5 wood. The wood deck also starts with 8 cards, so I'm gonna roll 3 that I don't put in. So 2 doesn't go in. 2 doesn't go in. 2 doesn't go in. And then hides. 3 hides. Hide 5. Hide 4. Hide 4. Alright, so this is my loot deck. So I know the general components of the loot deck, but I don't know which ones they are. This one, the exciting things are... There are some coins with narrative implications. I don't know what they say because I've never drawn one. And then the hides, metals, and wood can have different amounts. So I am going to, I think rather than shuffling, I'll just roll dice. I don't really want to shuffle cards that aren't sleeved. It just feels like a bad idea. We got a snow thistle on our banner spear. I will put this, I guess we'll put it here. Why not? You like the chill hearing Jorbs explain his turn stream. Good. Yeah. I don't think it's fun. I don't know. Alright, now the Algox Priest ruins everything. It is doing an Angry Hex. It does have a move at +1, but it is actually literally surrounded by 6 enemies, so it cannot move. And then it's attacking for -1 damage, base of 3, so down to 2. It is with disadvantage. It'll attack my banner first. I need it to hit the crit fail. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I put a curse in the deck, that would help. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh! The banner's still alive? Alright. Now I actually don't know how to text the second one. Does it go on initiative order? Does it attack my banner spear? Who, by the way, regened. I don't know if it has to attack my banner spear or if I'm allowed to tie break. Because it's like for multiple attacks. I don't know if someone in chat knows. Can we get a ruling? When a monster performs range attacks on multiple targets, it moves to attack the most possible targets, including its focus, with the fewest possible disadvantaged attacks while using the fewest possible movement points. So it moves to attack the most possible targets, including its focus. But it doesn't say here that, like, it has to attack the second lowest initiative as well. I understand its focus. So the focus is the enemy it can perform its attack on using the fewest movement points, determining the shortest possible path it takes into consideration the effects of difficult terrain and icy terrain. Where does it say tie breaking? If those enemies are all equally close, it focuses on the one who acts earliest in the initiative order. But in terms of like other tie breaking with initiative, I don't no. Where does it say, like... It will always be in initiative order. But not everything is tie broken by initiative. Sometimes I get to choose. The normal rules for breaking ties for initiative, see page 19. Resolving ties. If there is a tie in initiative between multiple characters, compare the initiative values of those characters' second played cards to break the tie. If there is still a tie, the party decides the order for those characters. If multiple monster types with the same movement set are present, the special rules for the scenario will specify the order. If there's a tie in initiative between a character and a monster set, the character acts first. In all other tied cases, the party decides the order. In all other tied cases, the party decides the order. Where does it say, like, when it has multiple targets, it uses lowest initiative for both? Because it says that for focus, but it doesn't say it for other things. I mean, it like makes perfect sense. I would expect that to be what it does. I just cannot find anywhere in the rules that it says that, and it does say in the rules that, like, otherwise I get to choose the initiative break, which, like, I would enjoy getting to choose who it targeted. That seems favorable for me. I don't know. Anyway, we're just gonna say it attacks the banner sphere for now. Unless somebody can, like, confirm that I'm wrong, I'm going to use it attacking. It continuing to use lowest initiative on targets within range. +2, but it's with a disadvantage 16. It's the last card, right? 20, 19, 18, 7. Oh, no. It's the second last card. -1. So it started attacking for 3, -1, hits for 2. That does kill our regen. That was the problem. But that's okay. It's really not a terrible turn. It also puts a curse into our deck. Does the banner mean the allies deck gets a curse put in it? We're not using the allies deck anyway. The banner... Wait. When the banner gets hit, the curse actually goes in the person who summoned its deck, right? So actually, I think my banner spear gets 2 curses. Yeah. How does a monster with multi-target attack choose its destination hex and its additional targets? As long as the monster is still attacking their primary focus, avoiding additional negative hexes, attack as many additional targets as possible. Minimize the amount of disadvantage. Minimize move distance. Players can choose the final destination hex and secondary... I assume that says tertiary, etc. targets? Is that what it says? Like, players can choose the other targets? Players can choose the additional targets. All right, I don't want it to shoot the banner spear then. I would like it to shoot my drifter, because my drifter is the tank, and also that way I don't have to lose my regen. It just ends at tur. Really weird. All right, so I get to choose the other stuff. Cool. So my drifter takes 2. And that means that the curse... Oh, I found the other drifter token. It was in here. That means that the curse goes in the drifter's deck instead of the banner spear's deck. Which, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's better or not. So I don't... This is, like, why I like rolling the dice. I don't have to shuffle. I can just put them on top. And I know that if we roll a 1, it's a curse. So, like, there's extra juice in the die roll. I respect that dice are bad for generating, like, randomness, but they're very good at generating juice, I think. This loot was resolved. Okay, so that's the priest done. The priest is the only enemy, so I can just put these cards aside now. They are not coming back this round. I get all sorts of turns. Now I'm going to use Sustained Momentum. It's an attack of 4 plus 1 is 5 from the Drifter. Card number 5 from the Drifter's deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a +1, so that ends up being 6. -2 from shield ends up being 4 damage. Priest is now on 4. And then the Drifter also has this quest goal to like loot tiles. So I'm going to use Vile Assault to move 2. Move heal here. It also heals myself 2, but because of continuous health, that ends up being 4. So Drifter's almost up to max HP again. And I have 2 loot to resolve. So the loot deck has 19 cards in it right now. I can roll the d20. Card number 1. 2 hides. Card number 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2 coins. Alright, my Drifter needed lumber, so didn't get the ones I needed, but that's okay. Also, when a monster is attacking... Players have a lot of latitude in choosing their additional targets. Nice. Also, when a monster is attacking more than one target, what order are those attacks made in? The actual order of attacks is ambiguous. Players can determine the attack order once all targets are determined. Okay. Oh, so if I have Retaliate, I can choose to have it attack the target with Retaliate first. Cool. So I can just do all of this in my own favor, basically. Oh, when I play Sustained Momentum, I move the token on one of my persistent abilities back a slot. Also, when I play Sustained Momentum, that's a melee attack, so I move another thing forward. But what I could do is I could move it back. Wait, my Drifter doesn't want experience. Okay. Because my goal is to get less than 7 experience in the mission. So actually I'll move Continuous or Crushing Weight back away from the tile that it's going to get experience for leaving. I could have gotten 1 more experience there if I'd wanted, but I actually have a battle goal not to get more experience, so let's try to not get more experience instead. Thanks for hanging out with me, everybody. I'm having so much fun. Alright, the Algox Archer is dead. Now the Bone Shaper goes. So our summons go in order. First the Wraith. He's going to attack with card 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A -1. It was getting +1 from the banner, but it only has an attack of 1 to begin with. So against 2 shield, that does nothing. And then I have 2 skeletons, one of which attacks for 2 +1 from the banner, -1 from the modifier card, into 2 shield, does nothing. The other one, 19's out of bounds. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hits for +1. So that hits for 2. The Algox Priest is down to 2 HP. Could I just punch it? He's gonna move again. Like, it has very low initiative on a lot of its cards. It could very easily attack next turn. I just won't give it low initiative on the banner, so it doesn't kill the banner, I suppose. I do have my cards. Command the Wretched. Grant one of your summons a move, an attack, and consume the dark for the attack to have piercing. Okay, so I have that. Cool. So I'll do that to one of my skeletons. I think Huey, probably. And that deals... well, I don't get the +1 on it anymore because I already used it. But it deals more than enough damage to kill the priest. The map is clear. I think we did that relatively unscathed. Not bad at all. Given that the enemies are like +2 levels on us, like, yeah, that went pretty smoothly. The other thing I have to do this turn is I can use bottom half of Eternal Torment to give my Wraith loot 1. Yoink this. So, loot deck has 17 cards in it. 1, 2, 3. That's the monster deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got a coin for Harper. No herbs for Harper. No herbs for Harper. No herbs for Harper. Pick one or the other. I don't know. That's my turn. So there are no enemies active right now. So you might think, oh, so you get to just like hang out and do nothing for a while. I don't think my Deathwalker moved this turn. I think I just straight up forgot to do anything, which, like, I guess is a thing you're allowed to do. All right, I guess I just forgot. So you might be thinking, oh, so there are no enemies, so you can just like hang out forever and like full heal and stuff. Not really, because in this game you have to play 2 cards every turn. And once you run out of cards, you do die. Well, you exhaust, which is kind of like dying. So we want to, in some sort of swift order, get to the door. How much health do you have? 2. Let's use the top half of Flow of the Black River to heal 4. Move toward the door. And then, like, doors are really complicated. I don't understand who's meant to go through the door first. It's just very weird. Maybe there's no way to know. Excuse me, I sneezed. It's very weird. First time Gloomhaven, you did exactly that. Looted the room, neatly lined up in front of the door, died from stamina issues halfway into the map. Yeah, exactly. Precision aim lets me move to and move one of my tokens back. Unbreakable lets me move 2 of the persistent abilities backwards on my tokens. I guess I will use Deflecting Maneuver and Pincer Movement because those are the 2 cards left on my banner sphere. Like I said, like we are kind of running a little bit low on some of the stuff now. So, also my banner spear is going to have to be in charge of getting the banner into the next room, which is going to be interesting. Like, my banner sphere kind of has to just like stand around for a bit for other people to get into the way, because we're trying to complete our character mastery of summoning a banner on turn 1 of combat and staying within 2 range of it for the entire combat. Anyway, there are no elements. I'm just going to move here with the banner spear. It costs 2 to enter difficult terrain. And I'm going to loot. There should be like 15 cards left in the loot deck. 10 is... +1 metal. Isn't this essentially a video game, only you have to do what the RAM and CPU would do for you in that case? Yeah, that's what life is. Correct. Okay, on the Bone Shaper's turn, I am allowed to make summons move toward me if I want, so let's have the Wraith move toward me. And then I can use the top half of Flow of the Black River to deal X plus, or heal, sorry, deal. Heal X+1 on self, where X is number of summons I have, of your summons. So I'm at 6, which is max HP again, and I move to here. I have 2 cards left for next turn. All right, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Yeah. My Deathwalker is allowed to move 4. Everything's in the way. I guess I will move to here, I suppose. And then my Drifter moves 2 with precision aim, and I'm allowed to move a token back 1 slot. And then I'm allowed to move the character token of 2 of my persistent abilities back 1 slot with Unbreakable. So my persistent abilities are back to 0s. Seems kind of sweet. You have 2 cards, 2 cards, 1 card, and 0 cards. So the Banner Spear and the Deathwalker absolutely have to rest this next turn. Oh, I still have regen on the Banner Spear, so the Banner Spear is up to 9 now. And, I mean, will be up to 10, so I'll just give you 10 health. I think everyone's on max HP. No, the Shadow Walker is on 3. That is not max HP. My bad. I could have used Heater Shield on the damage and been on 4 instead. I didn't think about it. I was like, 3 isn't that bad, and then I stopped thinking. All right, next turn. So my Banner Sphere, I think, is going to declare a long rest. Let's let other people get out of the way before I have to do anything. Also, I can dismiss a summon whenever I want, right? I'm just going to dismiss this summon to have this card in my discard pile when I rest. So I don't remember who this guy's name was. Charles, I think. Goodbye, Charles. You must use the shield if it's available for what it's worth. The Heater Shield? When you suffer damage from an attack, gain a block for the attack. Oh. Oh, you're right. I do have to use it. Okay. Well, we will say that that got used then. I didn't realize it was a must. Yours was named John Reinforcement. Nice. John Reinforcement. Kind of a traffic jam, to be honest. Like, my Drifter is playing 2 cards, but not moving. Because I can't move. Yep. Guess my Necromancer can move forward a little bit. Is my Necromancer going to open the door? That's a fascinating idea. And then I guess I will long rest with the Deathwalker as well. Alright, so Necromancer moves to here. This is the door to the next room. I'm not going to open it right now, but like at some point I will. I don't have anything else that does anything. So I'm not going to do anything else. Drifter cannot move. Like, just straight up can't do anything. 2 cards do nothing. Okay, Deathwalker, long rests. Doors are the deadliest enemies. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe my Drifter should have just long rested this turn. Yeah, I'm gonna long rest with my Drifter instead, I think. I think that's fine. I think I'm allowed to do that. So when I long rest, I look through my discard pile and I exhaust a card from the discard pile. I'm going to choose to exhaust Anger of the Dead, I think. I don't know. The bottom half of it's really good. Wave of Anguish? Probably not. Call of Doom. Let's exhaust Call of Doom, which is perform attacks as if you're occupying a hex with a shadow. All adjacent enemies take 1 damage and get confused. That's like probably a good card, but it feels okay to let it go. Like all the cards are kind of good. Shadow Fantasy, thanks for the 52 months. Appreciate it. Enjoy your few hours of sleep, Padra. So I decided that the Drifter was just going to long rest. And we will lose... I will lose... I want to move 4, though. It's weird. 4 isn't even enough to get into the next room. Unless I use Winged Shoes to fly over the obstacle. But then I won't have Winged Shoes to fly in the next room. Oh my god, this is so confusing. I think I'm going to lose Prudent Preparation, which gives me a shield and a Retaliate. Has 14. No, fuck that. No, I want to use that next turn. Let's use let's lose Precision Aim, which makes my ranged attacks better. I'm just choosing my ranged attacks aren't going to be good, my melee attacks are going to be good. That refreshes Amulet of Life as well. And then my Banner Spear has to lose something. My Banner Spear is just going to be like standing next to the banner the entire rest of the mission. Have fun, everybody. I'll be over here. I think I'm going to lose... Javelin seems pretty good. At all costs seems pretty good if I'm kind of standing in the back. Let's lose Deflecting Maneuver, which is good for my Banner Spear tanking, but I think my Banner Spear is planning to stand in the back of the team next to a banner, and so won't be tanking. Oh wait. You want the board game to rotate clockwise. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I don't want that. No, thank you. All right. Oh, my Bone Shaper actually hasn't rested yet. So my Bone Shaper is going to, on this turn, like at the end of last turn is when you actually do it, declare a short rest. A short rest, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 cards here. A short rest burns a random card. So card number 3, which is my last skeleton. I can pay 1 health to change the card I got. I already have a lot of skeletons, right? I think that's okay. We'll burn 1 skeleton. Spoken like someone who wants a watchable viewing experience for an audience. Yeah, I mean, I'm a weird guy. What can I say? I need to put the enemy modifier deck somewhere else. We'll put it over here now because we're leaving that zone of the map. And I would like to open the door this turn with my Drifter. I'm actually going to use my flying shoes for this. I'm going to go deadly shot, bottom half of deadly shot, and top half of prudent preparation. So with 14 initiative, I will run over and open the door and then have a shield and say, "What's up?" And we'll see what happens. I have played this scenario before, but I don't remember everything about what's in this room. You know what? I'm going to unsummon one of the skeletons before I rest as well. Which I guess means there's a chance that I lose the skeleton in the short rest, so really I should reroll it, but that's okay, I think, because I lost a skeleton in the short rest anyway. We can just, that's fine. The skeletons are just in the way, is the thing. I just need them not to be in the way anymore. Okay. So this, it also means that I have another card in my deck, which is kind of nice. So presumably, there are going to be a bunch of things at the door to hit us now. I think I'm going to use Transfer Essence. This has two modes, which could be useful. One is to strengthen allies, and the other is to heal allies, depending on how much damage my friend in the door takes. And then for the bottom half of a card... Oh, I'll also use Command the Wretched. The top half of this grants us summon another attack, which could be good. The bottom half of it burns and grants an ally an attack for 5, which could also be good if the door gets blocked and I need to get through the door. Want the Deathwalker getting closer. I think I might have to unsummon a skeleton as well. One, two, three, four, five, six. The like dangerous thing about when you open a door in this game is a bunch of enemies can run at you and just completely stop you from getting through the door. I'm trying to work out how to like not have that happen. I think we'll be okay because there are 3 tiles to get through on the other side. I'm going to use the bottom half of Shadow Step, I think, which moves 6 and then places a shadow in the hex I'm occupying, and then the top half of Eclipse, which places 3 shadows and hexes within 3 range. And so we're going to have 5 shadows on the board starting next turn. We are ready to go. And then my Banner Spear is going to grant 2 allies within 3 range a move of 3 with Regroup. That's the bottom half of Regroup. And I think I'll use the top half of At All Costs, which deals me 1 damage for every ally I heal, but it heals all of my allies for 3. So that seems like it could be useful. I definitely have some people to heal. Okay, I think this works. I think this works okay. My turn order is Drifter, then Banner Spear, then Bone Shaper, then Deathwalker. And I'm going to start with using the top half of Prudent Preparation to give my Drifter 1 Retaliate and 1 Shield until the end of turn. And then I'm going to use Winged Shoes to jump over this obstacle to open the door. And that is a perfect moment to take a break before we open this door and find out what's going on. Hey, I'm fellow skeptic. How's it going? All right, let me grab a glass of water and I'll be right back. Hey, T-Peaks, good morning. Drifter opens door. When we open the door, section 5.3. You run inside the gate, and the breath of destruction becomes quickly apparent. The town has been sacked. Smoke burns your eyes. What structures still stand are bright with fire, and the rest smolder, their frames like black torched skeletons. And all about the wreckage howl the Algox, celebrating their victory in an unrecognizable language. We have a lot of stuff to set up. So, first we have some debris. Or rubble? I think this is rubble, actually. This is not impassable, it is difficult terrain. Next we have a debris, I think, which is impassable terrain. Here, here, here. That's all impassable. There is a bunch of loot already on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 3 city guards. 4, actually. 4 city guards. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so far pretty good. I mean, seems like an easy room. There are 2 Algox archers that are non-elite. There. And here. There is 1 Algox archer which is elite. Here. There are 2 elite Algox guards. Here. And here. And there... Oh, there are 2 more. There are 2 non-elite Algox guards. It's weird to use yellow for this because yellow means elite, but whatever. Algox guard, Algox guard. Wait, these ones aren't elite. uh, here and here. So those ones are gonna go fight against the city guard instead of me. Because Heater Shield doesn't have charges, it's optional. You choose when to spend the item. Abilities with charges are not optional. Alright. Huh. So I should have one less health or something? Whatever. That moment I think is past. And then there are 2 Elgox priests. These ones are not elite. The one I fought in the first room was here. And here. So that is a clusterfuck. I need to get like a little snack bar or something, so I'm gonna grab a little snack bar. I'll be right back. I found some cashews. Alright. So when we open a door, the enemies decide what they're doing this turn. They still have their decks that like have the cards used and everything. So the guards, 3 has already been used. The guards are gonna psych up. They're moving at 55 initiative. They're moving 1 tile less than their movement speed, which unfortunately is enough to get them there. And then they're attacking me and strengthening themselves. Oh, also, these are elites. Elites have 5 attack. Archers. Six, they're doing calculated strikes. They are attacking for 1 more damage than usual. Okay. And then the priests. The priests are going for drain speed. They are moving and they are making melee, or ranged rather, attacks. At range 3, which immobilize. Oh wait. I think my drifter is about to take a lot of damage. That's an observation I have. I do have 1 shield. Not going to be enough. So that's my drifter's turn. Next in the turn order, we go... Well, actually, the priests have 8 initiative, so they go now. You don't get to skip them if you move in after they would have taken their turn. They just take their turn right after you move in. Then the guards, and then the archers. So I'm about to just get attacked 5 times. Welcome to Frosthaven. First, though, the priests. The priests try to make attacks at 3 range. So this can choose that or that, I guess. So it's going to attack City Guard. Monster deck just got reshuffled. The 18th card is this one. Ah, it's the crit miss. I kind of needed that later in the turn. Oh well. Other priest can just stand still and attack City Guard number 3. For +1. So its default attack is 3, +1 is 4, -2 for the City Guard's shield. City Guards start with 8 health, and now number 3 up there at the top only has 6. I think if I put health for all of these enemies on the cards, I would actually run out of tokens, so I guess I can't do that. Hey Stormdulu, how are you? Alright, that's the priest's turn. Next, the guards. So guard number 2 goes 1, 2, 3, and hits the drifter in the face. Ow. Just trying to work out like what my move is next turn. Anyway, I focus on this turn first, I guess. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. +0. So that's hitting me for 6. The archer base attack is 5. I only have, well, it's hitting me for 5 because I have shield. I think I burn a card on that. Do I? I know the crit's not in the deck. I'm going to have to burn like at least 2 cards here, I think. I'm going to burn a card on an attack that's hitting me for 6 pre-shield. I do retaliate for 1 when this happens. So the Elgox guard starts with 19 health and now only has 18. It's basically almost dead. Elgox guard number 2. All right. Next up is Elgox guard number 3, which moves here. I'm doing real well, Stormdealer. I've been very much enjoying some board gaming recently. Card number 17. It is like 2 a.m., so I think a lot of people are asleep. Or sleepy. But a fun thing about streaming overnight is you get to see people when they wake up in the morning, which is nice. Excellent. So this starts as a default of 5. Then gets -1 from the card and -1 from my shield, so I only take 3. That feels acceptable. Both of these are strengthened, so they will have advantage on their attacks next turn. But Elgox guard number 3 also takes 1 retaliate damage. Okay, Elgox guard number 4 goes now. It's going to attack a city guard. Rolled a 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a +1. This is just a regular Elgox guard, so it started with 4. +1 to 5, -2 from the city guard's shield. The city guard takes 5. I am going to run out of damage tokens. This is city guard number 1. Takes 5. Or takes 3 rather and goes to 5. But then retaliates for 2 against the guard. So guard number 4 is down to 10. Okay, that's convenient. That doesn't take too many tokens to represent. And then Outpost guard number 5 is going to run here and attack city guard number 3. Card number 4 from the modifier deck. It's a +0. Default attack was for 4. So it is going to deal 2 to the city guard and take 2 back from retaliation itself. The city guard number 3, who already took damage, I think, down to 4 health. Oh boy. Now the archers go. The archers, 1, 2, 3, 4, they're all 4 away from the door, or 3 away from the door. Basically, they're all shooting at my drifter. They've also used calculated strike, so they don't have to move. They're attacking for +1. So the regular archers are attacking for 5, and the elite archer is attacking for 6. So do regular archer... No, elite archer actually goes first. So attack for 6. Modifier deck number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. +1. So that's for 7, -1 for shield. I'm going to burn another card. Actually, I'm only at 7 health, so actually I have to burn another card. I'm going to burn Violent Inheritance. Violent Inheritance is a like weak attack plus loot, and the bottom half is a move, but the move burns the card, so kind of hard to use on a character who's losing all their cards right now. Okay, and then the regular archers, this one shoots at the drifter. I think 15 is not in the monster deck anymore. Yeah, we sure have used 7 modifier cards this turn for the monster deck. So anything below 13 works. Doors are scary, a little bit. That's a +1 as well. So it starts at 5. +1, -1. Means we take 5 and go to 2. I think I should just burn this as well. It can't, the last one can't miss. Yeah, it's just correct to burn another card. Gonna burn sustained momentum. You know, one way to make sure you don't gain more than 7 experience on a mission is just to die immediately, I suppose. Okay, last archer. There's one more. Card number 11, I think, is the last card in the deck. Please don't be a crit. It's a +2. Unreal. Okay, so I go to 1. Is that right? It's dealing 6, right? It was 4 +1 +2 -1. 6, yes. I go to 1 health. Ouch. That's their turn, though. They're done. All right, now we win. First off, I'm going to use at all costs on my banner spear, who is at 10. At all costs, kind of a wild card here. All allies heal 3. So my drifter actually heals 5 on account of continuous health. It is back to 6 now. And that deals 1 damage to the banner spear. Every time I heal an ally here, I take 1 damage. Whoops. I need that to track experience. Next, my Bone Shaper is still at max. My Deathwalker heals 2. And my Banner Spear takes 1. Next, City Guard. Okay, my banner heals 3, and I take 1. City Guard number 3 heals 3, and I take 1. And City Guard number 1 heals 3, and I take 1. I think I just provided 16 healing on the board. I also get an experience. And then, having used the top half of that card, I am going to grant 2 allies within 3 range 3 move. So we'll go 1, 2, 3. I got the Necromancer through the door. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Necromancer is not allowed to leave melee range of an enemy once going into melee range of it. So if I put my Necromancer here, they are kind of stuck for a while. This one's impassable. How long? They move 3? Let's get this Wraith in. And the Wraith has flying, so it can go above the terrain feature there as well. So do my summons get to attack whoever I want, as long as they're same range? Like, my summons don't have to attack the lower numbered enemy, is that correct? I think, like, everyone's asleep, maybe, but that would be nice here, if true. We are resummoning the attack stack. I didn't get the crit succeed out of it, which is, I guess, lucky with that many cards drawn. Okay, that's the Banner Spear's turn. Unfortunately, the banner can't go further than that. Next is the Bone Shaper. Well, next actually is the Bone Shaper's summons. So the skeleton moves here. A little bit in the way. The Wraith is happy, though. It can attack from where it is. I don't know if I'm allowed to choose its target or not. I thought at the start of the stream that I wasn't. And now, I no longer know what to believe. But at the moment, both of the enemies are basically the same anyway. Drain speed immobilizes the City Guard, by the way. The City Guard never moved, though, so it doesn't matter that they're immobilized. So I'm just going to hit the one in the middle of everything. And it gets +1 damage on this attack, which is number 7 from your modifier deck. Your group always played lowest number, but that was the Gloomhaven rule. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the same rule in Frosthaven. -1 damage. It doesn't have shield. I do have +1 damage from the banner. So I guess overall it takes 1. That's number 2. So I guess I am attacking the lowest numbered one anyway. Okay, then my Necromancer goes. And I am thinking I will use the top half of Transfer of Essence. The top half of Transfer of Essence gives an ally within 3 range advantage. Strengthen. So I'm going to strengthen the Drifter. And it gives an enemy within 3 range poison. So I'm going to poison the Algox Guard. Number 2, the one I've started killing. And then the bottom half of Command the Wretched grants an ally a melee attack for 5. This burns the card, so the card is gone. It gives me an experience. And I am going to hit the guard that's at kind of low health now with my Drifter. So my Drifter gets 1 experience when Crushing Weight moves up. Because my Drifter is also... Have I really only gotten... That is untrue. I've gotten 3 experience so far with my Drifter. At least 4. This is kind of relevant because my Drifter has a combat goal of getting 7 or less experience, but I wasn't counting these properly. Okay, anyway, my Drifter is attacking for a base before the modifier deck of 8. So 5 plus 2 for Crushing Weight plus 1 for the poison on the enemy. And all I need to do now, really, is just roll a ×2. Card number 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of the scariest. Meant to remind me about Banner Heal experience. Oh wait. Yes, thank you. I think we're saying the same thing. Yes. One of the scariest things in this game is you work so hard to put together a massive attack. This is attacking for 8, using like 4 different things. And then this could be a crit fail, and it just does nothing. It was a +0. Okay. So that deals 8 to Algok's guard number 2, who is still at 9 health. Seems unfair. That's my Bone Shaper's turn. And now we get to do some fun stuff, hopefully, with my Deathwalker. So my Deathwalker is burning Shadow Step. Shadow Step lets me move 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here, I think, and puts a shadow where I end up. And then I'm using Eclipse. Eclipse places 3 shadows and hexes within 3 range. And this also burns a card. So I've just burned 2 cards, which means I have fewer cards now. However, I think that's hopefully okay. 14 initiative next turn? Yeah, okay. So we're going to put a shadow under this archer, a shadow under this guard, and a shadow under this guard. This is what I was talking about with the Deathwalker, where like it feels like once I put the shadows down, I kill everything. But there's like, I have to decide which part of the mission I put all the shadows down in. Okay, that's my turn, yeah? That's the end of the turn. I have not been tracking the round counter at all. Probably at like round 7 or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter in this one. Prudent Preparation goes in discard. Monster deck goes back to normal. These monster decks are fine. And we have to work out what we're doing next turn. One of the fun things about like the monsters going in your turn is that you end the turn and it's like immediately your turn again. Not even a second. Poison? Did I not deal enough damage for poison? There is poison here. It was 5 plus 2 plus 1 from poison is 8. That's how I dealt 8 damage. Okay, so I'm now going to use Wave of Anguish. Wave of Anguish. For each shadow on the map at the start of this action, perform an attack for 3. Perform each attack as if you were occupying the hex with the shadow. So all of a sudden, we are attacking them for a lot. Necromancer. Kind of stuck in a doorway. Also, like, it doesn't matter that much what my Necromancer actually chooses with cards, because largely what my Necromancer does is have summons at this point. I'm going to, I think, try to run away? Right? That seems probably right. So I'm going to use Vile Assault with 27 initiative on my Drifter, which lets me move 2 and heal self for 2. I guess I am at 6. Maybe that's actually okay. I don't know. I use Bloodletting as my other card. Bloodletting has a couple of different potential options. Alionat. It's correct. It's correct. Welcome to my XCOM mission. Welcome to my Slay the Spire decks that I am building. This is the campaign map. All right. So that's what my Drifter is going to do. What does my Banner Spear do this turn? My Banner Spear has to stay within 2 range of the banner. Can I move 2 and then have allies move 2? Yes. And I could Javelin as well? That seems pretty good. All right. So I'm going to Javelin at 21 initiative, and combined effort lets me move 2 and have allies move 2 around me. So that gets my banner closer to the doorway. I need my Bone Shaper to do something. There are, of course, like plenty of options. It's all like fine. Move 2 and grant a summon 2 move. That could maybe like get me out of the way for other people. And then could one of my summons attack maybe? Yes. Could also curse and make darkness. If the attack kills the target, immediately play a card from your discard pile. I'm using Javelin. There's a quest here. Kill an enemy while 3 or more elements are strong or waning. I could try to set my Banner Spear up to kill an enemy next turn. And complete that quest. If I channel both life and darkness this turn. Wave of Anguish doesn't channel darkness. So I'd need to channel life and darkness with my Necromancer, and the way I can do that is using Malicious Conversion, which is a card that burns itself when used. If it kills the target, immediately play a card from your discard pile to perform a summon action of the card, reducing any damage you suffer from summoning by 2. It's a very awkward card to be using. It doesn't, like, it just hits something for 4, basically. And then I try to set up a kill for the Banner Spear next turn. I think it's doable. I think it's doable. It feels kind of silly to be... How much health do you have? Full. Feels kind of silly to be thinking about a perk right now when there is so much dying happening so constantly. But maybe it's okay. I will just use, I think, bottom half of Bottom half of flow of the Black River to get through the door. How about that? I have to like kind of math this out a little bit. It's at 9. And I want to get the kill with this. Kind of. Do I want to? I don't actually care if I get the kill with it or not, do I? Because I don't actually have a summon in my discard pile to summon anyway. I could. I could discard. What does it say? You may choose to move their cards from your active area to your discard pile at any time, removing the corresponding summons from the map. At any time. Does that literally mean at any time, or does it mean... Like, can I discard the skeleton after I see that malicious conversion kills, but before I decide whether I summon the skeleton again? I kinda doubt it. It's really missing on the Twitch integration. We'll make some spreadsheets. We'll absolutely make some spreadsheets. Okay, so this is my turn. I'm going pretty fast. Not necessarily faster than they can go, but like pretty fast. What they roll for initiative makes a pretty big difference. Especially the archers. If the archers go fast enough to like kill my drifter, that's pretty bad. So let's roll for the guards first. Also, the guards are strengthened, so if they go super early, holy shit. They've gotten 15 initiative Venom Shiv. They're going to shield themselves and attack with poison at 15 initiative. That is so bad. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, well, surely the archers won't do something that bad. The archers are doing hasty assault at 16 initiative. They are moving and attacking. Okay, my drifter may actually be dead here. At which point I have to find out how I finish the mission. I don't know. What does a priest do? 1, drain strength. They're just attacking the guards again. Well, that's fucked. Priest first, then Deathwalker, then Guard, and Algox Archer. Alright. Algox Priest. There's one of these here and one of them here. This one will shoot at this city guard. It's shooting at a base attack of 2. And the city guard has, that's not a d20, city guard has 2 block. So as long as it's not a positive modifier, it doesn't actually hit for anything. That deals 0. Next one deals 0. Okay, the priests are done. That wasn't so bad. Now I do get one good part of my turn. I'm going to use Anger of the Dead, which says all enemies occupying a hex with shadow gets wounded, and then whenever an enemy enters a hex with a shadow this round, that enemy gains a wound. So this is already Algox Archer 3, Algox Guard 2, and Algox Guard 3 are all wounded. Great start. Next, I have Wave of Anguish, which I am exhausting. For each shadow on the map, at the start of this action, perform an attack for 3. Perform each attack as if you were occupying the hex with the shadow. So, let's start at the top. This shadow has to attack the archer standing in front of it. Card modifier 4. We're attacking for a base damage of 3. I do have a poison dagger. Activate the poison dagger here to get 1 more damage on the next attack? I guess so. Okay, we're going to activate poison dagger. So 1, 2, 3, 4. -1. So that deals 2 to it. It has 5 health left. And is poisoned. And then there's another shadow next to it. So that shadow will also attack it. This one has modifier number 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. +0. So that hits for 3 +1 for the poison, which puts the archer at 1 health and it's wounded. So it is going to die before it moves. Yay! Okay, now somewhat more important. Algox Guard number 2 has 9 health and is poisoned. Against a poisoned Algox Guard, each of these attacks averages 4 damage. And it's wounded. So on average, it dies. I get 1 experience, by the way, for playing this card. Do I get an experience for playing the bottom half of... I feel like this character like doesn't get experience ever. I don't know how I get experience. Anyway, so 4 + 4 + 1 from the wound kills it. As long as I do perform at expectation. How many cards are in this deck? There are 12 cards in this deck. I have a D12. That's number 3. -1. So it's at 6. Please. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many bad cards even are there? +0. Oh my god, it's at 1 health. Oh my god, it's at 1 health. Okay, let's proceed to lose the scenario. The Algoth guards now go. So wound deals 1 to you, wound deals 1 to you. The ones on the other side of the board are fine though. Algox guard number 2 goes first. It has 1 health. It attacks my Drifter. Drifter is at 6. Has some cards to burn still. But the attack is for 5 base and poisons. Card 16 from the monster deck. Is a crit miss. Alright, good time for that. It still poisons though. Poison particularly unpleasant because it blocks the next heal that my Drifter does. Okay, second guard now. 20 is not in the monster deck anymore. Card number 3. 1, 2, 3. It's a +0. So it started at 5. +1 from the poison is 6. I am at 6 health. I guess I'd better burn a card. I have 2 cards to burn. Let's burn... Let's burn Draining Arrows. I'm probably burning both of them, let's be real. Because, okay, well, there are more guards to go. Over here, guard number 4 is attacking a... I do the right attacks, by the way. Yes, that's the only attacks. Over here, guard number 4 is attacking a city guard. Number 1, modifier 7. So +0. This one's not an elite card, so it only hits for 4, minus 2 shield is 2. City Guard number 1. It's now at 5. And poisoned. And it takes another 2 damage from Retaliate. So Algox Guard is down to 8 health. Oh, fuck, they're strengthened. All right, let me finish this attack. 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 1. Okay, so that's 1 more damage to the City Guard. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I guess, roll the advantage on both of their attacks. You know what I'll just do? All right, let's roll the advantage on the crit fail, I guess. 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because I already burned a card for the other one anyway. So the crit fail is actually a +1, so I have to burn the other card. Okay. That's fine. Just in case, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3. I would have taken 1 more damage from the other attack, but I burned a card anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We need to take 2 damage from Retaliate on this Algox Guard. Yikes. I got XCOM'd pretty hard. That was some good XCOMing that I just experienced. The other Algox Guard is going to attack City Guard number 3. The modifier deck's down to 12 cards. What happens if they use more than 20 modifier cards in the same turn? It's strengthened. Did they like make sure that that wasn't possible somehow? Wait, which one's 5? This one. The City Guard number 3 takes 2 damage and is poisoned, and the guard also takes 2 damage. The Algox Guard. It's guard on guard violence over there. You just reshuffle when you need to draw. That makes sense? That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so now the archers go. So this elite archer actually shoots at my Deathwalker, not at my Drifter. The Drifter has higher initiative than the Deathwalker, so the Deathwalker being equidistant is the favored target. Doesn't have to move because it's already in 4 range. Its base attack is for 4. I only have like 10 cards left in that deck, so let's just roll a d10. 5. It's a +1, putting me at 1. I'll allow it. And then this archer does shoot at the Drifter. 9 is maybe not even in the deck anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. +1. Started at 4. The Drifter's poisoned. And at 6 health. So +1's actually enough to make me burn again. I have to burn. There are 2 cards in my discard pile, and I have to burn them. That's the rules. Wow! Well, that went catastrophically badly. Good lord. Good lord. You know what else? I can't even like get into the room with my banner. Shield, banner spear. The cards I have let me move 2. I guess I'll go 1. And then I can move allies too. So I'll move this skeleton up. I'll move this banner up. 1, 2, 3, heal self. But I can't actually use a javelin. Because I don't have range. Winged shoes doesn't do anything. Nope. Fuck. Okay, it's fine, probably. Probably my summoner just hard carries. Probably my summoner just hard carries, right? It seems reasonable. Also, I've got my Deathwalker. My Deathwalker can do something, maybe. My Drifter has 2 cards left. This will be my Drifter's last turn, one way or another. I can't even get out of the way. I think what I'll do is... So I do have bottom half of Bloodletting, which deals 3 damage and applies a wound to something, and I have top half of Vile Assault, which attacks twice. I guess we start with top half of Vile Assault on the guard here that has like 1 billion health instead of 1 health. In fact, this guard is just straight up dead next turn to the wound. Unless I get healed before then. Fucking hell. Anyway, Vile Assault on the enemy below me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get a +1. And it started at... I can use the banner as well, so it started at 5. +1 is 6. -1 for the shield, though. So 5 damage. Applies poison. I just have to look. 10 to the clan heals in range 3. Oh, they'll just heal... No, they'll heal the things over there. Okay, so I don't have to worry about the priests coming and healing it. So I don't have to kill the one that's still alive. The issue is my summons are going to go kill it anyway. So maybe I should, I don't know. I have another attack from Vile Assault. This one will wound, which doesn't really do much in this situation. 17's not on the deck anymore. 4. It has the same... it has base attack value of 5 again. -1 to 4, -1 from a shield is 3. I got 1 more experience from Crushing Weight. And this Algox guard is down to 9 health. It's wounded again, which doesn't do anything. And now I have the bottom half of... Sorry, what is it? Bottom half of Bloodletting, which is just an attack for 1. Melee attack for 1, though. Did I get my 1 experience? I did not. Melee attack for 1, which is +2 from Crushing Weight. So melee attack for 3. It has poison on it, but also a shield. So base value is 3. Base value is actually 4. In case I roll ×2, that'd be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. +0. So 1 +2 +1 for poison -1 for shield is 3. This guard's down to 7 now. Maybe I can kill them before they move again. Because now my Bone Shaper goes. Oh, this claims my Bone Shaper was meant to go before the Drifter. Is that true? Vile Assault, Bloodletting. Yeah, it is true. Okay, so that's fine. I was going to play the turn the same way anyway. The only difference is I will not have poison on this when I'm dealing damage, I guess. Also, I can heal with my Amulet of Life, which doesn't give me an experience, unfortunately. Oh well. Fuck, right? Alright. So first, this Wraith attacks. I think that I want it to attack number 3. I'm pretty sure that that's true. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a +1 modifier. So it doesn't have poison and it does have shield, but I have the banner. So that ends up being 2. +1 for the modifier, +1 for the banner. 1 base damage is 3, minus 1 from the shield is 2. And down to 4 health. My fucking drifter is blessed, by the way. Should I redo the entire thing? I think what I do is I look at 3 more cards, and if any of them are the crit, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's actually relatively easy. So this would be the first attack. The modifiers that I got were those. First attack wouldn't have improved. Second attack, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Improved by 2. Third attack, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Crit. Alright, so the third attack was for... Well, also, it's not even your fucking turn yet. Holy shit. What the fuck is happening? Twitch chat? I did some bookkeeping wrong. So the Necromancer... Here's what I think. I think that we have the Wraith attack there. It already did that. Then we have the skeleton move in here. And it hits this for presumably more than 1. 1, 2, 3. It's at 2 right now. 0. That's enough to kill. And I think my Necromancer moves in. And what I'm going to do, because I'm pretty sure I would have done this anyway, I'm going to move to the tile where the enemy just died, picking up the loot immediately. And then I'm just going to... Oh, I get to move one of my summons too when I do that. 1, 2. And then I'm just going to use the top half of Malicious Intent. Since I didn't get Javelin, so making 3 elements doesn't do anything, there isn't that much reason to do it anymore. So top half of Malicious Intent just attacks for 2. Sorry. When I said top half of Malicious, I meant like default. Default of top half of Malicious Intent. Oh my god, I crit it! Don't waste your crit, friend. I believe that means I deal 3 to it. So basically where we've ended up at is both of them are dead. And how exactly they died is impossible to understand, but it happened. Also, my drifter is dead. I didn't resolve the wound on the archer at the top during the archer turn, but that archer is also dead. Wound, poison. So we lost a character, but so did they. They lost 3. Seems relatively fair, really. Drifter will be remembered. I don't know. Who's that? Loot. 1, 2, 3. is some lumber. Okay. At end of turn, Drifter is exhausted. When Drifter exhausts, the token simply leaves the battlefield. It doesn't mean that Drifter cannot succeed at his personal quest for the mission, which I will remind you was to gain 7 or fewer experience. So maybe having the Drifter die early was actually a masterful play by me. Maybe that's the thing that we should take away from what has just happened. Also, maybe not. Also, maybe not. Yo, where did that summon dude go? Charles. Charles, where are you? 4, tip of the spear. 2, 3. No. Just looking at the fact that my banner spear has no relevant move next turn. It seems kind of bad. Oh well. Oh, I guess I could change that though. It is next turn, for what it's worth. I could use a bathroom break, so I'm gonna grab a bathroom break and a glass of water, and then this looks salvageable, but I mean, we do only have 3 characters now. I think my summoner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, still has 8 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cards for my Deathwalker. I think those 2 are going to clean up quite a few enemies pretty easily. So hopefully we'll be all right. Anyway, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me the Beat Boys and free my soul. Yeah. And clean up, the guards lose Venom Shiv. The archers lose Hasty Assault. The priests lose Drain Strength. The priests are still, for the moment, busy with the city guard. Yo, Arvius, thanks for the raid. Welcome. Have you ever seen this game, Arvius? I don't know if you've maybe seen the Gloomhaven video game. It is a pretty good time. I feel like during that turn they probably hit either the crit or the... Yeah, they hit a crit miss at some point, so we reshuffle their deck. You hit a crit, so we reshuffle your deck. If you're coming in from Arvius's channel, we are playing Frosthaven, which is like an XCOM board game with a huge campaign like Long War. And the combat is card-based instead of, what would you call XCOM's combat? I don't know, action-based, model-based. The cards choose what you can do and also represent your health, because you will play them and discard them, and then you will have to burn cards to get your hand back. So over the course of the mission, you end up with fewer and fewer and fewer cards left, and then, like, hopefully you win. We are down to 3 models. This is our Banner Spear. This is our Bone Shaper, because it's basically a necromancer. And this is our Death Walker, who wanders among the shadows on the map, which are these circles. There are 5 of them. And blows people up with powers, basically like empowered by those. But yeah, we used to have 4, and now there's only 3. Fortunately, we're not that far away from the end of the mission. We have 6 enemies left to kill. And everything blue on the map is an ally. So we do have plenty of allies who are, like, trying to do something. Whether they are succeeding or not is, you know. Yeah. So. These are 4 city guards who aren't allowed to move. They just stand still. And if they get melee attacked, they retaliate for 2. So they've actually been, like, trading okay with these guards over here. We have 2 Elgox archers left to kill. This is a regular one, and this is an elite one. White base versus yellow base, and the white tags mean Elgox archers. We have 2 Elgox priests who are still at full health. They have 9 health and 1 shield. Yeah, we still haven't even come close to touching them. And then there are 2 more guards over here. Each of these has 8 health left. They've been busy fighting the city guard. The city guard's been holding up okay. Anyway, I feel like I have to... Let's take these all out of play since my drifter's dead. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned it, but when you burn cards to avoid damage, you can discard 1 card in your draw pile or 2 cards in your discard pile. So that's why I had to discard 2 cards toward the end when I finally ran out of cards entirely, because I was out of draw pile. My Deathwalker is 1 HP. 7 health, no, 5 health on my Banner Spear, 6 health on my Summoner. I feel like my Summoner has to do a lot of work here. Let's look at what cards we have left. Burn, not discard. It's actually called Lose in Frosthaven, which is like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. Whatever, sure. I would like to make another skeleton. The archers are either going at 14 initiative, 29 initiative, or 64 initiative. They're both going to target my skeleton. I guess the hope is that they crit fail their attacks. That's like kind of the hope. I don't really want my skeleton to die. I guess it's kind of better for my skeleton to die than other things to die. Alright, I'm gonna plan to summon another skeleton with my summoner, and I'm gonna go at 30 initiative with Fell Remedy, which will, like, heal me for a little bit, maybe. Is there, like, a good turn for my Shadow Deathwalker? Teleport to a hex with a shadow or adjacent to a shadow. Surprising how little it feels like I can do. So this has 7 health, this has 12 health. I think I like teleporting to a hex with a shadow or adjacent to a shadow, and then just using Strength of the Abyss. Strength of the Abyss deals X plus 1 damage, where X is the number of shadows on the map. That would just straight up hit for 6 right now. And maybe we can high roll that somehow. The one thing that my Banner Spear can do this turn is I can use Set for a Charge to move 4. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can use Tip of the Spear. Tip of the Spear, as long as there is an ally on this tile, Tip of the Spear can attack this way and hit this tile and this tile. This tile has an enemy in it. So I think that's my plan. And I'm moving slowly enough that my Necromancer can summon something here so that there is something there. So I think that works okay. What I'm worried about this turn is what happens if this elite archer attacks this skeleton and kills it, which is quite likely, and then this archer is going to have to find a target. It'll shoot my Necromancer, potentially. My Necromancer, I don't want to be taking damage. It is at 6 health, but Harper is her name. Harper takes 2 damage every time she summons a skeleton, so, you know, in order to keep being able to summon skeletons, including like the skeleton I'm planning to summon this turn, I would kind of like her not to take damage. You're 10 months deep on your Frosthaven campaign. Nice. Yeah, it's a large game, huh? I am on night 1. Feel free to stick around. No spoilers. Absolutely no spoilers. All right, Bone Shaper, Deathwalker, and Banner Spear is my initiative order. And now we look at what the enemies are doing. So the guards, there are still 2 guards, but they're on the other side of the board. They're going to Throwing Axe. That's unfortunate for me. That means they move away from the guards who retaliate against them and won't take damage from the retaliation. All right, archers, they only have 3 left, so I'll use a d4. 1, 2, 3, and 4 I'll reroll. 4 is a reroll. 3, they're going to Power Shot. That is interesting. Do I like that? Probably. It's interesting. I don't honestly know if I like it or not, but that's what they're going to do. Power Shot is they don't move. They attack at 64 initiative, and they attack something at range 5. And then the priests also exist. I'll use a d6 for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4. Calculated strike. They are going to basically shoot at the guards again. Have I considered using an app? I will have some sort of spreadsheet at some point, I think. Maybe one that viewers can edit even, but like for night 1, I just kind of wanted to play the game. Okay, I don't totally hate this. So the Algox guards are going between my Deathwalker and Banner Spear, and then the archers and priests are going after the Banner Spear. Wait, no they aren't. Oh, I do hate it. I didn't realize that the archers were still going before the Banner Spear. Could I have... No, I couldn't have. Okay, probably this archer's dead anyway. And also, we can just tank the damage with the skeleton. So probably it's okay. Anyway, my turn begins with my Bone Shaper. First it summons. So this Wraith has 2 movement, and then it has 3 range in its attacks. So it can move to the door. Wait. Alright, so my plan for my Banner Shield doesn't even work. Banner Spear doesn't even work, as there is a summon in the way. Yeah, I think it's too late to change my cards. I've already seen what the enemies do. That feels like it's cheating. But yeah, that was a mistake. The app is great. It takes care of the enemy cards for me, initiative, HP, experience, etc. Yeah, I want to play a board game. So. Alright, 3. The fact that I am having to take care of all this stuff is part of the appeal. That is not, like, that is a feature, not a bug. So it attacks for 1 by default, +1 for the banner, -1 for the modifier card. It means it hits for 1. There is now... It is now an archer with 6 health instead of 7. Next, my skeleton moves. It'll move here, and it attacks for 2. It does not have the banner helping it. Card number 1 hits for +0. So now the archer is down to 4. And then I actually get my Necromancer's actual turn, which is just going to be I summon another skeleton. It deals me 2 damage, but then I heal myself for 1 with Fell Remedy. Unless I would prefer to move for some weird reason, but I think that's okay. We'll make another skeleton. It has to be adjacent to me. Put it right there. So that's going to tank the power shot for me. Rest in peace, skeleton. You lived well and died even better. I'm going to use the bottom half of Forceful Spirits with my Deathwalker to teleport somewhere adjacent to a shadow. And then I'm going to use Strength of the Abyss to deal X +1 damage as a melee attack, where X is the number of shadows on the map. That's 5. X is 5. That's the maximum number it can be. So I'm going to hit really hard. Hopefully. Let's roll a dice and find out. Because I can also just crit fail. And the Bone Shaper gets an experience. Thank you. 6. +1. All right. It's a dead archer. One archer left alive. The archers do go before my banner spear. Is that a d20? I'm losing my mind. That's a d12. So power shot at this skeleton is the only thing it's allowed to do. Hits for modifier 8. 9, 6, 7, 8. Plus 2. Well, it was already attacking for 6, and the skeleton has 3 health, so, you know, we weren't really holding out much hope there. Discard just immediately goes to the discard pile. I have to work out what my Deathwalker's turn is next turn. Could it be time for Dark Fog? Probably not. Okay, I think I have an okay turn. That's the archer done. Oh, the guard was actually meant to go first. So this guard will move 1 back from its target and hit it with a throwing axe. 3. 1, 2, 3. It's a crit fail. And does the throwing axe do anything else? No. This one will move 1 back from the guard and hit it with a throwing axe. 12. That one's a crit hit. Throwing axe is hitting for 3. So times 2 is 6, minus 2 armor. Guard number 3 is poisoned as well. Guard number 3 is dead. Allies, for whatever reason, who could say why, do not drop loot, which I think is very unreasonable. This is particularly a problem here because now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now these 2 enemies are going to start targeting me, right? Maybe that isn't a problem. Maybe I'm okay with that. This one's also going to start targeting me. Oh god. Well, once I move up, it will. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. If it had melee attacked here and killed the guard, that would have been much better because it would still be close enough to this guard to go attack it next, but with it moving back to ranged attack, now when I attack this archer, I'm gonna be in pain. Let's see, the archers went. Okay, now the priests go, actually. The archer went, the guard went, the priest goes. The priests are doing a calculated strike. They move 1 tile and then attack with +1 damage at 3 range. So this priest targets that. Modifier 12. -2. That feels like it deals 0 damage then. And this priest has to find its target, and I believe its target ends up being this skeleton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which means it has to move toward this skeleton, but it only moves 1, and it's still out of range to actually make an attack. Oh, the banner spear moves before that happens. I'm just going to take a move for 4. I feel like my banner spear, like, do you still have all of your cards? Like, have you? I feel like it's just been standing around doing nothing the entire mission. So maybe my banner spear sweeps in and wins the mission for me. You know, another thing that's going on here. Maybe I can kill this archer without having to get too close to it. At which point I can bring them to me, which feels like it could be pretty useful. Because that way this priest doesn't start attacking me and these guards keep attacking the city guards. Yeah, so I think not moving forward next turn has actually become very important. Unfortunately, I can't make a skeleton not move forward. By the way, it is next turn, right? Yeah, it is next turn. Okay. Let's take a look at what we're doing. Would I want a rules correction? Yeah, sure. What did I do wrong? I actually appreciate people pointing out if I like miss experience or something like that, or misunderstand a rule. Allies do drop loot? Are you sure? Allies are monsters? No way. Send me to the rulebook. Does that mean I can summon skeletons and then unsummon them repeatedly? And loot the entire deck, though? You're actually a developer from this game. Summons are not allies. Okay. Where is the thing that explains this for me better? Allies, enemies, and self. Characters are allies to other characters. Monsters are allies to other monsters. And characters and monsters are enemies to each other. Figures are not their own allies. Page 45. When a monster dies, remove its standee from the map, clear all tokens from its section of the stat sleeve, and place a loot token in the hex where it died, even if it was summoned or spawned, unless it was a scenario ally. Well, developer of the game. Let me direct you to the rulebook. Okay. But unless it was a character ally as in your rulebook. Interesting. So summons aren't monsters? Is mine the second printing? How would I tell? Oh, I think I have first edition. There's no like publication thing here. Credits? 2022? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. It's fine. Here's the deal. I'm house rolling a couple of things anyway. I don't want to deal with someone's dropping loot. I think that the emergent gameplay would be unenjoyable for me. It's written on the box, but it's actually incorrect on the box as well. Funny. Okay. Summons shouldn't drop loot. So it's allies that can drop loot. My rulebook says unless they are scenario allies. Your rulebook says unless they are character allies. Unclear to me what the difference is for what it works. Are these not characters? I guess not. That is very unclear to me. Perhaps something that could be improved in the wording for third edition. A character ally is a summon. Okay. What about an ally which is a character? Like on a mission where you use a character for an ally. Anyway. Necromancer has to move. Grant one of my summons an attack with +1 damage. Seems decent. Poison something. How many cards do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's quite a lot of cards still. Is it bad to loot here? um, I could also rest to get skeletons back. I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't have any elements as far as I can tell. At 5 range, curse, and summon adjacent to the enemy gets to kill it more. Don't have any summons adjacent to the enemy, probably. Probably my skeleton dies, is my guess. So I think I'm going to go for Decaying Will. And I think if Decaying Will gets me to move... Oh, we reset the Archer deck. So it is possible for them to go slower than 46. Kind of hard. It's a 1 in 4 that they go slower than 46. That would be the main way for them to fail. But I'm kind of happy for them to kill a skeleton, actually. We're trying to, like, let them come to us right now. And one of the cool things I can do, which I was looking at, is the bottom half of Dark Fog moves Shadow up to 5 hexes. And then the top half of Fluid Night, perform an attack as if you were occupying a hex with a shadow, then remove the shadow. So I can, like, send a shadow at them and then have it hit them in the face. That's kind of cool. I feel that that is kind of cool. So that's what my Deathwalker is going to do, and that means my Deathwalker doesn't have to move forward to do anything. I guess I have 2 cards for my Banner Spear, and I don't really want to rest this turn, so I'll just play the 2 cards I have. They are Pincer Movement and Unbreakable Wall. Doesn't look like there are enemies to attack, but I don't know. Maybe that'll change. You just checked any 2 cards. My version of the wording is correct, so scenario allies should not drop loot, although you agree it seems thematically silly. But the good news is that I do have the second printing, which fixes a lot of typos. Nice, cool. It is very cool that you worked on the game. I've discovered that I know quite a lot of people who have worked on this game. Kind of wild. I guess it makes sense. I mean, the game is XCOM and Slay the Spire. It makes a lot of sense. Okay. Throwing Axe is gone for the guards, and Calculated Strike is gone for the priests. So now I've picked my cards. I go Deathwalker, then Bone Shaper, then Banner Spear. I'm thinking about maybe using the bottom half of Wrath of the Turned Earth, which is... Can I bring this closer to the camera? Does it actually help? On the next 3 sources of damage to one of your summons, negate the damage. Kind of helps. All right. Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, we'll see. They get turns, though. So 6 options for the guards. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing special. Nothing special means they move 4 toward a melee target. So that actually takes them away from me. Or they move 3. Well, same difference. So that successfully splits the enemies up. The Algox guards move toward these, and this priest moves toward that, but this priest moved toward me. That seems fine. We have 8 options for the archer. Chooses 7, which is twin bolts, which actually goes slower than my necromancer. That could be good. And then what do the priests do? We got a D4 here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. They tend to the clan. They will move. They will seek a melee target and move 2 toward it. So this is basically going to walk there. And this is going to walk like in here. And then they're going to heal something in range 3 for 3, which this archer's dead. That doesn't heal very much. Like, that mostly just fails to do anything. They're going to heal that for 3, but this doesn't have anything in range to heal anyway. He's just kind of walking into me, putting itself in a really bad position. Okay, the one thing it does do is it tanks for the archer, I guess, because my summons go attack it instead of the archer. That's kind of bad. Oh well, that's all fine. 50, 56, 23. So you go first. You go here. You go here. Let's start with the priests. Priest number 5 moves to... I guess I can move it here. It's allowed. It chooses the skeleton as its focus. And then it heals something within 3, but everything within 3 is at full health. How do I know which token is which? Yeah, they are numbered. You do not know, unfortunately, but I do. This one moves here and heals its friend, which has the most missing health. They both have the same amount of health. Health missing. I don't know if I get to choose then, but I'm just going to choose the one that's closer because that seems narratively sensible. I don't really want to think about it. Shout. The priest still ends up tanking all the damage. Oh well. I have kind of brought the banner through the mission with me, like a little bit, like a teensy bit. Am I the one playing and running the game? I am. Yeah, you can play this game solo. So... Deathwalker. With the bottom half of Dark Fog, I'm going to move a shadow up to 5 hexes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right on this archer, I think we hit the archer. Or... so we're hitting it for 5. I have no modifiers, and it doesn't have poison or anything. It's just an attack for 5. I don't have many cards left in my deck. This would be a good crit. 9 cards. So we're getting kind of close to, like, crit or crit miss. Card number 10 doesn't exist. Card number 8. Plus 0. So we just deal 5. That's not so bad. Archer's down to 7 health. That thing's tanky. It actually is the tankiest enemy right now, I think. Well, before that attack it was. Okay, that's the Deathwalker done. Now, the Bone Shaper goes. The Bone Shaper, the closest tile it can attack from, or sorry, the Wraith goes first. The closest tile the Wraith can attack from is here, from which it can attack the Priest, which is what it's going to do. 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The reason to roll a die is so I don't have to shuffle. It deals plus 0. The enemy has a shield, so its attack is only for 1 +0 doesn't hit it. Let's move this skeleton. I don't really see why it would matter. Let's move it here. And it's attacking for 2. 9. There are actually quite a lot of moments where you have to reshuffle these ducks, and well, it's a -2, so that doesn't deal any damage. I don't have sleeves for them yet. Once I have sleeves, I'll start shuffling them more, probably. But the sleeves don't arrive until the end of the week. Grant one of your summons an attack, blah, 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 blah. I could just Decaying Will the remaining archer. Decaying Will applies poison to it. It also summons Earth. I just realized the archer gets to attack this turn. Fuck. Yeah, let's do that to the archer. $16 is the bottom card. It's a crit miss. Fortunately, crit miss still applies poison, which is a lot of what we were trying to do. Crit miss is the same as a -1 there, actually. It's like not a bad time to get a crit miss. I have to decide with Wrath of the Turned Earth if I would like to move 2. Or if I would like to do something else. The other thing I can do is the bottom half of it says, on your next 3 sources of damage to one of your summons, negate the damage. That kind of feels really good. But also, I have to reclaim next turn. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are only 6 cards there. I think I run out of cards too fast to do that, probably. So instead, I think I'm going to move, but if I move, my Death Shaper dies. My Death Shaper is 1 health. So actually, I'm probably going to have to burn a card either way, right? The Archer's Twin Bolts, it doesn't move and they have range 4. It's very awkward. 4 is exactly how far away I am. Very awkward. All right, yeah, I mean, I'm going to use Wrath of the Turned Earth then. So on the next 3 sources of damage to one of my summons, I negate the damage. And this needs a little token. Hey Soto, how are you? What I thought initially was that I'd just have the decks face up and then I could roll a dice and that way we could all see what was in the modifier decks to make it a little bit more exciting. But it turns out that having like 100 cards face up on the table takes quite a lot of room. So I ended up not doing that. All right. Bone Shaper is done. I am a bit concerned about running out of cards before the mission is over. Feels like we're getting kind of low on stuff. Well, now the Algox guards go. So this one moves up to attack City Guard number 1, who is at 2 health. No, that's 6 health, actually. Card 19 doesn't exist. Card 16 is the bottom card. It attacks for +0. It's doing nothing special, which means it by default was attacking for 4. +1 -2 is 3 damage. And then it gets retaliated against and takes 2. So it's at 9. The other one walks over here and attacks City Guard number 2. Card number 2. Got a purring kitten on your chest. Nice. -1. And also, City Guard number 2 isn't poisoned. So, City Guard number 2 takes 1 damage. And the Algarx Guard takes another 2. It's down to 6. The City Guards might kill one of them. That would be very helpful. I'm running out of cards, but also they are running out of enemies. Okay, but Algarx Archer. First it attacks this skeleton for 7. I guess unless it's a crit fail, it just eats one of the track things. Yeah, so the next 3 sources of damage, one of my summons negate the damage. I get an experience. Somehow, I don't really believe it. Oh, Fluid Knight gives me an experience. You are allowed to tell me when I'm missing experience, by the way. Lyle is up to 3 experience on the mission. Do we believe that? Wave of Anguish also gives an experience? Eclipse doesn't give an experience. Wave of Anguish gave 1 experience. Fluid Knight just now gave 1 experience. Where'd I get my other experience from? Maybe the surprising thing is actually that I got 3 experience. I think the other experience came from the infusion with Dark in the first room, like over here when I attacked 2 targets at range. Cool, so that should be the right number then. 3. How do you get experience? Like, what the fuck? Anyway. Three experience is believable, yeah. So the archer has shot the skeleton and not killed it. Now it's shooting my necromancer. 17 isn't in the deck. 5. It is an elite archer. So it starts with it's a card burn, right? It starts with 5, -1 for twin bolts to 4, +1 from the modifier back to 5. My necromancer's on 5 health. It's pretty upsetting. I have to burn a card. I guess I'm burning Eternal Torment since that's the card that I have. This is a door. This is a wall. Is this tile adjacent to this tile? I think they are. I think the rules are that they are. I'm also considering maybe... You got a purring cat on your bed staring at you? I think maybe I give up on the mastery with Banner Spear. Maybe it's time for Banner Spear to just go kill them. Yeah. Anyway, I will move 1 because moving 1's just as good as moving 2, and pincer movement has loot on it. I can pick up this loot. Take loot number 14 from the deck. A rock root. I have a snow thistle and a rock root. Nice. And that's my turn. Oh dear. My next turn on Banner Spear is very awkward too. Also awkward. Well, that is the turn. Earth is waning. I am going to short rest with Banner Spear over long rest. I think that's kind of necessary. I still have 8 cards. I could go disarm something maybe. Oh, I could go... I could move here and use the spear, tip of spear attack. That feels not awful right now. What's the archer at? That's 7 and poisoned. Just crit it? Just crit LOL? Could grant 2 allies within 3 range a move of 3. And then with my top half of the card, I could at all costs to heal allies, which heals a bunch of city guards, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. It would heal 4 things. It would almost kill me. I'd be at 1 HP afterwards. But it would get the banner into the room. And it would let my Shadow Walker get in front of enemies without having to move. Which I think is not terrible here. There is the problem of how to not die after doing that, but yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, I just don't have many cards left. This feels like it's close. I'm gonna rest, short rest with Banner Sphere. 8 cards. Let's see what I lose, and then we'll see if it's an okay thing to lose. So 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lose set for the charge. That is a high initiative way to go next turn, but I don't think there was anything for me to do with it anyway, to be honest. I only have 5 health, so I can't even really tank. Oh, they can't possibly double attack. That's kind of nice. Pre-stack resets. All you have to do is work out how to not die afterwards. Or during, or before. Yeah, I'll lose set for the charge. That's okay. Two move, grant 2 allies within 2 range, 2 move. What if I just healed everyone and then I was at 1 HP? I heal that. I'm at 5, I go to 1. I grant 2 allies within 3 hexes, a move of 3. Which is actually kind of useful. I get to choose where that move goes to. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. I am going to heal all my allies on the map at ludicrous cost to my own health. There are 6 cards here. Can make another skeleton. At 5. I wish there were more than 6 cards. I think I got a short rest. Don't see how I can long rest, really. Note that any poisoned allies healed don't cost me 1 HP because they don't increase their HP. Oh, shit! There is one of those. Card number 5. I lose one of the skeletons. Wait. That's my last skeleton, actually. I'm going to re-roll that. This time it's 6. Don't roll 6. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I lose Fell Remedy, which is a way to heal myself or an ally. It's a bit awkward, but sure. I take 1 damage for re-rolling. So I'm at 4. With my turn, there is life essence. I can consume that to move further, to poison an extra target, although the archer's already poisoned. I guess if the priest heals, it will heal the poison off the archer, so that would kind of do something, but for the most part, this doesn't seem like it does much. Well, I can strengthen my Deathwalker. Strengthening my Deathwalker is kind of exciting. Also, I get an experience. Bottom half of card. Didn't I want to, like, summon a skeleton? Didn't I just summon a skeleton? I feel like I should just summon a skeleton. Summon skeleton, move. Grant one of your summons to move. Ooh, granting a summon to move could put a skeleton next to that archer. Although the archer probably goes... The summons definitely attack before me. Being able to put a... it's so weird. It's also weird. I think we play Flow of the Black River for 18 initiative. It feels like if I get through these two, we have a little bit, right? Because these are all over here killing the city guards. So I'm going to Flow of the Black River for 18 initiative, and then I'm going to Life and Death, which just summons another skeleton, which is a weird thing to do, I feel, but okay, that's what I'm doing. You just tuned in and your brain is starting to leak out of your nose. Oh no. That is unhealthy. Then I will Lingering Rot and Call to the Abyss with my Deathwalker, which I think actually does a really good thing here. Although Lingering Rot consumes... Oh, I didn't realize that. I still have 6 cards. That might be okay. Alright, so my initiative order is Bone Shaper, Banner Spear, and Deathwalker. Let's see what they do. They do still have at least one of every type of enemy here. So first we have their Algox guards, that one and that one. They're just beating up the city guards at the moment. They rolled a 6, which is Psych up. They are going to keep beating up the city guards. Next we have the Archer. 7 options for you. 2 is a Hasty Assault. It's going to move and attack. That goes before any of my stuff. It's okay though, I guess, because it just attacks my skeleton, which is immune to damage at the moment. Did I take an experience for that? I think I did. And the priest does 4, 10 to the clan. So both of the priests are healing. This feels kind of bad. This feels kind of bad. I don't know if I want them to heal, because I would really like the enemies to die. And the enemies are not dead yet. That heal does get blocked by the poison, though, is worth noting. So that's at 23 initiative, which goes after my Bone Shaper, but before the rest of my stuff. The guards are going at 55, which is here. And the Archer is going at 16, which is here. All right, start with the Archer. Did we need to reshuffle this? 2, 3, 4, 5. We do. Yes, absolutely. All right. Start with the Archer attacking a skeleton. 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one. All right. The damage is prevented by Wrath of the Turned Earth. Next, Bone Shaper. So first, my Wraith goes and it attacks the priest. 18 in my modifier deck is 20, 19, 18 there, +1. So it deals 1 damage through the shield. That's priest number 5. It is mortal. Next, my skeleton also attacks the same priest. 7 in the modifier deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a +1. So that is started at 2, goes to 3, so it deals 2 to the priest, which is down to 6 health now. It still is healing the archer, not itself, though. Next, my necromancer gets to move. So I'm going to move here to grab loot. I think it seems kind of impossible for me to be looting everything in this scenario, but getting some loot would be nice. I'm going to grant one of my summons a move of 2. I guess I could move like here. And then I am going to use the top half of life and death to summon another skeleton. Dealing myself 2 damage. I'm at 2. The skeleton goes right here. I want it to be shooting the archer, or attacking the archer, rather. Wait, I burned the card. That card does not burn. That's kind of important to note. All right. We sure are low on cards on you. I get a loot. The loot deck is probably down to almost 12. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got another lumber. After my Bone Shaper, the Algox Priest goes. The Algox Priest is happy to stand where it is. Ooh, I could have made it move. I'm not sure I wanted to, but I could have. Yeah. Okay, it's going to just heal. Well, this one is just going to heal the Algox Archer, which removes its poison. No big deal. The other one is going to heal the guard next to it, which goes back to full health. Look at my life. This is fine. It's fine. Okay, now my Banner Spear goes. My Banner Spear is going to grant 2 allies within 3 range, 3 movement. 1, 2, 3. Get in there, Banner. And also this Death Speaker. 1, 2. Death Walker. 3. Go there or here? I think here. Maybe here? I think here. Yeah, I think that's okay. Do you have a low initiative card next turn? Kind of. Having done that, I'm then going to use the top half of At All Costs, which heals all allies 3. However, it also gives me an experience, by the way. However, I take 1 damage for every ally that gains health. So I remove poison from a city guard. It doesn't gain health, so I don't take a damage. I give this city guard 1 health and lose 1 health. The skeletons and wraiths are all full health. I give 3 health. I'm out of 3s. There are no more 3s. I give 3 health to my necromancer and 3 health to my death walker. losing another 2 health in the process. I'm at 2. That's my turn. Algox guards. They psych up. So this attacks this guard. Guard number 1, which is at 3 without poison now. 18, is that in the deck? -1. So it started at 4, -1 to 3, 2 shield. It only deals 1 damage. And then the city guard retaliates for 2 damage. Okay, the other one. Up top. Modifier 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. -1 again. So it deals 1 damage to city guard number 2, who retaliates for 2. That Algox guard is at 4 health. That's actually going to die to the city guards. It very nearly has. That's exciting stuff. All right, now my Deathwalker goes. My Deathwalker is going to... Shit, is it? I don't think I want to burn a card with my Deathwalker. I was thinking I could Lingering Rot. But I am now thinking I don't want to do that. Well, I'm going to play Lingering Rot, but I was thinking I could use the top half, which deals 3 AoE damage to all adjacent enemies targeted from a shadow tile. The problem is that that burns the card, which seems pretty bad. So I think instead I have 1 shadow token left to place. I'm just going to place a shadow token with Call to the Abyss. Let's place it right there. And then I'm going to just use the top half of Lingering Rot to deal 2 damage to the priest I'm adjacent to. I unfortunately don't have a poison dagger. It's already been used, so it's just a 2 damage. This is pretty bad. 18 is definitely not on my modifier deck. Modifier deck's like a D8 now, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just crit. +1's not bad. So that deals 2. Priest on 4. End of turn. Earth energy goes away. I have some summons, and the banner is almost here. I'm sorry, regroup should not be in the same pile as my other cards. Okay. So the banner spear, it feels like you should do something good this turn, like arguably for the first time in the entire scenario. If you use tip of the spear to get in there, you could then unbreakable wall and kill some stuff. It's at 67 initiative though. But like, it does work. Unless they run away. I guess they can run away. Oh god. I could just Javelin. Just Javelin is like a workable approach, I think. Javelin combined effort. So Javelin moves me... Sorry, combined effort moves me 2 and then grants 2 allies moves of 2, and then Javelin hits for 3 at range. I think that's okay. I want my Bone Shaper to go like basically as early in the turn as I possibly can get, because Bone Shaper is likely killing stuff. Could do bottom half Transfer of Essence. To give my Banner Spear back a bunch of health. I think I'm okay. I have to decide with Deathwalker whether I'm short resting or long resting. I have 7 cards. I guess I'm short resting. I lose card 3. 1, 2, 3. So what video games were like before electricity was invented. Kind of. I lost Strength of the Abyss. I think that card's really good. I'm going to reroll that. Don't roll 1. 7. Alright. I lost Lingering Rot. I don't think Lingering Rot's terrible either, but at least it's not Strength of the Abyss. So I just want to move early in the turn and use Strength of the Abyss here, I think. Strength of the Abyss is just a melee attack that deals 6. It's just a melee attack that deals 6. The guards are strengthened. So 14 is my initiative. That's pretty good. Ugh. Okay. That's my turn. Deathwalker, Banner Spear, and Bone Shaper. What do they do? The guards are Hasty Assaulting. It's not awful. It puts them last in the initiative order right now. The Archer, we'll use 6 because there are only 6 options left. 1, Setting a Trap. Ooh. That moves at 14 initiative. So it is after Deathwalker, just barely, but it's before everybody else. What's the Priest do? The Priest could also move before me. Priest has some very low initiative on low rolls. It does 5. It heals again. Okay. So the Archer has 7 health. And if I move next to it, it will target my Deathwalker. You'll have disadvantage and -1 attack, but it starts off attacking for 5 and I have no cards to lose. You have 4 health and a heater shield. Wait, it won't have disadvantage. Why did I think it had disadvantage? It doesn't have disadvantage. Huh. Sorry, when did the priest go? 23. Okay. So I have to decide my Deathwalker's turn. I have Anger of the Dead and Strength of the Abyss. Strength of the Abyss bottom half is kind of wild. Once during each of your move or attack abilities, you may remove a shadow within 3 to gain 1 experience and add +2 to your move or +2 to your attacks. But I mean, I think I want top half of Strength of the Abyss. Presumably. The thing though is, if I go and attack the Archer, it now focuses me instead of a skeleton. And if it then like crits me, I have to burn 2 cards, and then I'm kind of like useless for the rest of the mission. Composition of deck. I don't have the -2 in the deck anymore, but I'm pretty low on +1s, and I'd need a +1 to kill it because it has 7 health. So I think actually what I do here is I hit the priest. And I let the skeleton just do its thing. All right. Or the archer, rather. Just do its thing. How many cards did I say there were? There's 7 cards. Please don't crit miss. Strength of the Abyss on the priest. 6. Ah, it was the crit hit. Should have killed the archer. My bad. He's dead. And then I have a move of 2. I really want the loot, right? But it's not the correct way to move. Is just clearly the wrong way to move. We're running out of cards. We need to end the mission. I think I leave the loot and we go this way. Next, the Algox Archer goes. So it is doing set trap. It can move 1 and then attack a skeletal focus. If I remember right, I get to choose which one it chooses to focus. I just short rested, so I should have my other cards in my hand, not discard. Thank you. That could be relevant. Yeah, it feels like it could be relevant. Okay, I don't remember how it decides which skeleton to attack, but it doesn't matter because the skeletons don't take damage. 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus 0, doesn't matter. This is the last take of Wrath of the Turned Earth. So I get another experience, and it is gone forever. That's the Archer done. Banner Spear. So Banner Spear is going to use Combined Effort. Combined Effort says I move 2 and 2 allies within 2 hexes move 2. One of them is going to be the banner. One of them is going to be my Bone Shaper, who's going to move there. I have decided. Then I have a Javelin. I actually get to attack for like the first time in a very long time. Javelin hits for 3, but I'm next to the banner, so it's for 4. 17 is the bottom card of my deck. Plus 0. So Algox Archer is on 3. Then the Algox Priest goes. The Algox Priest is here. It is going to heal the Algox Guard standing next to it, who is at full health again. Then, that sure has been at full health a lot of times. Then my Bone Shaper goes. Bone Shaper going is good. We like that. This Wraith moves here. It attacks for 2 on that summon. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus 1. So it's an attack for 3, which kills it. Getting somewhere. That means the skeleton now goes and attacks the priest. It is not within range of the banner, unfortunately. Rolls 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. -1, so it just bounces off the shield. This skeleton's also moving forward, looking to get to the priest and guard over there. And then my actual necromancer moves. And I think I'm going to... I will take a loot. I got a little greedy. Move here, grab a loot, and then I'm going to Decaying Will this priest. It takes poison, and it's an attack for 2. Because it is next to one of my summons. Didn't I start here? 1, 2, 3. I have to stand here to be in range of the banner. So it's just an attack for 2. 18 is out of bounds of my deck. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're gonna make your own boba tea today. It's awesome. -1 means it doesn't deal damage, but we do poison it. That one's dead. Number 6 is poisoned. It has 9 health to start. We can count how much health they have now. 12, 16, 23 health left to get through. All right, and you got a loot token. 12 loot tokens. Rolled 11. It is a coin. Okay. And I've channeled life. Next up, the Algox Guard. These are strengthened. I'm going to go for number 4 first. It's attacking... Wait. It's attacking my skeleton. Wait. Is it? I used Decaying Will and Malicious Conversion? Oh, shit. Oh, no. That's the priest, not the guard. Okay. This guard is attacking the guard. The city guard. The Algox Guard is attacking the city guard. They're both guards. It's very confusing. +1. I believe guard number 1 is dead. Yeah, we don't have to draw the advantage card, but I think like for some reasons about chance of reshuffling or whatever, we do anyway. Okay, rest in peace, friend. It held out okay. And up here, friend number 5 is going to roll card number 2 from the deck. Which is a crit miss. And card number 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We don't crit hit. We don't crit hit. Okay, but it does hit for 0. It's a hasty assault, so it's -1 attack on a base attack of 3. So it deals 1 damage, and it's down to 2 health. The city guards are winning the fight. Did I need to be here? Probably. Okay, that's the turn. 9 health, 2 health, 12 health. Skeleton's still doing well. I think I might long rest on my Necromancer now. We're down to 4 cards. So the thing with my Necromancer is like the summons keep going even if I long rest, right? I think. So I kind of just need to hang out so that my summons don't despawn when I exhaust, I think. So we'll take a long rest on the Bone Shaper. That seems straightforward. On the Deathwalker, I like the idea of going for Fluid Knight and Call to the Abyss again. It will remove one of the shadows from the map, right? I currently have all 5 shadows on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would remove that shadow because I can only place 5 at once. But I could move that shadow over here, and I could consume it. Alternate option is Dark Fog or Forceful Spirits. No. I think I just go Fluid Knight. And I hit the priest really hard. We try to get through the priest. It's poisoned at the moment. If for some reason their moves make it no longer seem reasonable to target the priest, I can choose instead to like do something else. Like I'm playing these 2 cards, but I am not locked into the action I've described. All the archers are dead. Long rest of the Bone Shaper, 24 initiative on the Deathwalker, and my Banner Spear still has tip of the spear, but can't move 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm looting. Sure. I think I'm gonna loot. I'm gonna loot 2. Unclear what else I'm doing, really. My Banner Spear has done a great job of being around while the rest of the team wins the mission, I feel like. Flannel Violin, thanks for the 41 months. Hope you're doing well. What's a little violin called? Is a viola a little violin? No, that's a big violin. A fiddle? Is that a little violin? Is there like a littler violin? Or is the violin the smallest string instrument of its category? All right, Deathwalker goes kind of slow. Banner Spear goes very slow. And then they also get turns, unfortunately. The guards. 8. Calculated strike. Wait a second. My guard is dead. Oh, they're going to come hit me. Oh, that's rude. All right. And the priests. 2. Drain speed. All right. It pins this attack. The priest moves away and pins the skeleton in front of it. All right, cool. So the priest goes first, and the guard goes last-ish. No more Algox archers. The priest is going to move as few tiles as possible to take a ranged attack without disadvantage on its target. And then this rolled the crit. So it reshuffles. How I played Happy Pig. Happy Pigs, the 4-player board game where you grow pigs and compete with each other for actions. I have not. Sounds like the sort of game I could enjoy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Plus 0. So it's only hitting for 2, which isn't actually enough to kill the skeleton. So that seems okay. It does immobilize the skeleton though. So the skeleton can't walk up to attack it this turn. Next, my Deathwalker goes. And my thought had been that my Deathwalker would call to the Abyss. So we're moving this over here, basically. And then Fluid Night, which gives me an experience, channels darkness, and perhaps more importantly, attacks the priest with a base attack value of 5. +1 for the poison, -1 for the shield, 5. 18. 20, 19, 18. -1. So it still hits for 4. Not terrible. Hugely recommended. Nice. Does it feel competitive or more like fun? I prefer fun to competitive. My Banner Spear goes now. My Banner Spear can... I guess actually I can't loot 2 here. I don't know why I thought I could do that. But I can move 4. Nope. Let's move here and loot that. I'm gonna be there soon, guys. Don't worry about it. D12 for the loot deck. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got lumber. Yup. That's your turn. All right, Algox guards. Let's do 4 first. It's going to move forward. I can choose where it moves forward. I can move it here or here. I could stand it on the shadow. Is that a good idea? It could be a good idea. Feels like standing on the shadow is decent. It's also in AoE. Oh yeah, the part where it's in AoE actually seems more relevant than the part where it's in a shadow. Alright, it's going to attack my skeleton, my noble meat shield. It is attacking with +1 as well. So this is a regular one. It starts at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unless it's a crit fail. Nope, skeleton's dead. Skeleton did work though. Like a lot of work. That was not so bad. And it goes in my discard pile. I still haven't used Warden Robes a single time. I have an item that makes my summons take 2 less damage for an attack. Oh, also this... Oh, we haven't moved you yet. Okay. The other guard, number 5. Making a calculated strike with +1 damage. Card number 18. It's the bottom card. Please don't be like a crit hit. That would make me really sad. +1. So it started at 3... No, it started at 4, +1 for 5, +1 for the modifier 6, -2 from the shield. That hits for 4. City Guards on 2, and the Algox Guard is dead. Just gets retaliated on and killed. Okay. Way to go, City Guard. I was not expecting the City Guards to be killing enemies here. That's the Algox Guard turn. Oh, this skeleton's dead. Finally, my Bone Shaper long rests, but before my Bone Shaper moves, the summons move. Like so, take an attack for 2 on this guard. +1. That's 3 damage. Feels like we just barely got there. And then my Necromancer takes a long rest. I'm thinking about unsummoning a skeleton so I can get 1 more card. Feels not worth. Probably not worth. Alright. I think I keep my low initiative stuff. We keep Malicious Conversion because it's an attack for 4. Probably keep Decaying Will because it's a poison. Yeah, I'm just going to lose another skeleton, I guess. I suppose I could keep it if I wanted to maximize experience. That would be a reason to keep it. A heal for 2 for long resting. Hey, the Civilian. I've been playing it for about a 1.5 years. The app to manage it for monsters is a huge quality of life increase. Did I get the 1 experience for Deathwalker? I think so. I have 4 now. For Fluid Knight, right? 1, 2. I don't think I did. Actually. You think 4 is right? Okay. I thought 4 was right. I think I got it. Probably. Maybe. I think so. Yeah, I remember. I think. All right. You healed. You long rested. The turn is over. We have Waning Dark this turn. I can play Dark Fog. Deal a bunch of AoE. Could also move up and Forceful Spirits, I guess. Okay. I shouldn't have many options anymore, so this turn should not take very long. Imagine if I got a kill now with 3 elements. Like I almost could. Uh, we get a short rest on Banner Spear, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 possible cards to burn. Number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Imagine if you were playing this with a group. Lost tip of the spear. Okay, I guess. I guess that's okay. Imagine if you were playing this as a group and you were Drifter and you'd just been dead for the last like hour and a half. Rest in peace. I'll go Javelin and Combined Effort. Cool, that's my turn. Bone Shaper, Banner Spear, Deathwalker. The Deathwalker wants to get the final kill. The Bone Shaper is on pace to get its achievement. I cannot get the achievement with the Banner Spear, unfortunately. Well, I mean, I could. Kill an enemy while 3 or more elements are strong or waning. So the way I'd do it would be to make dark this turn, and then before Banner Spear move next. Wait, actually? Whoa, 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 whoa. I could do that. Oh, shit. Fascinating. Can I get in range next turn? I can even get in range next turn. Oh my. That would be fun. Okay, we've got a chance. We've got a chance. We also need Deathwalker to get the final kill. So there's a couple of things we're trying to do. That's when you go get pizza or food for everyone. Hell yeah, I love pizza and food. Calculated strike is gone. Drain speed is gone. All right, enemy turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4. Nothing special for the guard. 7 for you, so D8. This one. Divine Energy. Heals all allies within 1 range for 1 and blesses itself. Okay, but goes very slow. The Algox Guard rolled a 50, which is after all my people. So the idea is, okay, first the Bone Shaper moves. So this moves up and takes an attack at the guard with +1 damage from the banner. 15. It's only 14 cards on deck. 2. +0. So deals 2. The Wraith just pesters things for the entire game. I don't know how much damage the Wraith has done. I imagine it's like between 10 and 15 or something. It's done okay. And then my Skeleton also attacks the guard. Card number 5. This one is not with the banner. +0. So that's another 2. Cards down to 5. I have to decide how greedy I am. All right, question actually. Point of order. If I create the 3rd element with the attack that kills the enemy, is that enough? Or not? Do I have the thing where I summon loots? No, that's gone. I mean, you're fine. Just go over there. Whatever. Grab some loot. 2 move for one of my summons. are they doing? Nothing special. And some sort of heal and... Elements are only activated at the end of the turn, so I can't kill it now. Before I moved, I had a poison on the priest or guard. I guess I'm gonna hit the guard. Is an attack for 1. It's still actually in range. 6. +2. Puts it on 3 health. And poison. I had to play it kind of because it channels life for me, but like, man. Very rude. Very rude. What's the loot? Do love a good loot. 6. There's 9 loot cards left. We got some metal. Yeah, that's your turn. Now, my banner spear. I move 2. And I'm assuming that I can't like move here or I lose my achievement to keep the banner within 2 of me for the entire scenario. My banner moves 2. Actually, first I'll move the Wraith 2. The Wraith flies. And then I'll move the banner 2. Does that Necromancer have like an achievement about a summon staying alive for the entire mission? Play a summon action on your first turn, have the summon kill at least 6 enemies and keep it alive for the entire scenario. I don't think it's killed 6 enemies. That would have been impressive, but I don't think that's happened. Alright, so we do that, and then we Javelin the guard, and basically I have to have the Javelin crit miss. Like, I have to play the Javelin in order to create air to begin with, so... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If it does crit miss, maybe I get the achievement. +0 kills it. Too bad in quotation marks. Which tile was it? There, I think. Was it there? Yes. Okay, that's my Banner Spear's turn. Deathwalker now. How many cards? And it's at 5. Do we get stylish here? I think it's pretty unthinkable that I wouldn't kill it. I'm gonna move up and grab this loot. And then instead of like doing something much better, I'm going to use Forceful Spirits, which deals 2 damage. It's a ranged attack, so it attacks with disadvantage. But it gives me 1 experience for consuming the dark energy. I rolled a 19, which is, bottom card. With disadvantage, I guess we crit missed. 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, there was the crit miss I needed. Now the priest goes, and the priest is going to heal all allies in 1 range. It doesn't move, and then it's going to bless itself. That means we're putting a bless card into the monster deck. The bless card, when drawn, is worth ×2 damage. However, like, not very relevant at this point in the battle, I wouldn't say. All the Algox guards are dead. I loot. Card number 3. I think that might be my Deathwalker's first loot. And then we discard these cards. So I'm going to short rest with the Deathwalker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just need to not lose a card that lets us get the final kill, because that's worth a perk point. 6 is Forceful Spirits. Yeah, that's fine to lose. Enemy is at 5. I'm pretty sure that it doesn't heal itself. I am almost certain that it doesn't heal itself. So, I would like to have my best attack available. Remove any number of shadows within 3 range of yourself for each shadow removed. +1 damage, +1 range, and piercing. Yeah. Okay. Let's play an Anger of the Dead. And bottom half of Call to the Abyss, I guess, which places another shadow for me. So that'll get me 1 more experience. Necromancer. When do you like long resting? That was last turn. Okay. I guess this turn you are going to lose Malicious Conversion and Transfer of Essence to fail to loot anything, because you're too far away. My bad. And Banner Spear. Ooh, you could grant an ally within 3 range a move of 3. No, it doesn't really do anything. I think I will move and loot using pincer movement. And then I can, if I want, use the top half of at all costs. Wait, actually, I don't know. Do I get the experience if I die before I've gotten that far through the card? So the card gives you 1 experience for playing the top half of it, but also it will kill me to do so. I don't know if I still get the experience or not. Hey Smurf, how are you? Yeah, they're activated at the end of the character's turn. Elements. Deathwalker, Bone Shaper, Banner Spear. What does the Priest do? It's got 6 cards left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3. 10 to the clan. It's going to heal itself at speed 23. Okay. So first, my Deathwalker will go... Oh shit. What if I fail to kill, and then the Skeleton and Wraith kill? That isn't even that unlikely, to be honest. I'm attacking with disadvantage. Is this like a YOLO situation, or do we wait another turn? I think I wait another turn then. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna wait another turn. Because I don't think the summons will kill it on their own. That seems unlikely. Doesn't mean I'm not using Anger of the Dead, but it also gets me more loot. Let's move to... I think we also can like move to here, and that way we don't have disadvantage on our attack next turn when we try to do this. That feels fine. Okay, the Priest heals itself for 3. That just removes its poison. That will reshuffle its deck too. And then the Bone Shaper. First the Wraith attacks it. How to get 2nd edition of Frosthaven shipped to Europe. I don't know. I don't have to take +1 damage from the banner, actually. I think I have to choose beforehand, but I mean, I don't want to, so I'm not going to. So it goes down to 4. And then the Skeleton walks up to it. It hits it. 16, no. 20, no. 9. Could have been rolling a d10. Skeleton hits it for another 1. So it's at 3. Did I successfully create a shadow? I didn't, huh? Oh. Wait, what am I doing? I decided to move instead of creating a shadow, so I'm not at disadvantage next turn. That's fine, whatever. We'll say that that was deliberate. What actually happened is I like forgot what my cards did, but why would that matter? Is that 3? Bone Shaper can now go like over here. Try to get that loot. Yeah, it seems fine. Is there actually life waning? If I played Transfer Essence, I would get an experience. Okay, we go, well, actually I can't get in range of it. Okay, never mind. Banner Spear. Banner Spear uses the bottom half of pincer movement to move here and loot. I guess if I die, actually, I probably lose the thing where I stayed within 2 range of the banner. That certainly feels like it would lose the thing where I stayed within 2 range of the banner to me. We're down to a D8 for the loot. 3. Got another lumber. That's the turn. Life is gone. I think we're at turn 13 now or something. Ludicrous like that. I'm going to... I guess we'll short rest again, but I have to not lose the card that I want to play for all the experience. So we're flipping a coin. 1, 2, 3 is the first one. First one. That is the one I wanted to lose. Nice. Okay. And then I have to like not roll a -2 maybe. Well, I can move a shadow up to 5 hexes. I can get another shadow. Awesome. So we'll go Anger of the Dead and Dark Fog, move a shadow up to 5 hexes. I suppose I am short resting on my Necromancer. Got a D4 here. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 3 rather. 1, 2, 3, 3. Do any of these cards give me experience? Nope. I guess I want to have Decaying Will available just in case things go terribly and I like crit fail. And then my Banner Spear. If I were to short rest, is there like a high movement card in here that I could grab? There actually isn't. So I think you're just not able to do anything. Just wondering if there's any card in the entire deck that gives me experience. Yes, there is. Okay, so I will short rest. Lose 2. That loses Javelin. That's fine. And I'm going to summon Charles Reinforcement again. And probably play, like, regroup. Hopefully, it would be really sad. It would be really sad if I lost from here, right? G. Meller. It would be difficult. This is my order. The enemy move, they have 8 options. They're doing Drained Strength. They are going to disarm the target closest to them, which is my skeleton. Okay. They will also move. Fuck. That loses me one of my experience. Oh well. I guess they move. I'll say they move there. Doesn't really matter that much. So they're going to attack the skeleton. 17. So +1 on that. By default, it was -1, so it started at 3, -1 to 2, +1 to 3 again, which would kill the skeleton. However, the entire scenario, I have had Warden's Robes, which reduces damage to a summon by 2. So instead, the summon only takes 1 health damage. Yes! I knew that was a good purchase. Hopefully that doesn't matter. It would be weird if it mattered. Anger of the Dead. First, I have to move forward with Dark Fog. Then I can Anger of the Dead. This is a card that says deal 2 damage. All right, where is this? Deal 2 damage at 2 range. Remove any number of shadows within 3 range of yourself for each shadow removed. I deal another damage. I have another range. Oh, I have another range. Oh, I don't have to move. Okay, cool. I get Pierce and I get an experience. So actually, instead of moving, because I'm gaining range, I can move a shadow up to 5 hexes with the bottom half of Dark Fog, which gives me 3 shadows to sacrifice here. So we're sacrificing 3 shadows, throwing them at the Algox Priest with armor piercing, with a completely full deck of cards, so only a 1 in 20 chance of failing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not a crit fail. 0! We love it. That wins us a scenario. And also gives me 3 experience. The thing that remains is to loot a bit more if I can. Necromancer moves here and loots. Loot deck's running out of cards. I think a D8's fine at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So we missed 6 loot. And then my banner spear is going to use the bottom half of at all costs to summon a person, which gives 1 experience. And that's the mission. Hey, Kiwi! This game is so cool. I fucking love this game. How long have I been streaming? Like forever? The game is so good. $7? 6 hours for the mission? Nice. How long is this campaign taking? 600 hours? I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. And water. Ah, thank you, Kiwi. By the way. Alright. The rulebook says that is not a thing that my girlfriend has ever said, Tejol. Ending a scenario. Whether the scenario were lost or completed, I meant to recover all discarded and lost items and ability cards. So all of your cards are back. And your poison dagger is back. All of your cards are back. And your warden's robe, crucial to success of the mission, is back. Hey, did you know I have a fourth character? That's funny. The Drifter comes back. Look, he opened the door. Gets his winged shoes back. He opened the door and then he fucking died. that was a nasty door to open. All your cards back. Oh, some cards are over here too. You can get back your poison dagger. All right. Perfect. Lost items and ability cards. Reset health dials to maximum. Yep, okay. I don't have any health dials. Oh, I guess there's this. Well, that's, I mean, yeah, we're gonna just... People are at full health. Understood. Another scenario today. I mean, you gotta. We have to do the Outpost phase, absolutely. Whether we do an entire another scenario, I mean, it's barely even 7 a.m. Remove all conditions. Sure. Remove all Bless, Curse, and -1 cards from attack modifier decks. I believe this was a Bless. Other than that, I don't think there are any of those. I didn't really curse them this time. Sometimes you can curse them quite a lot, and I just didn't a single time. Did I? I don't think so. Let's check. I guess if I drew it next... Well, no, if I drew it next mission, I might not realize that it was a curse that I'd put in next mission. I might think it was a curse that I'd put in this mission. Yeah, monster deck's good. Gain experience from your experience. Gain gold from loot cards. So here's a thing. Here's a thing. I'm playing at level 3, right? But I'm meant to be playing at level 1. So based on what level I'm at, I get a certain amount of loot and experience. So every gold coin I got on a level 3 mission, which is what I just did, is worth 3 gold. I also get 10 bonus experience for everybody in the party. Since I'm meant to be playing scenario level 1, I'm just going to give myself the scenario level 1 rewards. That seems like I don't want playing scenario level 3 to have any advantages for me, because that seems like unfair. So that means looking at our loot cards, it means Harper got 6 gold. Also, like, I don't have a pencil, so this is just not a very sensible way to try to record how much gold I have, but here we are. 6 gold. 1 lumber for Shadow Walker's name. Not Harper, not Verna. Lyle! Yes. Actually, my drifter got 2 gold coins, so despite dying a third of the way through the mission, my drifter gets 4 gold. Did Harper get any plaids? No. Okay, and then Verna, the banner spear, looted like all the things. Honestly, just kind of stood in the back next to the banner most of the mission. Okay, but no gold. If the scenario was completed, we gain resources from loot cards. So this medal says it's a medal, and then, wait, hold on. This is never 2 medal, huh? It says, I just realized I've been reading this wrong. It says medal, and it says 3 to 4 plus 1, 2 plus 2 medal. For some reason, I was thinking that like by default it would be 1, and then at 3 to 4 players it was another one. But actually, what that says is for 3 to 4 players it's 1 medal. So whoops. All right, that's fine. Now I understand that. So 1 medal for Harper and 2 lumber. 1 hide for Sam. 1 lumber for Lyle. 2 lumber. 1 metal for Verna. And Verna also got some herbs, a snow thistle, and a rock root. It's a whole bunch of stuff. We missed a couple of double coins, 2 hides, a metal, and a snow thistle. Okay, I have gained resources from loot cards. Gained check marks for achieving battle goal. My battle goals were kill an enemy while 3 or more elements are strong or waning. Verna did not succeed at that. Sam wanted to gain 7 or fewer experience points before any bonus scenario experience. Easy. Sam didn't even survive into the second room. Not even close to being a problem. So in here, we have perks, and we have 2 check marks toward our first perk for Samuel. Duelist. Never exit a hex adjacent to an enemy except through forced movement. I'm going to be super honest with you. I might have done that and forgotten. Using pens in the character sheets is pretty brave. Oh no, I couldn't find a pencil, and I'm just going to have to make a spreadsheet anyway. Like, the character sheets kind of have to be digital for people to see them, I think. When I was in here, I feel like my Bone Shaper might have been in melee range at some point and then left. I've thought about it some more. I have changed my mind. I don't think that happened. All right, I'm pretty sure we did that. Never exit a hex adjacent to an enemy except through forced movement. We'll say it's done. Good, good. Also, like, I have a photocopier. Like, I mean, come on. Masteries. Did I kill at least 15 of my summons? I don't think so. Did I play a summon action on my first turn, have the summon kill at least 6 enemies, and keep it alive for the entire scenario? Like, almost, but I'm pretty sure the Wraith didn't kill 6. If I'm wrong, you can let me know. Lyle, my masteries were to remove 7 shadows in one round, which I didn't do, or to place or remove at least 1 shadow each round, which I also didn't do. However, Closer, kill the last enemy to die in the scenario, I did do, so I get 1 check for that. So those are my battle goals done. Gain perk marks for achieving mastery is next. So my human banner shaper, Verna. Perform a banner summon ability on your first turn. Keep the banner alive and within 3 range of you for the entire scenario. I thought it was 2 range. I thought it was 2 range the entire time. Well, I kept it within 2 range of me. Anyway, I get that. Boom. So I didn't get any perks from battle goals, but I did get the mastery check, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that just gives me a perk straight up. Mastery, 48. Each character gains 1 perk mark for any new mastery they achieve during the scenario. Even if they became exhausted during the scenario, they can still achieve a mastery if its requirements were met at the time they became exhausted. Each mastery can only be achieved once per character. Gains 1 perk mark. Which one's a perk mark? Define. Perk mark. 63. Perks allow characters to fine-tune their attack modifier decks by adding and removing cards permanently. When a character gains a perk mark, they choose a perk from the perk list on the right side of the character sheet, mark the corresponding box, and resolve any change to their attack modifier deck. Okay. Huge. So I get to choose how I'm going to use this perk mark. So my options are, let me actually do this one. I can replace a -1 card with a shield and redraw card. I can replace a +0 card with a +1, add a damage for each ally adjacent to the target card. Oh, that seems pretty good. I have a lot of summons. I can add a +1 and disarm card. I can add a +2 and push card. I can add 2 +1 and redraw cards. I can add 2 heal self 1 and redraw cards. I can ignore item -1 effects and remove a -1 card. I can, at the end of each of your long rests, grant one ally within 3 range 2 move. I guess that could hit my banner. I could, whenever I open a door with a move ability, add 3 move. Oh. Or I could, once each scenario during your turn, gain 2 shield for the round. Am I correct in assuming that having 2 boxes on top of each other instead of side by side means that I need 2 perk marks for that to happen? That's kind of my belief. That seems like it would be true. I don't think I can do that twice. Okay. Well, gaining 2 shield for a round seems very strong. However, it would be kind of nice to have something that did something right now. We get 6 from perk checkmarks, 2 from masteries is 8, 8 from levels is 16, and there are 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 total. So we are going to be we're going to be missing 2 of these even if we do everything. At the end of each of your long rests, grant an ally within 3 2 move. Who long rests? I feel like I'm not actually drawing that many cards. Like, I didn't actually attack many times in that mission. There's another thing here where, like, you cannot get rid of the crit fail card. So if you remove cards from your deck, you increase the chance of drawing the crit fail card. And if you are thinking about the game as a, like, I want to establish certainty that I win kind of problem, like, removing a -1 card to replace it with a card that redraws, that adds to your average output of your deck, but also increases the chance that you will crit fail. So, oh, is that even good? I don't have any item that gives me -1 effects. I don't think I want that one. I think I might go for add 2 +1 and redraw cards because it seems fun. Which is maybe possibly not a sensible way to think about it. I'd go for add 2 heal oneself cards, but let's do that. That seems fine. Let's go for 2 heal oneself and redraw cards. So the way I do this is over here, there's a bag. Which has modifier cards specifically for the Banner Spears perk deck. And somewhere in here, there will be 2 which say heal and redraw. Heal 1 to self and redraw, heal 1 to self and redraw. Well, there are 4 of them actually, because I can take this twice. All right, cool. Pretty sweet to get a mastery done on the first mission, in my opinion. Next. Read the scenario conclusion. (9.1) You lower your weapon and breathe as the remaining Algox retreat, scurrying from Frosthaven like giant white mice. They'll be back, you're certain of it, but for now you can rest. You wipe the soot from your face and take stock. Frosthaven is almost exactly what you imagined, a knot of gray stone and timber surrounded by sharpened palisade walls, a place where mere survival is an everyday concern and where only the desperate could feel at home. Thankfully, though, the townsfolk are tough. They're already on their feet, dousing fires and picking through rubble. In fact, one of these town people is marching right for you. A sharp-featured human woman with a fighter's muscular build, close-cropped hair, and dark skin, approaches and offers a gauntleted hand in greeting. "The sea be praised," she says, crushing your fingers with enthusiasm. "We wouldn't have held out much longer without you." You nod and ask what happened. "Oh, just life up north is all," she chuckles. "I'm Satha, mayor of this fort, now that my predecessor and his lieutenant have fallen. As for the Algox, they've been at us all winter. It took them months to break through, but they finally did. Killed a dozen or so of my people, and would have done worse if you hadn't shown up." You explain who you are, that you've been sent from White Oak. At the mention of the capital, her face scrunches up in displeasure. "It's about time they sent someone to help fix this mess they made," she says, then tries to lighten her mood. "I don't mean to be ungrateful. I am overjoyed to still be among the living. But a lot more people would be alive if your employers, the Merchants Guild, never stuck their noses in our business. I spent my whole life here in what was once a fishing village, living and letting live with the Algox. Until last summer, that is, when the Merchants Guild sent some garrisons and bureaucratic types up here to see how Frosthaven could be of more use to the Empire. One of their expeditions proceeded to muck about an Algox burial site, and the next thing we know, righteously angry Algox are attacking us. The ink stains immediately hightailed it out of here, leaving just a handful of soldiers behind to keep us safe." Satha clenches her gauntlet tighter and tighter as she tells the story, but now releases her grip. "I've had to learn a lot of things in the last year. The hard truth is that the Algox refuse to be reasoned with, and the only way to stay alive and keep this place I call home is to win the fight, regardless of who started it." Her face softens and she clasps your shoulder hard. "There's not many of you, but I'll take what I can get, especially now that our garrison's been thinned. And as it happens, I have an idea." She turns and gestures to the town's smoldering walls. "We took a beating in that fight, so if we're going to survive much longer, we'll have to do more than just sit around and wait for the next attack." She sizes you up carefully. "I already sent a scout to track the Algox back home to the mountains. Drop your gear at any longhouse that's still standing and rest up. As soon as you're ready, I want to get you over there and find a way to slow these attacks." The bunks in the remaining longhouses are all occupied by the injured, but you find a dry stretch of floor to lay your heads on your packs. You doubt you can sleep after the horror that greeted you in this little outpost, but before you know it, a young Valrath man is nudging you awake. Satha's scout has returned with his report. He tracked the attackers to the foothills of the Copperneck Mountains, where they entered a cave at the base of Snowscorn Mountain. Interestingly, a smaller band split from the main group before they reached the cave and hiked around to the mountain's deadly eastern face. The scout didn't see where they went, but he suspects the secret entrance to the Algox stronghold. "One last thing," the Valrath says as you wipe the final dregs of sleep from your eyes. "Another group is moving towards Snowscorn. They were Algox, no doubt, but they're dressed differently than the ones who attacked us. They carried long sticks and had some wild animals with them. I don't know if they're going to attack the mountain or reinforce it, but either way, you'd better get there quick." We gain 2 plus X morale, where X is the number of city guards still on the map. There are 2 city guards still on the map. So, we still didn't decide what our team was called. Does anyone have a strong opinion? I didn't like any of the suggestions before. None of them were like, I don't know. Something better than Pants McGee. My brain is very tired. Anyway, we start with 4 morale. Morale 4, defense -5. The Orblongs, Team Biscuit. Spire Slayers. What about the Aspirers? Aspirants? I don't know what that means. The aspirants. I feel like that means like people who want to aspire to something, probably, but also it's aspire upon. Little bit of crowd pleasing in there, just for you. All right. Next. What else does it say? New scenarios, Algox Scouting and Algox Offensive. So I've already done the stuff to unlock those. Because I already played the first 3 missions, actually. So that's already done. You will now perform an Outpost phase. Read the campaign rules starting on page 50 of the rulebook. Am I left-handed? I sure am. Hey, I need a D26. Real bad. It's a problem. Alright, Deathwalker over there. Bone Shaper over here. Harper. Lyle. Sam. And Verna. Got some summons to pull apart. We got some loot that we missed. I'm pretty sure we use all of these Algox in the next mission. So let's, like, leave these off to the side. Spoilers. Sorry. Have I considered running board game streams on Tabletop Simulator, but I want to play a board game, not a video game. Entire point. Also, respectfully, the viewing experience is you're hanging out and seeing me have a lot of fun. And if people want to do that, then that's what they're going to get. And if people are hoping for, like, I don't know, like high octane, perfectly produced content, that's not what you're getting here. Alvex Priest. Alvex Archers. I should be able to imagine. Put the city guards away. So I think we leave the city for a while now. that. Let's... that. All right. Welcome back to Frosthaven. I guess we never left, right? I guess we were actually fighting in the city. Well... so in here... I've actually already done some stickers. We just did a town in flames, which you can just barely see right there. That is now complete. And we have unlocked Alagok's Scouting, which is here, and Alagok's Offensive, which is here. A straightforward and easily readable battle map, I would say. There's little reason to worry about the fact that there are 128 numbered places to place something, but also a bunch of letters. I'm sure it's no big deal. We're probably almost done. Okay. In the Outpost of Frosthaven, we are going to now spend a week, and a few things happen when we spend a week in the Outpost at Frosthaven. Gain all scenario rewards. That means 6 bonus experience for everybody. Where'd my health paper go? So this says that Verna gained 8 experience plus 6 bonus experience is 14 experience. Samuel, or Harper next. Harper gained 8 bonus experience plus 6, 8 regular experience plus 6 bonus experience is 14 experience. Lyle gained 7 experience plus 6 experience is 13 experience. Lyle is aspiring to learn some life lessons and gain 150 experience from ability cards. We just got 7 of that. And Samuel got 5 experience plus 6 experience from the scenario is 11 experience. Okay. Page 50. Outpost phase. Number 1. The passage of time. Grim. Grim, I know. We have to mark a check mark in the top left box of the calendar. At the start of the outpost phase, time passes. Mark the next unmarked box on the calendar to signify that 1 week has passed. You'll occasionally be instructed to add section numbers to future weeks on the calendar. Count the indicated number of weeks past the last marked box. Yeah, that isn't happening right now. When we fill 10 boxes, by the way, it switches to winter. At the moment, it's summer. After the passage of time step, unless you are instructed not to resolve an outpost event this week, draw the top card of the active outpost event deck and resolve it. If the calendar shows summer, draw a summer outpost event. If the calendar shows winter, draw a winter outpost event. That's here. The top card of the deck. Also, okay, I have to read this. During 8 different outpost phases, read a person's name in an event or section. Okay, during 8 different. So, Outpost. Frosthaven has been built up and burned down repeatedly, so just about anywhere you can plant a shovel has the potential for the remains of buried treasure, or just remains. As such, the populace has taken up a morbid pastime. In the summers, when the ground is softer, groups of treasure hunters spend afternoons working through patches of ground with pickaxes, hoping to dredge up whatever valuables lie underneath. One such group is making the rounds today. An old-timer hollers at you with a toothless smile. Care to throw in a hand? We found a lucky spot. You can keep whatever you find. Couldn't hurt to join them. Make a deck comprised of 8 loot cards, comprised of any material, resource, or gold cards of your choice that you'd like to keep an eye out for. Okay. Fascinating. Your playgroup marks the number of played scenarios in there instead of a check mark. Oh, that's a cool idea. All right, I'll put 1 in the top left corner. What am I looking out for? Any material, resource, or gold cards. So I don't think I can put herbs in there. We have... Well, I don't really know... I feel like available crafting cards is probably public information. So the stuff I can craft at the moment is a spyglass. During your attack ability, gain advantage on 1 attack. That requires metal. There are 2 of those that could be crafted. A crude helmet also requires metal. When you're attacked, treat any 2 times attack modifier the enemy draws as a +1 instead. Okay. There's a traveling cloak, which requires a hide. At the start of the scenario, increase your maximum hit point value by 1. And that's a chest piece. But I already have Warden's Robes for Bone Shaper, which is also a chest piece. And I don't think I'd care about that for anyone else. Maybe the Deathwalker could craft one of those. Does my Deathwalker have a hide? Lyle has a piece of wood, and that's it. So maybe we look for hides so that Lyle can get a traveling cloak. Crude hide armor requires 2 hides. On your next 2 attacks targeting you, the attacker gains disadvantage. And that refreshes on a long rest. It does give a -1 card to your deck, though. Next, crude boots. During your move ability, add 1 extra move. So 2 people already have winged shoes, but those could go on somebody who doesn't have winged shoes. Those also require hides. It seems like I need a lot of hides. Crude shield. Requires metal. When an enemy would apply a negative condition to you, prevent the condition. Like always? Okay. Seems potentially strong. Protective scepter. Requires a wood and a hide. During your turn, grant 1 ally within 2 range a shield. Interesting. So we can, like, stack shield for 1 person for 1 turn, basically. Crude shield is a 1-time use? Oh, it is. Oh, shit. Okay. Crude spear. During your turn, one of your single target melee attack abilities may target an enemy 2 hexes away. Okay, that requires a wood and a metal. Crude bow. Oh. Okay, we'll move everything up more. Be sliding things around on the board isn't a good idea. It might damage the board, I don't know. During your turn, add one range to one of your ranged attacks. It's a two-handed weapon. Flexible slippers. During your end of turn looting, loot an adjacent hex instead of the hex you occupy. I love that. Actually love that. I love the idea of having shoes that just help me loot better instead of having shoes that like make it so we don't all die. Anyway, overall it feels like we need a lot of hides for this early equipment. And it looks like a lot of our characters don't have any hides. In fact, only Sam has a hide. So I think I'm pretty happy to just grab all 8 hides for the deck that I'm looking through here. All right, now what? I haven't read anyone's name yet. Important. If you are strong, you can work through the icy ground more readily than the others. Are we strong? Our characters all have traits. Arcane, Outcast, Persuasive. Arcane, Educated, Intimidating. Outcast, Resourceful, and Strong. Armored, Persuasive, and Resourceful. All right, so one person is strong. We can add one more material, resource, or gold card to the deck. Let's take a metal. I think actually at 4-player, all the metal is just +1. So the thing I was doing where I was randomizing it is maybe not relevant. You wish you had flexible slippers IRL? You can buy them. Like, it's doable. Then add 3 herb resource cards to the loot deck and shuffle it. Okay. Oh, wow. You may collectively draw from the deck as many times as you choose. Each time you draw a card, if it's a material or resource, you gain a collective resource of that type. If it's money, you gain 3 collective gold. If it's a herb resource, you lose 1 morale. You have found the remains of a former civilian. I mean, morale doesn't seem to do anything right now. So, all right, we put some of that in here. Gain 1 collective resource of that type. Does a collective resource mean I can give it to whomever I would like? Hey, Gorn, thanks for the 70 months. I appreciate it. Hey, I'm going to roll a d12 instead of shuffling. 1, 2, or 3 are the herbs. 4. That's the metal. 5. Let me think like very specifically about what I would like to buy. I think I do want a traveling cloak for my Deathwalker. I think I'd like crude hide armor for Sam. So currently Sam has hide and Oh, I also have to think about like building stuff. What does it cost to upgrade a thing? I don't know. Let's get like 2 more hides. Hold on. Let's go look at the building deck. Perhaps I should have looked at this before, actually. So a craftsman, these are the buildings that I have so far. We have a craftsman level 1, which lets us craft items. Upgrading it requires us to be at prosperity level 1. That's where we start. It requires 2 wood, 2 metal, and 1 hide. Currently, I have the ability to do that. Yep. We have a barracks. Collectively train up to 1 soldier for 3 gold and 1 material resource. Has a capacity of 4. I don't. Does it not say I can upgrade it? It doesn't. Okay, I don't know how to upgrade the barracks, I guess. Maybe we'll find out later. Workshop. Each of the following is an upgrade that can be built in any order. We can build a boat, a sled, or climbing gear. And when we do, we go and read something. These are all pretty expensive, though. So, eh. Then there's an alchemist. Brew 2 herb potions. So I think I want to upgrade the craftsman, probably. Which costs 2 wood, 2 metal, and 1 hide. So I still don't actually have... Let's see, I have plenty of wood. The problem is hides still. So yeah, let's keep rolling. 1. That's -1 morale. Whoops. Well, I mean, now there's even less chance that I'll get minus morale. So 2. Well, now there's only 8 cards left. Would you take -1 morale for 7 material resources? I don't know. 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hide. 2. Hide. Now it's a d6. 2. Hide. Now a 6 doesn't do anything. I want 1 more, though. 2. All right, I'm going to stop now. We got -2 morale. But we also got 5 collective hides, a metal, 5 collective hides, and a metal. So now the question is, what does collective mean? It is not defined by the rulebook. It does say, when the sun begins to set, the old timer stops by to discuss how the group fared. Not a bad haul, eh? Aside from the skeletons. It means you can distribute among all characters as you can please. All right, that's what I thought. So I wanted Lyle to get shoes and a coat, which is like 3 hides. I have 5 I can distribute. Oof. I'm just going to use the metal to upgrade a thing, I think, and the hides to upgrade a thing. That way I don't have to write them down on a sheet. But I'll give Lyle 3 hides. So these are still in play. That was fun. That was like a fun little mini game. All right. Are we sure they aren't just the skins of creatures who were working together for a common goal? Hey, Vlox, thank you. The hides? Does it matter? Okay. Outpost event is done. Defense checks damaged buildings, wrecked buildings, none of that happened. Building operations. After the outpost event step, resolve the effects of all buildings. Go through the building deck in sequential order, 1 card at a time. For each building, resolve any normal or wrecked effect which appears at the top of its card next to the sun icon. When the party gains or loses gold or resources due to these effects, they can be added to or taken from the Frosthaven supply or the character's personal supplies in any combination. If a loss cannot be resolved fully, the party loses as much as possible, but there is no other penalty. However, some buildings have optional effects with benefits that can only be gained if the associated cost is paid fully. Okay. So now we do the building deck. So I was just showing these cards. I don't know, is this deck meant to be in a particular order? I'm gonna say it goes ascending. By number. Hey Kane. Hell yeah, we're still gaming. Why would we stop? Craftsman. No effect. Oh, we're just doing the sun, right? No effect. Alchemist. No effect. Workshop. Each of the following is an upgrade that can be built in any order, but we don't have enough like stuff for it at the moment. I don't think. That seems like a thing to do later. Barracks. We can collectively train up to 1 soldier for 3 gold and 1 material resource. I think it would be fine to collectively train a soldier. I don't know what that does, but it feels like we have gold. I'm going to use some of Harper's gold. And I'm going to use maybe 1 of Verna's wood as the material resource. And I have 1 soldier. Cool. Craftsman, Alchemist, Workshop, Barracks. All right, we went through all these buildings. Now what? Level up. Nope. You're mistaken. I will absolutely not level up. Retire a character. Nope. Create a character. Nope. Craft items, page 65. Non-potion items can be crafted by interacting with the craftsman building. Characters craft an item by spending the required resources or items. When paying crafting costs, material resources cannot be taken from the Frosthaven supply, but herb resources can. The crafting character gains 1 copy of the crafted item. Only items 1 to 10 are available. Yep, seems right. As the craftsman upgrades, more items become available. Yep, okay. Cool. And I got a night. I'm going great. Oh no, the game hasn't told me what a soldier does yet, so, I mean, maybe it has. I don't know. I didn't read it. We'll find out when it comes up. It's, like, there's a narrative. Like, we can just say, it's good to train a soldier. They all just died. We can just narrative it. So what was I gonna do? I did want to upgrade a building. I think my craftsman, 2 wood, 2 metal, and 1 hide. So like Oh, it's only one hide. Okay, cool. But it is 2 wood and 2 metal, which is an awful lot of wood and metal. So maybe... no. Protective Scepter requires a wood and a hide. I'm gonna build that for Harper. So Harper loses 1 of her wood and loses this hide that we just harvested. And gains a Protective Scepter. During your turn, grant an ally within 2 range 1 shield. Maybe it'll turn out that that's like kind of never usable. Kind of only works if we go early in the turn, I guess. I don't know. But opening doors better feels like a thing we could benefit from. Next. I was down to build a traveling cloak and crude boots for Lyle. Yep. So that's all of Lyle's hides gone. Quite strong, but depends with the slower initiative. Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking. Like, I have to... But maybe if I'm going through a door, I can have the person who opens the door act at very slow initiative, and... Sure, the enemies will all attack that person, but it means that it doesn't matter that the Necromancer is going slow to grant the shield. Okay. Lyle now has a bunch of equipment. Anyone else have stuff? Lyle has a wood. What do you make out of wood? Not much. I already have a poison dagger too. I think that's probably good. Unless, is Samuel getting armor? I would need 1 more hide than I have total. So I guess no armor for Sam yet. I could build a traveling cloak for you. But then, like, I'm just stuck with a traveling cloak, right? That doesn't make that much sense, I don't think. Crude shield for you? That uses the metal. What's your, like, sword? Winged shoes, amulet of life. Yeah, let's give Sam a crude shield. How bad can that be? So I'm gonna use this metal to do that. Also, it doesn't have a weapon yet. All right, I think that's good. Spyglass is kind of good. It has a hat. I don't know. This all seems okay. Now I meant to brew potions. You are not ready for how cool this is. I still have a hive floating. You are not ready for how cool this is. So, potion items can be brewed by interacting with the alchemist building. Characters brew a potion by spending any 2 herb resources taken from the Frosthaven supply or their personal supply in any combination. Refer to the combination of those 2 herbs on the alchemy chart to see which potion is brewed. The brewing character gains 1 copy of the brewed potion, which they may keep or immediately give to another member of the party. At the start of the campaign, all windows on the alchemy chart are closed and the potion formulas are unknown. You are not ready for how cool this game is. So I am going to combine, what did I have? Verna has 1 of these and 1 of these. So I'm bringing this one and this one together to get whatever that is. So I consume these resources, and then that's a 3 herb chart at the bottom. Thank you. I have 1 of... All right, 1 of these and 1 of these and 1 of these, like that. Must be like that. All right. How am I meant to open this without like bending the sheet terribly? Oh, I see. You get under that. Okay. Renewing Potion, 92. This is trash. I assume that's one of the item cards. Not actually, I guess, sure. Renewing Potion. During my turn, I use this. During your turn, something up to 2 of your spent items. I assume that means I get the items back. Who desperately likes their items? I kind of feel like the Drifter does. I feel like the Amulet of Life is my best item. Unfortunately, my Drifter doesn't have any other items, but like I feel like that's pretty good. So we'll give this to my Drifter. Now Sam has a renewing potion. Sam, you can't die anymore. You have to stay alive now, Sam. All right? Yes, the winged shoes also work. And so now this is an item that goes in my craftable items, I suppose. All right, alchemy. Super fucking cool. Next, we can sell items. Gain gold equal to half the gold cost, or gain 2 gold for each resource or item required to create it. Items cannot be purchased freely until building 37 is built. Don't know what that means. I mean, sure, but I don't know how to build building 37, so that is the struggle. It might be craftsman, because craftsman level 1 is building 34. That would kind of make sense. After the downtime step, the party may build, upgrade, and rebuild buildings. They may build or upgrade 1 building by default. They may lose 2 morale to build or upgrade a second building. Wait, I lost 2 morale. Morale is now 2. Buildings cannot be upgraded while wrecked. The party may also rebuild any number of wrecked buildings, but not until after any builds and upgrades. Building and upgrading always has a prosperity requirement. The build or upgrade can only be performed if the current prosperity level meets or exceeds the prosperity requirement of that build or upgrade, which is shown next to the build cost on the map board or upgrade cost on the building card. When a build or upgrade causes the prosperity level to increase, any character whose level is lower than half the new prosperity level rounded up may immediately level up without meeting the experience requirement. Okay, cool. To build an unlocked building, the party must pay its build cost. I don't know if I have any unlocked buildings. Upgrade. To upgrade an existing building, the party must pay its upgrade cost, which is shown on the normal side of the current building card with resources from Frosthaven supply. All right, so I'm going to upgrade the craftsman. The reason I'm doing this is that I did it when I was playing offline, and so I already have the craftsman upgrade as a sticker in my game. So I figured if I actually did it, that would probably be a good idea. So I'm going to use this hide that's still floating. 2 metal and 2 wood. So I have no wood on you anymore. I have no wood on... I don't know, you anymore. I have no metal just in general. That's all of my metal gone. Okay, so I'm upgrading the craftsman, which means I have to go get the upgraded craftsman. The upgraded craftsman says it is harder to upgrade. It requires prosperity level 2. When I gain it, I gain a prosperity. Wait, why does it say any 2? That's to repair it or something? I don't know what any 2 resources means. Anyway, I get +1 prosperity and I add crafted items 11 to 15 to the item supply. I'm not going to look at what they are. I haven't looked at them yet. I think it'll be fun to find out when we get to the craftsman next time. And the sticker's already on the map. And I get +1 prosperity. So now I am at a 1/5 of the way to prosperity 2. That's the cost to repair if it's damaged in an attack. Gotcha. I thought that would be on the other side of the card. Why is that not on the other? I thought you turned it onto this side to find out what happened if it got damaged. Anyway, I don't know. Whatever. Cool. Craftsman level 1 is gone. I guess I'll put these back in the other box. These don't come up that often. The other side of this is if the building is wrecked, which means super damaged. Oh, okay. I don't think there's much reason to put any of my stuff in Frosthaven supply. Also, I don't think I have much of it anyway. Now, it is time to do another mission. Yay! Love more missions. It is, right? We did it? I think we did it. All right, cool. So we can choose between scenario number 2, which is the sneaky one, or scenario number 3, which is the like more direct one. I'm gonna go for scenario number 2. We're gonna be sneaks. Sneaky, sneaky, sneak. Oh. Is it correct that on the way to the scenario I get a road event? It is, right? Let's not turn the page up. I'm pretty sure I get a road event now. Active summer road events. We got number 8. Out of the corner of your eye, you catch a glimpse of a floating tuft of fur. Yeah, you can't read that. But you can see what the text vaguely looks like. That's what it's like for me to look at it without glasses. A glimpse of a floating tuft of fur by the side of the road. As soon as you're certain of it, it's gone. You pause a moment, then call out asking if anyone is there. A shimmering cloak of invisibility is pulled down off an old vermling's shoulders. Cloak's getting a bit dusty, wearing out. He sits down, pulling a set of glass beads looped on a string from his pocket. Name's Dram. Don't suppose you've been looking for me. You can't say that you have, and tell him as much. He flips the beads around his hand, lost in thought. Good, good. Do me a favor, will you? There's an ether that's been hunting me for almost as long as I've been alive. If you run into him, would you point him the other way? Our options are to agree to help or to ask for payment. As we are mercenaries after all. I think that... Alright, also, during 8 different outpost phases, read a person's name in an event or section. I did not do that. An event or section? Wait a second. Did I do that? I don't think so. No, I didn't. But a different person wants to build stuff. Is that right? No. You're trying to study plants. You're searching for the oak. Yeah, okay. Did our drifter find any wood? Nope. We haven't done great progress on our character quests. So, anyway. I figure different members of my party would want different things, and so it makes sense to roll a die and see who actually makes the decision. I am pretty sure that Verna, the banner spear about team building, would agree to cover for the Vermling. I don't think that Harper cares. I think Harper's completely ambivalent. Life lessons... I feel like Lyle would want to get paid. And I feel like Sam would be down. So I think on a 1 or 2, we'll agree to cover, and on... no. And on a 3, we will not. And on a 4, we will reroll. It's a 2. So we will agree to cover for the Vermling. A. Dram explains that a persistent hunter, Malak, selected him from the infinite beings in the multiverse as his next kill. Most would roll over and accept the inevitable, but as Dram puts it, I've been dodging him for years. He may catch me eventually, but I have no interest in making it easy on him. He expresses his thanks. Say, I might as well pass off some of these clothes. I have a hunch he's been tracking me by the scent. We gain 2 collective hides. So I have to decide who gets those. I think Sam wanted probably armor. I just gave them both to Sam. Also, we rolled a 2 on the dice, I believe, so that was Sam. Makes sense. I believe when that happens, I put it in the inactive events pile. All right. Scenario 2. Alagox Scouting. The scenario is complete when all enemies in it are dead and Ice Sheet A has been destroyed. At the end of that round, read 77.3. Introduction. They'll be tired from the raid, so this is your moment, Southa had explained, pointing you toward the foothills of the Copperneck Mountains where her scout tracked the Algox attackers. I doubt you'll be able to fight them all on your own, but maybe you can find another way to subdue them if you get close. On the other hand, they'll be worn out after this little battle, so feel free to test your luck. Just remember, even a tired Algox is strong enough to rip someone in two. You head to the area indicated by the scout, following the Algox's trail toward a wicked-looking mountain. As you draw nearer, you see that the trail splits. The main force returned to the near side of the mountain, but a smaller group peeled off to hike around to the eastern face. The scout told you he suspected there was a back door to the Algox settlement, and you followed the smaller group's trail, hoping he was right. The path narrows as you approach the steep eastern face, winding up to an overlook high above. Peering upward, you make out the faint glimmer of light, but then a shape blots it out. A body, large and white, tumbles over the rocky ledge like a boulder, slamming against the jutting rocks. A dead Algox brawler, just like the ones who attacked you in Frosthaven, lies at your feet. Judging by its injuries, the rocks weren't its only problem. There's a fight up above. You scramble toward the top, hoping to make it before the battle is through. When you're halfway up, another furry shape appears over the ledge. More intruders, she scoffs. You will never open the Sky Hall. This place belongs to the ice. Your shock at the fact that an Algox just spoke your tongue is quelled as the speaker lifts a huge boulder and hurls it down at you. Time to move. All right. I need 11A, 11C, and 14B. Remember that for me. It's 14B, right? Yeah. I thought it was 14C, and I was looking and there wasn't one. Anyway. 11A. 11C. And 14B. This is a bigger map than last time, it feels like. Okay. There are going to be Algox archers, Algox guards, Algox priests, Algox scouts, 2 snow doors, 4 snow rocks, a large ice, and a treasure. I think that's good. I think 8 hours, 15 minutes, that's perfect. We leave this set up for next time, and next time we can get straight into mission 2. That was really fun. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Y'all were lovely. I hope you enjoyed chilling with me. Hey, always on the run. Good morning. I'm going to sleep. But I will be back tonight for another one. Only like another